make enough money to go back and finish college. Was working there with another guy who was about my age. We were in our early 20s. It was an evening, and two beautiful girls walked on the lot. And he said, "Whoa, look at that brunette." And he ran out there. He said, "I'm going to go get them." He ran out there, and within 5 minutes he was back. And they totally brushed him off. So I gave it about 10 minutes. I walked out there, and I was really more interested in the little blonde. And we started talking, and, I couldn't sell him a car that night, but I worked up enough courage to ask that blonde out a couple weeks later, and we got married in 1987. Been married for 35 years, got two beautiful kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
Way to go. I'm glad you had the courage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't the best car salesman back then, but I got a little bit more than what I asked for.
Are you still selling cars? What are you doing now?
You know what? So she was going to school at the time, too, and when we got married, I kept selling cars, put her through college, and I got pretty good at it. And I made a career out of it, and I'm still in the business.
All right.
Oh, good for you.
Way to go, Jack. Have a wonderful weekend. All right. Those are some definitely entertaining stories.
Yeah.
It's time for news. Here's Heather.
Well, Jameer Miller, he is a Detroit man who kidnapped and murdered his ex-girlfriend last month, is now facing 10 charges, including first-degree murder, felony murder, and carjacking. Prosecutors say that he kidnapped Patrice Wilson outside of Detroit Receiving Hospital when she was leaving work as a nurse. We talked a lot about this story. She was later found dead inside her vehicle with multiple gunshot wounds in Novi the next day. And Miller, they say, was Wilson's ex-boyfriend, and Detroit Police Chief James White said that he has a significant criminal history. Speaking of criminal history now, a former Family Feud contestant who once joked that he regretted getting married when he was on the show has been found guilty of murdering his then estranged wife. This guy, Timothy Belfnick, was convicted on Wednesday of first-degree murder and home invasion following a nearly week-long trial that just took place in Illinois. His wife, Becky, had been found dead inside her home. This was back in February, and Timothy was charged with breaking into her home and shooting her multiple times. The couple, like I said, they were estranged. They were living apart at the time. They were going through the divorce process. And during this trial, Becky's sister took the stand, and she said that Becky was really worried that her husband might harm her because they were going through this big custody battle over their 3 kids. And she also shared this text message that she received from her sister in 2021 that said, "If something ever happens to me, make sure the number one person of interest is Tim." So he is going to be sentenced in August, and he's facing life in prison. Now, if you can't remember his time on Family Feud, here it is. He's joking about the biggest mistake he made at his wedding.
Ugh.
Yeah.
So now that's kind of coming back around, making a full circle there. A cougar sighting has been confirmed in the UP. This seems to happen now year after year. There has been a series of sightings over the last few years. Same again this year. According to the DNR, the cougar was spotted on May 14th in Luce County. This was on a private property. That cougar was captured on a trail cam. And a biologist from the DNR's cougar team confirmed the sighting. And since 2008, there have been 90 confirmed sightings in the UP and no reported incidents, which is great. But what's kind of interesting about it is that there has never been a reported cougar birth in Michigan. All the sightings are male cougars, and they're coming, I guess, from Colorado and the Dakota areas.
Did you say there's a cougar team?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I just wonder how you get on the cougar team.
Okay. A cougar team. There it is.
No.
Tom Brady is definitely retired. On Thursday, he reiterated that he has no plans to play in the NFL again after he retired in February. And he did say that he hopes that agreeing to buy into the Las Vegas Raiders will allow him to be involved in the league for the rest of his life.
Yeah, well, good for him.
Yeah.
He's told everybody again, and he'll probably tell them again because he said it last year and then came back. So
the Raiders need a quarterback, and you're the part owner.
There'll be some rumor a week from now, and then someone. I mean, Stoney, I think you're notorious for doing this. Tom Brady just needs to come out and squash these rumors for good. And say he's retired.
He did. He squashed them.
Yes.
There was a man who is now awaiting possible charges for speeding away from a traffic stop after he was caught going over 100 miles per hour on I-75 over Memorial Day weekend. So this happened on Friday morning, right around 10 a.m. This 42-year-old man from Grosse Pointe Woods was pulled over on northbound I-75 in Troy, and he did admit to officers that he was going 104 miles per hour before he saw the patrol vehicle. And while officers were talking to him, they did note that he was kind of slurring his words a little bit. So, they go back to their car to confirm the driver's identity. And while the officer is in the patrol car, the man fled the scene, left at a high rate of speed. Officers tried to pull him over again and pursued his vehicle for a while. But because he was driving so recklessly, they called off that pursuit. But later, when they exited the freeway, they spotted the man's car parked in one of those carpool lots. And they went over to it. The man was still there in his vehicle, and boom, they got him. They arrested him for fleeing and eluding, and most likely he's also going to be facing charges for drunk driving.
Got him.
To wait for some blood work. Yes. The Scripps National Spelling Bee. I've never really gotten into it, but I got more into it because once I heard that this young kid from Michigan, right here, he goes to Troy Baker Middle School, was in the finale. I really wanted to watch, but unfortunately, I didn't actually tune in. But he did so well. He came in 5th place. He made it all the way to the final round, one of 11 kids. It started with 231 kids in the very beginning on Tuesday when the spelling bee started. So he made it all the way to the finale, came in 5th place. So congratulations to Ariane Kedkar. He did amazingly well. The first place winner was a 14-year-old from Florida who came in first place, $50,000 in cash and prizes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Way to go. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. Coming up next, are we looking at the National Football League as a model for college football? Talk about that next. 97 on the Ticket. By the way, as we've mentioned, it is National Donut Day, and I'm a little bit. Well, no, I was looking for because I really don't go to like Krispy Kreme because I don't think there are any near where I live. So I put in my ways to see where the closest Krispy Kreme to here is.
It's probably Allen Park, right?
Troy.
Oh, the one right up outside.
14-mile road, it says.
Yeah, outside of Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. So, I think there are enough other donut establishments that I can get a donut without
you don't need to travel all the way down there.
Yeah, it's not that big of a difference to me.
Oh, it's a big difference.
I love them,
especially when they come off hot and ready.
You know who loved Krispy Kreme donuts? The first person I never even heard. I thought they were just like actually they were just Carolina because that's where they started. Yeah. Former Pistons assistant coach Alvin Gentry loved Krispy Kreme. He was talking about them all the time, and then I finally tasted one. They are the only donuts, by the way, especially when they come out.
That melt in your mouth?
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
They are terrific. All right. Enough of that.
Hungry.
Speaking of Carolina, that part of the country, the SEC, which does not have a team in North Carolina, I don't believe, right? No. South Carolina is part of the SEC.
Correct.
Anyway, they are at their meetings decided that for 2024, they are going to go with 8 division games. There was a chance they were going to go 9, but the change is no divisions. Right. So 8 conference games, no divisions, which is going to be very interesting because they didn't in any of the articles I read, there were no qualifications or talk about for tiebreakers to get to the SEC championship game.
Well, I would imagine that the devil's in the details regarding, if there are, say there
obviously head-to-head would be first, I would assume.
Yes,
right?
But with that many teams, there's a good chance that you could have 2 teams at the top of the list or even 3 that have not met head-to-head with the same record. And so it's...
We'll go strength of schedule, maybe? I don't know.
Well, strength of schedule would play into what we're talking about now with the 8 conference games. Obviously, in conference, it wouldn't matter, but out of conference, you're talking about playoffs, especially when you get to 12-team playoffs, strength of schedule will matter. And right now, the SEC is sticking with, even though they're adding 2 teams, they're going to be at 16 teams when they add Oklahoma and Texas. They're going to be playing the round robin, protecting one rivalry, but it's only going to be 8 games. They're going to have 4 out of conference, and there's nothing that says they have to schedule another Power 5. Now, some of them do, but a lot of them don't.
Correct.
Or they schedule one more Power 5, and they end up basically with, like the Big Ten.
Right.
9 Power 5 opponents, 8 of those being in conference, 1 out of conference. But what if the SEC and the Big Ten were to come to some sort of agreement in regards to scheduling like the NFL does? And you obviously have your in-conference games. Now, this would require them to either come up to 9 or the Big Ten to go down to 8.
Okay.
And then the remaining games are played in between those 2 conferences, and the matchups are determined after, say, the 22 season's over, and you look at the standings and say, we're going to have the, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place teams play each other in these conferences. That's where I think it become very interesting and more fan-friendly.
So are we looking at, let's say hypothetically 16 teams in each conference, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say hypothetically, hopefully that doesn't happen, but Ohio State is number 1 in the Big Ten.
Why would you use that as an example?
I know. Well, because I didn't want to play the homer card, but whatever.
Okay, fine.
Okay. So Ohio State is number 1. They would have a crossover game against number 1 ranked Georgia on the other side.
Correct.
Okay. And then Michigan would play Alabama.
Well, and the interesting part of that is it could be a rematch of a national championship game.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden the next year, I mean, we don't see it all the time, but the Kansas City Chiefs playing against, whoever they played in the Super Bowl the year before, or Tampa playing against the Chiefs. Like you want to see those matchups. And what makes it intriguing is that there's such a turnover in college football.
Yeah.
And obviously this year, a different quarterback for both, if it was to be Ohio State and Georgia, different quarterbacks for each team.
Right.
Different personnel, different stars, different, guys that have developed or recruited. I think it would be when we talk about all the decisions that are being made in terms of broadcasting, it would be a home run for the broadcasters, but this would finally be one where you could look and say the conferences are doing something for the fans. Fans would love to see Michigan, Alabama,
Oh, Vanderbilt,
State,
Rutgers.
Georgia. Okay.
I know, but that's what you can have.
But it's like versus like.
Yes, I know. I believe me. I'm just stating the bottom of the barrel too.
Sure. Yes. There's going to be a
Vanderbilt's
1 and there's going to be a 16.
Right. Vanderbilt's getting a little better, but you get my drift.
And Rutgers might be as well under Greg Schiano.
Yes.
Still TBD a little bit.
Yes, a lot.
But that to me would add a lot to college football instead of having Alabama play the Citadel or Michigan play Bowling Green. Like, I think that's much more compelling for the fans. Plus, it's as a former athlete at a university, it would be much more. It would be more fun to do that than it would be to play against, anybody that's not in the Power 5.
Right. You'd want that night game versus Alabama versus that night game against Bowling Green.
Yes,
as a player
certainly.
And as a fan.
Yeah, and then it might not be so hard to find if it's going to be on Peacock. It might not be so hard to find it because you have a chance. There's a lot of build up to it, and that's where I think this hopefully eventually heads with the advent of the 12-team playoff. Because if you're one of the top teams, right, strength of schedule, it may matter in whether you're 1 or 2, as it does now, or if you're 4 or 5, as it does now. But when you're starting to talk about 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think strength of schedule will be very important, especially if you're going to be in that 5 to 7 range or 5 to 8 range where you're going to be hosting on your campus the first round of the college football playoffs.
Stephen Gregory, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I think I can appreciate the argument that you're making, but I think that they'd be willing to do something similar. Maybe instead of 1 playing 1, 2 playing 2, maybe 1 plays 16, 2 plays 15, and so on. I don't think that the big boys would risk a loss that early in the year to another big team.
Are you typing or what are you doing there, by the way?
Pardon me?
Sounds like somebody's typing. Anyway, you're probably right. They wouldn't want to do it, but
with 12 teams making the college football playoffs, there's also more room for error and more credit given to actually playing a good opponent.
Yes, but a lot of these big-time schools are wusses when it comes to this stuff sometimes. Yes, I agree.
Yes, but then you also look at just in terms of becoming bowl eligible, with the SEC only playing 8 conference games. And, if you're an SEC school and your goal isn't necessarily, you're not Alabama, you're not Georgia, you're not Florida, you're not one of those teams that's going to be competing for a championship. You simply want to get that extra game. You schedule 4 non-conference games that are winnable. Then you only got to win 2 in conference, and all of a sudden you're bowl eligible.
Right.
It's a bit. That is where the big difference is right now between what the Big Ten's doing, what the Big 12 is doing, and what the SEC is doing.
Right. 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls. Do you want to see the college football model, the NFL model, going to college football? 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Indy cars and more will be roaring around downtown Detroit today. Practices and qualifying for this weekend's Detroit Grand Prix gets underway. It's a free day for fans to watch with grandstands open on a first-come, first-served basis. The main event will run on Sunday. Kirby Joseph showing support for a suspended teammate during Lions OTAs, meeting with the media with a free Jamo shirt. Joseph says that he was sent the shirt by a fan on social media. Related, head coach Dan Campbell says that Jamison Williams is continuing to grow on and off the field, and they're still educating players further on the league's gambling policy. Yet another monster game by the stars of the Denver Nuggets as they handily took Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 104-93 over the Heat. They led by 24 at one point. Jokic with his 9th triple-double of the postseason. That extends his current record. And golf, after one round, Davis Miley leading at Muirfield Village at 5 under. Spieth, Rahm, Rory, and Ricky all within 5 shots. In tennis, Coco Gauff on to the third round of the French Open. Carlos Alcaraz and Novak Djokovic each play today. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. By the way, for your information, next year, Michigan's non-conference schedule, I believe, is going to be Texas, Arkansas State, and I forget the third one.
Yeah, I don't remember the third either. But yeah, that's when they have the 4-year stretch of playing both Texas and Oklahoma, as long as that holds true with college football expansion.
Yes, who knows whether that'll take place or not. And as far as Michigan State, next year, their non-conference, Florida Atlantic, Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns.
The Raging Cajuns.
They'll be at East Lansing, and then they begin a home and home with the ACC powerhouse Boston College Eagles in Boston.
Okay.
So
Jeff Hafley, head coach there.
If he's still going to be there,
Yes.
You never know. But hey, it's a Power 5 team at least.
Yeah,
right?
and that's the one thing that you never know. Boston College is not a huge power, and Washington. Like they've scheduled Washington, and this year Washington has a Heisman hopeful, and
Correct.
You never, with the transfer portal and players moving around, you never know if that's going to be an up year, down year for the Power 5 opponent, but you at least scheduled one.
By the way, Michigan's third non-conference schedule next year. It's not an easy game. Fresno State, they're always interesting. I mean, they're all
Bulldogs.
three are at the big house. Yes, the Bulldogs of Fresno State, the home of. Isn't that where Trent Dilfer went to school?
Yeah, and new NFL quarterback Jake Hayner.
Ah,
Where did he end up? I can't remember. Not that it matters. But he was the guy that
Green
I had.
Bay, I think.
Was it
right?
Green Bay?
I think New Orleans.
New Orleans?
Oh, okay.
I do remember that our buddy Greg Cosell, I saw, loved him on tape.
Yeah. Same concerns that we had about Bryce Young. He is vertically challenged.
You can say short. That's
okay, he's short.
Just like you can call me old instead of vintage all the time.
Vintage. Well,
I like
vintage. Yeah,
vintage gives me a little more respect, I guess.
Then that's what I'm going for.
Well, good. I know.
Trying to be respectful.
I do appreciate that.
Vintage has a sheen to it when you say it.
It does have a little sheen to it. I mean, if anybody knows about sheen.
Yes. Exactly.
Be Goff. Sorry. That wasn't very respectful.
Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh spoke yesterday, and so did other coaches at the Sound Mind, Sound Body Camp, Wayne State's campus yesterday. And he was asked about the whole Shemi Schembechler fiasco, debacle, whatever term you want to use, where Shemi, Bo's son, announced that he had been hired as an assistant recruiting director at Michigan. And then a few days later, Ward Manuel and Jim Harbaugh said, not so fast, my friend. Schembechler resigned that job after the offending tweets were unearthed on social media.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them had likes of multiple offensive and posts, including some suggesting slavery and Jim Crow were positive to strengthen black people. He scrubbed more than 2,000 likes and retweets from his Twitter timeline, according to Angelique in the Detroit News, shortly before his resignation was announced. So Harbaugh was asked about this yesterday, and he said, quote, "Once we became aware of things that were just offensive to me, offensive to other members of our team, we didn't want that mindset around. Disappointing. I've known Shem a long time, but there are no sacred cows. That's not who we are. That's not us. We've got, so he also said that the company, because the biggest questions we've had as a Michigan fan, members of the media, you a former player, is how did this happen? Where is the vetting process? Well, Harbaugh said a company, which he did not name, handled the vetting of social media accounts of prospective hires. He said he read the report on Schembechler and there was nothing alarming from what the company shared. Quote, we've got to be better. I'll take responsibility for that. If somebody can find all that stuff in a day, then we have to be able to be on it ourselves. Sometimes you got to do stuff yourself. So basically what they did, which a lot of companies do, you hire a company to do this stuff and you take their word for it. That's what you're hiring for because you don't have the time or want to do it yourself. And Dave Obloff, the football SID, says, quote, our athletic department is changing the vendor that handles our human resources background checks following the Schembechler resignation. We currently utilize 2 background checks now for vetting athletic department staff, but are reevaluating that process moving forward.
Yep. Good. Got to make changes.
Yes. Got to take some responsibility, which is the most important thing, which they've done. Mm-hmm. I'm sure it's not to the satisfaction of everybody, but hey, I don't know what else they could do if this indeed is the truth, which I assume it is.
Yeah. I mean, I've gone through the process. We've all gone through process of being hired by different jobs, and there is background checks that are done. Mm-hmm. And now it includes, obviously, social media. And you've got to have a company, if you're not going to do it yourself, that is able to identify concerning posts or likes, whatever it is, and let you know about it before you make that hire.
No doubt about it. And it was a black eye for a little bit. I think it's pretty much gone away.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously announced the hire. I can't remember was on a Wednesday, and then by Friday, I sent you guys the text like that didn't last long.
Yeah,
and we found out obviously why. And so they took swift action, and now they're taking more action to make sure that they do everything they can to hopefully this doesn't happen again.
You think they just didn't even see the social posts? Like,
I don't think
I don't know how they could have, and then.
I don't think Michigan, I don't think the football, I don't think Harbaugh, Ward Manuel, I don't think they saw it. No, they hire a company to do this for them, and their company obviously did nothing because, as Jim Harbaugh said, if other people can find this stuff out in a day, then the company that we're paying money for to do this couldn't find it. Then we got to switch companies. There's a problem there. And, there's a lot of things in this world that you wonder how that didn't get vetted out or whatever.
Personalize this, though, for a second. I'm sure our company relies on similar type things.
Yeah.
Either they outsource it or have their own people do it.
Right.
Like if you were hiring a producer,
mm-hmm.
okay, you would go look at their social media accounts, wouldn't you, to see? Wouldn't you just do it? Like, isn't there a little personal responsibility here?
I think that, in any hiring process, and I tell my kids this all the time, like when you're going to post something, anytime you go for a job, they're going to look, and it doesn't matter if you're a producer, if you're on-air talent, if you're a saleswoman, they're going to should look at your social media. And we've seen this before where people go back decades to look at social media posts that maybe, hey, you're 30 years old now, but at 17, you posted something that was questionable. You got to make sure that you're always responsible in doing that because companies, and whether it's the one that's actually doing the hiring or they're farming it out to another company, they're going to be looking.
Yeah.
Should be looking.
Absolutely. I mean, it should be one of the biggest tasks a vetting company or whatever you want to call that company does.
Yeah.
Well, I would imagine too, and this is just human nature, but like the companies that do this stuff, they, depending on the position they're hiring for, they may not do as deep of a look as they do for other positions. Like for head coach, you're going to do a pretty big plunge.
Sure.
For a secondary whatever position, you might not. And maybe that's what happened here.
Well, you go back a few years, the Lions, obviously it wasn't a social media issue, but they certainly didn't do the vetting process for Matt Patricia very well, did they?
No.
As far as the, sexual abuse allegations when he was in South Padre Island or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Or they found nothing. And
yes. But no, they never said because they said they didn't see it. They didn't know anything about it. So maybe the company that they hired screwed up. Because I don't think, Martha and Rod Wood were going through, files and social media looking at Matt Patricia's stuff.
Right. Yeah, there are companies that are tasked with doing exactly what we're talking about.
That's what the Human Resources Department is supposed to do.
Yeah.
Whether they do it themselves, as you mentioned, or you hire somebody to do it. Mm-hmm. There's a major industry that does this stuff. That's,
it's their job.
Exactly. And the job at the University of Michigan for that was not done properly.
No. So they moved on. They moved on from Shemy. They moved on from the company.
Yeah. And that's what you can do. And hopefully it does not happen again at any place. I mean, no matter what you believe, it's just a way of life right now. Social media.
Social media? Oh, yeah. It's not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Do Harbaugh or Manuel ever take accountability on anything, or are they going to continue to point fingers? True Michigan man. Well, I think Harbaugh, did you read the quotes? It says it's on ourselves. And they fired people that didn't do it right. I mean, I don't know what else you want them to do in this case. I find it hard to believe that Michigan does not have its own company that screens social media. The only reason he was let go is because all this came to light. Trash university. That's from Nick. Okay? Jim Harbaugh and everything that comes out of his mouth is trash. Michigan is a shady university. The last 2 years have tarnished their reputation. There have been some shady things. I grant you, I'm not going to go back and do the laundry list that I did a couple of weeks ago. But I don't think this one was, if all the stuff that I just mentioned is true, I don't think they, as a football program or athletic department, yes, they're responsible. It's under their watch. That's why they got rid of people. Why? Who cares? Hire them based on if they can do the job they are being hired for. So dumb. No, it's not dumb. You can't hire people that have or suggesting that they agree with racist policies.
Well,
come on.
Let me put it this way, Stoney. If you do feel that way, can you be effective in your job? In what it is. It's a recruiting-based job, right?
Yes.
And can you be effective? And are you the best person for that job? If this is what you're thinking.
Right. Michigan should hire my wife to stalk candidates' social media. If so much we like a picture of another woman, she's on it like flies on bleep within minutes.
Oh, she's keeping an eye on your social media?
Well, I'm not a candidate. She's talking about his wife checks out all the candidates running for office and things like that. Yeah. Oh, okay. Now, at this point, I'm not running for anything.
No, not running for office?
No. Maybe in a year or two. You never know.
Oh, you never know? Yeah, you might try a new avenue.
Maybe. You never know. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Heather with news coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Well, Detroit, Carter's Plumbing needs your help this June. Carter's has teamed up with House of Hope and Kensington Church in Clarkston for a food drive to support those in need this summer. Carter's is offering 10% off services to any customer that donates a non-perishable food item. And if you're not in need of their services but you'd still like to donate, you can bring food directly to the White Lake office on Highland Road, just west of Tegadyne. So do what I did and go to callcartersplumbing.com today to not only take care of your needs, but also work with the community to take care of other needs as well. Visit callcartersplumbing.com today.
248-539-9797. Tigers, White Sox tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers open up the series. Reese Olson will be making his Tiger debut tonight. They open up 2.5 games behind the Minnesota Twins, who defeated Cleveland last night 7-6. Also last evening, the Denver Nuggets win Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 104-93. Denver led by 17 at the half. And then Miami went on a little bit of a run to start the third quarter. They cut it to I think 8 or 9 at one point. Yeah. But Denver was pretty much.
Still never even seemed that close.
No, Denver just, look, you don't want to make series, judgments just based on the first game. But Denver looks like the more complete team. And there are a lot of mismatches besides, they're great players too. I mean, Aaron Gordon is really playing well. They usually don't need him for offense, but in this case, when you have a smaller guys defending him, he took it to the hole a lot and then was able to score. The fact that Jokic was able to do, as Greg Hargrave pointed out, one of the quietest triple-doubles of all time, 27 points, 14 assists, and 10 rebounds, when he took just 5 shots in the first 3 quarters and still come away with what he did. And he's just, we don't get to see him play that much unless you're a huge NBA guy. And, I watch it more than others, but not as much as, some other people around here. But, because of, where they are, their games aren't televised that much.
Yeah.
You don't get to appreciate how good he is. And good is putting it, understating how great he is. He just, his basketball IQ is so high. The way he passes the ball, the pace he plays with, it's almost like he's slow. It actually makes him harder to play against. And you almost think Miami's better off not doubling him, just playing one-on-one and saying, you know what, go to the hole. We'd rather give up a possible 2 points with your floaters and all that than have you kick it out and find a perfect guy in rhythm with a 3 and what you do. He's amazing.
Yeah, he really is. His, you mentioned basketball IQ. Part of that is just the feel that he has right now for his teammates, where all 9 other players are on the floor. And it's not the, no-look passes, but it is setting his teammates up for easy shots that, you mentioned the quiet double, triple-double. And it's the assists that go so underrated when, hey, it's an easy layup or it's a three-pointer where he puts the ball right where his teammates want it so they can just go right into their shooting motion.
He's a skilled player. His game is based off of skill. In a game like basketball, which is very heavily an athletic game, he is one of the most highly skilled big men we've ever seen when it comes to the passing, the shooting ability, running the floor, dribbling, the ball handling. All of these skills that he has is what makes him a great player, and it's what is going to allow him to be a great player moving forward. It's not a game based off athleticism.
Right, so if he loses a step, he's still going to have those skills.
Correct. And to that point, it's actually what makes LeBron amazing at age 38, because he still plays an athletic game at age 38, 20 years of NBA miles on it. But it's comparing that to Jokic, who plays just a skilled game and, with the passing ability and everything that he has. I mean, I don't think we've seen as skilled a big man in this league as Nikola Jokic.
He's a basketball player. He's good at basketball.
You're right. You make a great point. I mean, what other big men can do what he does? Not very many. I mean, going back in the day, because statistically, Wilt had a lot of assists, but not like this.
Is Wilt bringing the ball up the floor?
No, I'm saying, yeah.
Are you putting him at the top of the key, letting guys run around him, and he's pinpointing passes to everybody? That's the one thing that I find is just beautiful about Denver.
Yes.
Is when they give it to Jokic at the top of the key, and everybody's just kind of running around, dribble, handoff, pick here, pick there, and he finds the right guy.
Yes.
The ball movement they have is beautiful.
They are so well coached. And, of course, Michael Malone, the son of former Pistons assistant Brendan Malone, one of the 2 Brendans back in the Bad Boys days. He got his first gig as an assistant coach at Oakland U under Greg Campy. So, and he grew up here when Brendan was coaching the Pistons. But Yeah, it's good to see. And Jamal Murray might be one of the most underrated stars in the league. I mean, he's incredible.
One more point about Jokic, I thought Jeff Anconi made a great point about this, is that he looks like he's always exhausted, but he's in great shape. He's always running up, getting up and down the floor. But he has that kind of lumbering gait about him. He's always got the mouth agape and kind of he's breathing heavy.
Well, he doesn't have the same body as most of the NBA players that we see that are just physically dominant specimens. He's got more the dad bod.
Yes.
I mean, he does.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, it's time for news. Last time this week, it's Heather Park.
Yes. So there is a wild video of a Florida man wrestling a gator that is going viral online. But it turns out that this guy isn't just like your average Florida man by any means. He's actually an MMA fighter, Mike Dragic, and he wrestled this 10-foot alligator outside of a Florida elementary school last month. And like I said, video of the event is just going viral. So he is this fighter, but he's also a licensed gator trapper. So this is not the first time he's had to wrangle an alligator. He's done this before, but he was actually called to help Florida fire and rescue officials capture this big reptile that was right outside of this elementary school, right? So they really wanted to get this gator under control. And in the video, you can see him like trying to grab the gator's tail. That was unsuccessful. He's eventually able to hook one of those like catch poles around the gator's neck. But it didn't go down easily, and you can hear the spectators like screaming in fear. They were scared, he was going to be attacked. Eventually, the alligator was corralled, and everything is A-okay. Nobody was injured. And here is Dragic kind of talking about what it was like to take down this gator. And then...
Yeah, I was going to say, Scott better keep his head on a swivel.
And then he was also asked about what happened to the gator afterwards.
That's so cool.
So first he just wrangles this massive alligator, and then he gets to eat it. Like, what?
Yep. Gator tail. Yep.
Yep. The USFL is expected to return to Ford Field next year. Great news. The president of the league said that they have loved their first season here in Michigan, and they can't wait for a second season. Basically, just said that everything has been great. The partnership has been fantastic. The fan base is engaged. And overall, we've created a great game day environment, and they're going to return. So that's pretty sweet. The Panthers and Philadelphia Stars each have played 4 home games at Ford Field. They haven't released actual attendance numbers. They say it's estimated that nearly 10,000 fans showed up for the Panthers' first game. But they do say that number has dipped since that initial.
They say that Gov's live reads is responsible for half of them, so he'll be getting a raise.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
for sure.
And the Panthers got a chance this weekend to get back to 500, 3-4.
Oh, well, if they're anything like the Tigers, they'll lose.
Hey, now. Taking on your Stars. No, that's not until. Wait, no, they don't play them this week.
No, the Breakers this week.
Breakers.
Yeah, Breakers, Maulers, and then Stars back at home.
Oh, okay. Bring back Calvin Bryant.
Somerset Mall, you boys, is getting a summer makeover. I'm like, stop talking because I don't even know what you're saying anymore. Exterior makeover, it's going to get a lot of. So we're going to see some new paved entryways, some new landscaping. They say brilliant lighting. But I think the best part that we're going to see is a new fine dining experience with some outdoor seating. So they haven't said what restaurant is going to be getting this new outdoor seating area, but that's exciting, definitely needed. They say construction will take place from June through September, and officials say the plan is to reimagine the guest experience.
Any rumors on the restaurant?
No rumors. I'm not sure what it's going to be.
Well, they have to reopen Capitol Grill because that still's been closed since they had the fire over a year. It's almost a year, if not more.
Gosh. And I didn't think it was like a really, really significant fire. I mean, I know it was significant, but it wasn't in my head as big as it's taking to fix. So hopefully that does reopen for sure. Listen to this. The more you swear, the smarter you actually may be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, studies have shown that swearing is a sign of intelligence,
Huh.
and it also provides some other possible rewards as well. So there's one expert that says swearing may be a sign of verbal superiority, and also it's associated with social intelligence.
I've always have a number of people have said that using foul language is a sign of the lack of the command of the English language.
Yes, so it's the complete opposite. Look at that. And they also say that swearing could be a sign of honesty. So the people who swear lied less and had higher levels of integrity overall. Plus, swearing also improves your pain tolerance, and it's a sign of creativity.
They're full of bleep.
So keep on swearing, I guess.
Sure.
When appropriate.
Yes.
On podcasts only. All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Heather. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. Today is the 13th anniversary of one of the most famous Detroit sports moments, ladies and gentlemen. And if you don't know what that is, sometimes they're not always the way we want them to be. As we know by now, he did not beat the throw.
Yes, by now.
Yes.
We just found that out.
Yes. 13 years ago. John, where were you when that occurred, and were you watching it live?
No, I was not watching it live. Where was I 13 years ago?
So 2010.
Yeah. I have no idea.
Okay.
I would have been somewhere here in Michigan.
So in the world of sports radio, that was one of those non-championship round or non-playoff moments where it was like the volcano erupted.
Oh, I remember because I did the show with Bill, and it wasn't a sports-centric show back then. And we had 10 lines for 4 hours at starting at 6 a.m. It was unbelievable.
It was. It was crazy.
As
it's like it was. Well, here I'm not saying it's the same incident. It was like the Palace Brawl.
Yes.
In terms of the
magnitude of it, yeah.
That's like a 9.0.
Yeah.
Okay. It just like what just went on here? Because like when the Palace Brawl happened, we had the Pistons rights at the station I was at the time, and I called the station after I sat there for about 3 minutes. Holy crap. This is a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
And so I called the station, the person running the game. I'm like, do you need help? This is a big deal. He's like, nah, because it was a home game, so he was the only one in the station.
It's a Friday night.
And he called back in 5 minutes. He's like, CNN's calling. Get in here. And I went in and worked like 11:15 to 3 a.m.
It was that was unbelievable.
That's wild.
The Galarraga thing was crazy. It was and I was actually at the game, and I was like so psyched that I might
witness something
history.
Historic. Yeah.
Yes, I'd never seen a no-hitter. I mean, and it was, and social media wasn't crazy then, but cell phones, people would text, and I was in the stands. I wasn't even in the press box. I was there as a fan, and people were texting after they saw the replay because they put the replay on the broadcast before they put it up on the. And it was people were just losing their what.
Yeah.
And Rieger, was in there talking to Jim Joyce. That was a great moment for him, so to speak. And
this may be callous. I wasn't a big fan of the festivities the next day.
Oh, when he gave him the lineup card, and they ended up giving him a car.
Yeah, it's like, this doesn't make things any better.
No, it didn't. No. And I don't even know what was a couple years ago. Somebody tried to petition
maybe eye surgery.
Rob Manfred.
To change the ruling.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't. No.
248-539-9797. Cal and Royal Oak, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I was at that game with some buddies of mine, and at some point in that game, either the 8th or 9th inning, Austin Jackson made an unbelievable catch to kind of extend the perfect game. But Stoney kind of stole my thunder. They never did show the replay at the stadium, and we had to go all the way back to Nemo's that night and walk in and ask about it before we even found out how bad the call really was. So it was a good hour after the game before we saw a highlight and got an idea of exactly what happened.
I mean, look, we've always talked about it. Thanks for the call. Horrible calls in sports. That and the Saints Rams NFC Championship.
Well, the stakes in that one.
Exactly.
To me, it's the worst call in sports history.
Oh, the Saints Rams one. Oh, yeah, and this is pretty close because you're right. The stakes weren't the same, But, man, that was unbelievable.
What do you think about them not showing the replay in the stadium? Because they have gotten a little more liberal in showing replays of controversial plays. But I actually think that night there's a chance somebody might have ran on the field and assaulted him if they would have showed the replay. Those boos were deafening.
Oh, I know. You could hear them in the broadcast. I mean, and it was early. I mean, that was just from people seeing it with their own eyes in real time. And they were booing. Because, a lot of times if you're sitting, in the stands, you can't
see exactly but it was so obvious.
Yeah. It seemed pretty obvious live, and it certainly was obvious on the replay. No doubt about it. All right. Once in a while we have to share those bad moments too.
Yes,
it was part of Detroit's sports
influential
history.
moment here.
We had the Tayshaun block last week.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So
that was a little bit better.
Yes. The Detroit Grand Prix is now downtown once again after their residency on Belle Isle has ended, so to speak. It's now in the streets of Detroit. Free pre-day today, and I've never actually gone to the race downtown. I went to a practice years ago when Walter Payton was a driver and he had a race team. I interviewed him. And then I had an appearance last year at the Grand Prix. I think it was on the Saturday. And it was a lot of fun down there. But now that it's back downtown, are people excited about it? And the question I have for you, are you going to go? Does it make you want to go more? Can you see as much of the race also as you could at Belle Isle? And what, Detroit events, doesn't have to be sports, that have been around for a long time, so to speak, that you've never gone to, that you always said, maybe I should check this out, but for some reason you don't. Whether it's now, I know it's moved from its venues, whether it's the Hoedown, whether it's Movement was here last week. I mean, there's, the Rocket Mortgage Classic, it hasn't been here for a few years, but the Buick Open was here for years.
Yeah. I think if you're going down, you want to be on Jefferson. And I don't think you're going to be able to see as much of it as you did on Belle Isle just because of the buildings and the way the course is laid out. It's obviously it's in the city. It's going to be harder to view. But I think it's going to be fast on Jefferson. It's going to be really fast. Yeah, there we go. So I was hoping for the sound effect. The one that I haven't been to and I would love to go to at some point, and it's just been, whether it's been family issues or work, has been the Thanksgiving Day Parade. Wow. I would love to go down to that sometime. I would love to take the kids down to it and experience.
Your parents never took you down there?
No, we never went down. I'm trying to think what we did as kids. It was always a family deal. We were probably, I don't know, at Grandma and Grandpa's who lived in Indiana.
Oh, okay. That's certainly a good enough reason.
Yes. So yeah, not down at the parade on Thanksgiving Day. Would love to do that and then go to the game.
Right.
I've been to the game on Thanksgiving Day, played in the game on Thanksgiving Day, but I haven't been to the parade.
That would be rich if you go to the parade and play in the game at the same time.
That would be cool. Yes. I would enjoy that more time.
Can you imagine that?
I imagine it every night.
If the Lions, not you playing, but if the Lions as a team, we go to the parade and then walk across the street to the game.
And Dan Campbell obviously with his chained lion walking along with it.
Oh, that would even be better.
Walking in the parade with his chained lion.
Yes.
Sure. That's how it should be done.
Yeah. Well, somebody suggested on Ticket Text earlier today that you should be the Grand Marshal.
I think that should be one Michael Steven Stone.
No.
With the
now, how big of a name does
service.
the Grand Marshal have to be?
It's got to be pretty big. Maybe they can have a local person
I'm
as
not
well.
putting myself on that category.
I mean, you have to be a Hall of Famer to be.
Or at least you have to be hated by a Hall of Famer.
Well, he's in
I fit that
one
category.
Straight hair, that'd be great. They're carrying it on ABC and John Jansen. What if he lost it ended his career?
I hate that guy. What's he doing here?
Well, you are the Michigan Sports Hall of Fame for the state of Michigan.
Yes.
I'd be in the smaller float for the Michigan Jewish Sports Hall of Fame.
I think Stoney should
you really shouldn't be there if it's Santa related, right?
Oh, I'll be there. I'll definitely be there. Hanukkah Harry.
I do think Stoney should be the Grand Marshal of the Thanksgiving Day Parade, and he can announce it this way.
Stoney was referring to the movie We Are Marshall, and he said, I am Marshall, which is just...
That's So you. That's
so many things
awesome.
going on right now, but so the Stony Jewish Sports Hall of Fame float it'd be like 8 candles, and each person would be standing from the Jewish Hall of Fame, so 8 people could be on each top of each candle.
Yeah.
On top of the candle, not just holding up the candle.
Oh yeah, it'd be awesome.
You'd be on top
big
of the
float
menorah
that could support people standing on it on different sized candles.
Yes.
Stony would be on the one in the middle, the tallest one.
Yeah,
He's
and
the Godfather.
who was it? Would be on front. Was it? Who was the guy that said Chinooka? Happy Chinooka. He would have to be
Smokey Robinson.
He could be on it.
Smokey Robinson.
Smokey could be on it with you. Yeah, Happy Chinooka.
Mitch could be on the smallest candle.
Yeah. Matthew Schneider, Aaron Crickstein.
Who's in the? Who's the biggest name in the?
Well, he's passed away. Hank Greenberg.
Yeah, Mike Stone will be second, right?
No.
Well, I meant living members. I kind of
yes, I know. I understand that. I'm trying to think about that. Aaron Crickstein, probably. I don't know. Matthew Schneider. He only played 1 year for the Wings, but yeah, he's in the Jewish Sports Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Anyway, enough of that. 97 won the ticket.
All right, the Michigan Panthers are back in Detroit, and you need to get down to Ford Field on Sunday, June 18th at 7 o'clock when the Panthers host the Philadelphia Stars on Father's Day. It's a rematch of the 1983 USFL Championship game, and it's WWE Superstars Night as Panthers MC Big E is bringing his WWE friends to Detroit for the game. Ford Field will have all kinds of activities for fans young and old, including a photo booth, a sign-making contest, cornhole, face painters, and caricature artists. You'll even be able to test your vertical jump just like the pros do. So don't miss the Panthers versus the Stars on Sunday, June 18th at 7 o'clock at Ford Field. Great seats will get you right next to the action for just $10. And don't forget WWE's Big E will be there with surprise guests. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
All right, 248-539-9797. Now, you guys were kidding, and I'm playing along. If they did have a Hanukkah float, basically, for the Michigan Jewish Sports Hall of Fame at the Thanksgiving Day Parade, who would be the 8 candles? And so we asked who are the best living members of the Michigan Jewish Sports Hall of Fame. If you're counting media guys, I got media people, I got 10, so we'd have to pare it down. I'll let you guys pare it down.
Sounds like a Twitter poll to me.
I'm taking
2 days because he only put 4 options.
I'm taking myself out of the equation, so I don't deserve.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. Okay, so all right, fine, whatever.
11.
Okay, 11. Okay, you got Mitch Albom, Dana Jacobson, me, Aaron Crickstein, Matthew Schneider played 1 or 2 years for the Wings, Larry Brown, his brother Herb Brown, an assistant and a head coach here for the Pistons before that. As Larry says, the greatest trainer in the NBA, Arnie Kander, Ken Daniels, former Michigan point guard Donnie Wall. Remember he started a few games for the Tommy Amaker era?
Yeah, I think I'd put you ahead of him.
And Matt Ishbia.
Okay.
There you go. As far as that people would know. There's also a guy named Mike Yellen who was a national U.S. racquetball champion, I believe.
Yeah, but I mean, so you could, Ishbia is probably busy, so you could just say it's the menorah is sponsored by Matt Ishbia.
I don't know. Dan Gilbert might be upset about that.
I'm sure he would. I mean, he could be. Oh, okay, well,
let's
just have a competition.
Of, Harry and Capital Mortgage Funding sponsoring it.
I don't think that would happen either.
Love you, Harry.
Yeah.
All right. So, anyways, this is easy. It's Mitch, Stoney, Crickstein, Schneider, Larry Brown.
Yes.
Not Herb. Kander, because there's always got to be room for a well-known trainer.
A Jew's got to be a doc, some kind of medical thing right there. Jewish doctor.
Ken Daniels, of course.
Yes.
Ken is great.
Yes.
He really is.
I was going to bring
and Ishbia. I mean, hey, he's a very successful business person and Spartan.
Right. And he's the owner of a professional sports team. And basically, he overreacted and might have given us Monty Williams.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. Now, Gov, you said you've never even been to the Thanksgiving Day Parade either, huh?
No, haven't. I've never been to an auto race, which is what brought this all up to Grand Prix. I have never been to an auto race. And I started thinking about this morning, and we had a caller earlier when we brought this up, talking about taking his kids and looking forward to it. I need to take the kids. They would find it fascinating.
Yes.
This is one of those classic things, been doing this for too long and just thinking, okay, whatever. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute.
The noise they would think it was really, really cool.
Yeah.
Or even if you can't go to this one, take them to MIS.
MIS, yeah.
I've never been to MIS. I went to one auto race in my life. I covered the Richmond 400 when I worked in Washington. And at Richmond, it's really a circle, even more than an oval, it seemed back then. And it was a long time ago. And there was no crashes. And it was just
boring
as hell.
This is okay. Preview a topic for next week. What do you, if you were born here in the Detroit area, what are you most anti-Detroit about, or what's most anti-Detroit about you? For me, it's cars. I'm not a car person.
Either
at all.
am I.
I could care less
I'm not
about
from
a car.
here, so.
I don't ever want to go to a car show. Like I said, I haven't been to a race. It's not like I hate it or think it's stupid.
Yeah.
There's nothing in me that cares.
Really?
Now, what I would like to, there's
even
a couple
monster truck.
Like I've been to a
Smashing
Monster Jam,
cars?
and I'm like, this is starting to get really long.
So I think you're like me. You look like a car. A car is just a mode of transportation.
Yeah, it gets me from point A to point B.
It's like I gotta say, my
No,
wife.
I would if I was rich, would love to own, something fancy. I mean, I love the Chargers. I think they're just awesome cars. I'd love to have a BBT.
So would Kelly.
Oh, come on. Time for Gator to walk in.
No, definitely do not want to know. But we will. So we'll wish Gator a very happy day today because. Although I don't think he's big on these, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
I don't know, because I know he wasn't crazy about the punch keys. But happy National Donut Day, Gator.
Well, thank you very much.
Are you a big donut guy?
I enjoy donuts in moderation, or I try to.
Yeah.
So I try to stay away from them because they can be bad.
Oh, I know. Believe me.
Krispy Kreme's at a problem, and Krispy Kreme has a great deal today.
I know they do, but it's the closest one is in Troy.
Yeah, I know where it is.
I'm not driving out.
Yeah.
I can get enough good donuts without driving.
I've never stopped in there.
You haven't?
I've never.
Just at that one, or
ever. I
any
mean,
of them?
it's been amazing restraint, I think, on my behalf to not, because
that's a 2 dozen stop.
you
is.
can't stop with them. That's the problem. Is they're so damn good. I don't know what
Right,
it is about
especially when
those
they come out
places.
hot too.
Yeah, I was in Vegas 25 years ago. It was the week. It was the week after Thanksgiving, and while I was in Vegas, the news broke that Nick Saban was leaving Michigan State to go to LSU. So this is how long ago this is. And while I was there, I was staying at the Luxor, which was right next to Excalibur. So I went to Excalibur, just walking around, and there was a Krispy Kreme place in there. I'm like, oh, this seems get a dozen donuts. Why not? I'll grab a dozen, have them for the weekend, whatever. And I didn't realize there was more than just glazed donuts at Krispy Kreme.
Jelly-filled donuts.
I mean,
oh, yeah.
Saw it all. This is unbelievable. So I was so excited. The next day, I sprained my ankle horrifically while in the arcade at the Luxor, and I couldn't move for 3 days. And I was
Is
happy
it
to be in
okay
Vegas
if I
for 5.
ask how?
I stepped aside. There was this woman in the arcade who was walking with her son towards me, so I stepped aside to make some room. What I didn't realize was a change in elevation in the floor.
Oh.
It was like a 3-inch
drop.
step.
Yeah.
So I
What are you,
cracked
Joe
my
Biden?
ankle. Yeah, well, no, because I stayed down. I was in trouble. It was bad. I almost had to go. I should have gone to the hospital probably, but I did not. So all I had, because I couldn't leave my room, either get room service or I had the Krispy Kremes. I had a Krispy Kreme weekend, man. It was
Hey,
like,
there's nothing that can make you feel better.
How many
or
do you
rehab.
think you had all weekend?
I had the dozen, but I mean, if back in the day, if I really wanted to crush them, if they were just the glazed donuts, a dozen would be no problem.
Oh, yeah. It's a 2
they're-
dozen
they're
stop.
They're the most delicious little creatures.
Yeah. I mean, they just melt in your
10
mouth.
miles from here. I checked it on
Yeah, I
Waze.
can't do it. I won't do it.
No,
I
I
can't
won't
do
either.
it.
I'll do a Dunkin' on the way home.
I try not to do it.
I like to celebrate all holidays.
Yeah, well, as you should.
Yes,
like, I mean, the
Today's a
reason they're
holiday?
holiday is to celebrate. Yeah.
Sure,
Did you
absolutely.
leave Bernie
Yeah.
off the list, by the way?
He's not in,
Oh.
but
Wow.
that's by his choice.
Oh. Well, oh.
I left Eli off the list.
Oh. Interesting. Have a whole group.
Yeah. Anyway, what do you guys got going today?
So is it National Donut Day?
Yes,
it is. Yeah.
There is a national day this weekend that I think Gator's going to like more
Oh,
than National Donut Day.
Can I guess? I don't want to spoil
You
it.
can guess.
he won't tell you if you're right.
All right. It's got to be National, like, Taco Bar Day.
Oh, man.
It's a great guess.
Oh,
But we got a Who's on Top that is centered around what this is.
Okay.
We'll get to that in the noon hour.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. We'll see you Monday. 97.1 The Ticket.
Yes, it is a Friday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing great. Gator, how are you today?
All right, Doug.
Yeah?
A little scrambled here to start the show. It's my fault.
Well, what happened?
I left the house later than I should. That was an issue. And then it was smooth sailing coming here. It was like, okay, no problem. I'm actually making really good time. And then as soon as you get that thought in your head, up pulls this giant rock truck with 2 trailers on it. And then I'm slowed down to a standstill and can't get past him because he's leading the way on the rest of my route. Get to the roundabout. Nothing like waiting for a truck that size to clear a roundabout.
It's the old story, the rock truck.
Yeah. It's a big old rock truck.
Rock truck.
Rock truck.
Rock truck.
Moving concrete from 696, I'm sure.
It's cliche.
Yeah. Seen it happen once. You've seen it 1,000 times.
So here's a thought. There's going to be construction for like a year.
Yeah.
Maybe you might come across more rock trucks.
I might. Yeah. No, this was I'm sorry. This was not the time I wanted to leave my house this morning. Okay. Reading an article on The Athletic, and then I'm like, what? It's what? I got to go. Anyway.
So what?
All right.
What happened last night? Anything exciting?
Well, I watched the basketball game, majority of that, and it was a little litmus test for me to see if does it hold my interest, and it does. I'm very intrigued by the matchup, even though it was blowout for the most part last night. But I'm liking the matchups because you get to see there's a superstar in each team, but these teams aren't super teams. You know what I mean? They're not get 4 superstars together, 3 superstars together, and watch them go. I mean, you've got the best player in the world, and then you've got playoff Jimmy, and let's go. And it's fun to watch, even though it wasn't as competitive as you would hope last night. Game 1, Miami looked tired. Denver looked rested. Let's move on to game 2.
It's funny because I've got the game on, and my wife had never seen Denver, so I just said to her, and she has watched plenty of NBA basketball in her day. She was a huge Bad Boy fan back in the day and loved Isaiah Thomas. But anyway, I said, what if I told you that dude right there is the best player in the NBA? She's like, what? No.
No way.
Guess what? He was. And it's kind of a hard sell last night because he didn't take a lot of shots when she was watching, but he did impact the game.
Oh, does he impact the game?
Yep.
Is he good?
I'm telling you, not only does he not look like a good player, he doesn't play like a good player. Like he has like a catapult shot. Yep. Like the way he moves is awkward. He travels a lot, but I guess so does the entire NBA.
God. Because
they shuffle their feet, and they're pivoting and switching. Yeah. But with that being said, the ball goes in.
Jumps off the wrong foot.
Yep, exactly. He finds the right guy, passes does everything well. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah, and next thing you look at the stat sheet, and he's filled it up with 27 points, 14 assists, and 10 rebounds.
On like 65% shooting.
Yeah, he's incredible because he is the quintessential, does not look like he could possibly be athletic athlete. And he's the best in the world at what he does.
And a side note real quick is Mark Jackson's calling the game, right, guys?
Yep.
With Van Gundy and Mike Breen.
Yeah.
I can't listen to Mark Jackson because he didn't put him in his top 5 in MVP. So every time I hear him talk about how great Jokic is,
yeah,
and I know he said it was a mistake and all that, he just completely forgot for whatever reason. I'm like, you didn't even vote him top 5. Like, I can't listen to you.
How do you come up with 5 players better than him?
Okay, so Kang brought up something before the show, Gator, and it kind of jogged something. I had a urge last weekend, but I'll start with it. Okay. Yeah, I had an urge, and I fought the urge to do something I knew I shouldn't do. But Kang said, "Look at that Ford Bronco." And then what did you call? There was a Ford Bronco parked outside. It's like this green.
It's a green right here, Gator. If you can't see, it's a green Ford Bronco.
Yeah,
one of the newer ones.
I know who's got one.
Okay.
Yep.
And I just looked at it and I go, that looks like a Doug car.
He thinks a Ford Bronco looks like a Doug car.
No, and I'll admit it's partly or a lot to do with the color as well. It's like this shiny, like electric green not neon green, but like a forest green.
Well, and then his description was like, that's just you up north looking at trees.
Looking for a sunrise.
Well, I think here's why Kang says it. When we started doing this show together 17 years ago,
yeah,
you were driving an Amigo,
orange, copper,
a copper
Suzu
orange. It was
Amigo.
actually I like the color in it. It was, and it looked like this fun little car to drive, and you would take, going down dirt trails. Not like you go off roading on it, but you would go down dirt trails and have fun because that's Doug. He's Mr. Outdoors. Take the roof off and enjoy life. And that's kind of what the Bronco is, a much more updated version of it. The new Broncos look great, I think.
Yep.
And that one in particular, yeah, I think it looks great.
Actually, that Amigo met its fate, and it's on YouTube because my brother-in-law was working. I was done with it. I was moving on, and my brother-in-law was working at a used car dealership, and we just gave it to him. And he, if you go to YouTube and type in Flying Amigo at Rocks and Valleys, that is my brother-in-law, Dave, jumping the Amigo.
It's an amazing video.
That is my old
Flying Amigo at
Rocks and Valleys.
Doug, when you watch that, you go, hey, I know that car.
I sure do.
That's
sure
mine.
do.
All right, hang
Did you
on.
find it?
Yeah, I found it.
All right.
Gonna wait for the.
Describe what you're seeing.
Well, it's got to clear the commercial here, but good to know that it's got over 1,200 views.
Yeah.
This was uploaded 13 years ago.
Yep.
And let's see here. Okay, lots of dirt, and the car is going off into the grass and towards the forest area.
Mm-hmm.
Turning around, coming to face the camera a little bit. Well, it stopped. Okay, now it's going to reverse. And I assume the engine's being revved right now as it's just waiting to go. Wheels are straightened out. The car is going. Kicking up dirt as we speak. Oh, there's a big hill. It makes a big-ass jump right into the mud.
Yep.
Coming up halfway to the tires, and it stops. Did the car stop too?
So there's two things. That was the end of the Amigo, and it kind of messed up my brother-in-law's back. Doesn't feel great.
Oh.
It didn't feel great after that.
Yeah, I would not have done that.
No, but he jumped it, and that was the end of my Amigo.
Yeah, but to King's point, that's a Doug car.
So this is the urge. Last Saturday, I was outside, and I'm like, I want to get a Jeep. I want to drive around with the top down on a Jeep.
Oh, you want like an old school Wrangler?
Yeah. I was like, I got it. And I'm like, no. Maybe I can.
Maybe I can.
Yeah, I was like, it just felt like a Jeep day.
Oh, I hear you, man.
It felt like a Jeep day. And I was like, okay, wait, maybe I just rent one and drive around for a day. That's it. Just rent a Jeep and drive around for a day, satisfy the urge, and save yourself, $50,000 or whatever it would be. But it felt like a Jeep day.
I used to, when the Jeep Wrangler Unlimited first came out, it was like the full-size version of the Wrangler.
Mm-hmm.
And it had versions of it where it had soft tops, hard tops, whatever. You could totally take everything off it, and this was like this very comfortable-looking SUV, but it was clearly a Wrangler. I loved it. I thought it looked amazing. And at the time I was driving a Jeep, a Cherokee at the time, and I'm like, oh, my neighbor had this Unlimited. I'm like, that thing looks fun.
Yeah.
And then I found out it's a pain in the ass to take the tops off and all that. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll get over it. Years go by later on. And I actually with a buddy of mine the other night, a week ago, and he was telling me how he had just bought one of those Wranglers and used one from a couple of years ago. And I said, but yeah, isn't it a pain in the ass to take the top off? He goes, oh, no. Now they have these kits that you can put in your garage. It's like a lift, and it's relatively inexpensive. And you could put the lift or the hoist up and attach it to the roof of your garage or the ceiling of your garage, and you could take it off really easily. Like, oh,
yeah,
man,
yeah.
But it looks fun, man. You
does.
take it just out there, and you're in. It's like a convertible SUV.
You're cruising around, top down, music playing, and you feel like you're constantly going to go, hey, what's up?
Oh, no, I was going to ask you.
You have
to do the Jeep wave.
I'm not talking about to the Jeep people. I'm talking to everybody. When you got the top down on a Jeep, you're waving to everybody. It's just, It's like a party on wheels.
Doug's
man.
got a sleeveless, some border shorts on.
Yeah, you got it. Hat on backwards.
Yep.
Yeah, wrap around shades. Got the whole getup.
Yep.
I was like, it feels like a Jeep day, and I'm like,
key ring is a tennis ball or something like that.
Yeah, you go back and you're like, all right, how much do these things cost? And I'm online, and I'm like, this is
$71,000.
This is not happening. This is so not happening.
Right.
Standard everything?
Yeah, and now they come they have there's like a pickup version of the Wrangler. It's like with a bed. It looks awesome.
I don't like those.
You remember when we were at?
You can have that one.
When we were at the Dream Cruise 2 years ago, and we're doing the show from there, and they had the Hummers, the EV Hummers that were out there.
Yep.
Man, did those look nice.
Yeah, I mean,
and they would take off, not make a sound, and go like 100 miles an hour like
and
that.
My net worth wouldn't buy one. But they're sweet.
Like, how much are those? That's about $140,000. Like, how many? What's that?
Yeah. So anyway,
so you're trading in.
Today feels like a Jeep day.
You getting rid of the EV?
No.
You're getting rid of the EV and go to a Jeep?
I will tell you the EV, and I looked at the 4xe because the Jeep has one, but driving past gas stations for the last year has been the greatest. It's been the great, and the money you save that you're not spending on gas, it's a little bit of sticker shock out of the gate, honestly. But then you start realizing you're paying less per month when you just eliminate gas, and your electric bill moves a little.
It all balances out. It probably ends up being a better, probably better for you financially when all is said and done. But they have a shelf life. You have to get another car at some point and start the cycle all over.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the shelf life is on this thing, the battery life and all that, but I warrantied up because I was like, all right, this kind of new technology, and who knows what's going to happen. But
wise.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday here on 97.1.
Well, summer is definitely here. It's warm outside, and it's boating weather. And you know what? If you're going out in a boat and you're going to hang out with some friends and have a good time, you're going to do it responsibly. Well, for those of you that can handle it and enjoy it while the boater is, being responsible, bring with you a bottle of Flying Ace bourbon. If they haven't had it yet, they're going to thank you because it's delicious. It's just an everyday sipper you can have out there on the lake, or if you're sitting on a dock somewhere. You want to be outside because it's nice out, and you want to enjoy it even more. Enjoy it with Flying Ace bourbon. It's a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. It's versatile. You can drink it any way you want. Like I said, it's an everyday sipper. It's delicious. Have it on the rocks. You want to do shots and celebrate a game with your friends. That's cool. You want to mix it up with some ginger ale or some cola. It's delicious either way. Flying Ace is the perfect everyday drinker. It's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. And at only $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget at all. It's a small batch American-made bourbon blended in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family, artfully crafted for the brave of heart. Check it out, Flying Ace Spirits. You can follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram, and you can stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tigers back in action. We got some Dan Campbell sound we need to play. Boy, I'm liking him more and more, and we'll get into how he handled the situation. We got a Who's on Top in the noon hour. Let's get to your open line calls. We go to DJ on 97 a ticket. Hi, DJ.
What up, though, fellas? All right?
We're great.
Good, DJ.
Hey, I just want to touch on what y'all touched on when you first came on about one of you guys' wife was like, huh? Not him.
Yeah, exactly. It was my wife.
So here's the thing, man. This dude, I'm cheering for this dude because he's winning me barbershop arguments and arguments with my nephew. My nephew just graduated from Brother Rice. He's headed to Louisville in the fall to play basketball, right? So he's a young fella. So I'm always telling him, like, nephew, the old guys could do this, they could do that. Oh, they can't jump, they can't run, they're too slow. Larry Bird will get killed, Kareem will get killed. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? So I tell him a story. Yeah, right. So I tell my nephew a story. I said, nephew, 15 years ago, because I played locally here, guys. Before I went to the military, I played high school basketball and small JUCO ball here for Cooley, for Detroit Cooley, and I played for JUCO. So I'm a hooper. So 15 years ago, we would come home, and we would have a pro-am at St. Cecilia. So the pro-am, everybody come back home. I mean, the who's who from this area. Vashawn Leonard, Anderson Hunt, C. Webb, everybody come home. We playing the pro-am, right? So picture this. This old man walks in, about 6'2", bow-legged, smelling like icy hot. He can barely walk. He's literally walking in almost on crutches. I'm talking about he walking. So picture Mr. Furley with a basketball gym bag walking in. And I'm talking about his socks is all the way up to his knees. He got on some old Converse. Hey, what's going on, young fellas? What's going on?
It's like Uncle Drew. You got Uncle Drew playing for you.
Right, yeah. So we all looking like, man, watch out. So your first inclination is we young, we jumping through the gym, we dunking. The first inclination is I got him right there.
Right.
Man, listen. After about an hour, and I'm going to say this name to y'all, so y'all going to know exactly what I'm talking about. After an hour, I watched Terry Durod give everybody 50. And I'm talking about this dude couldn't jump. He was moving in slow motion. He was up faking. He was dribbling with one arm, and there was nothing you can do. I'm talking about Albert White, Mo Taylor. I'm talking about it was bad. On me, I'm talking about he telling me, hey, young fella, I'm going to make you go for this up fake, and I'm going to hit this step back on you. I'm saying, like, man, watch out, man. And that's exactly what he did. He up faked you 3 times and called it off glass, and you're literally sitting here looking like, oh, my God.
So people that didn't hear the name, Terry Durod, played with the Pistons. Was he from UAD as well?
Yep, UAD, Highland Park. So
like
when
early 80s,
Jokic,
late 70s.
Right. He is literally winning me arguments that I've been telling my nephew forever. You ain't got to run. You ain't got to jump high. You ain't got to be super fast. You just got to know how to play. And I've seen it multiple times with Durod over the years. God rest his soul, because he died 3 years ago. So when you guys started with Jokic today, that's the first thing that popped in my mind. I have literally watched Terry Durod give every ex-NBA player, my boy Antonio Gates, everybody. I've seen it. I mean, it's like unreal, guy, because he could barely walk. It's unreal.
You just can't make up Jokic. He doesn't look the difference, the delta between what he looks like and how he plays. It might be the greatest in the history of sport.
They're those guys you would play against in pickup games, these big, lumbersome guys you wouldn't think much of, right? But they just scored. You're like, how is he scored? Somehow they knew all the angles with the backboard. They knew how soft to lay it up against and it hits the rim. It doesn't matter. It gets the shooter's bounce. Everything, right? It was the ugliest looking shot, but it always went in.
So it's funny. I was listening to somebody reading back a scouting report of Nikola Jokic before the draft, and whoever the scout wasn't effusive in his praise, but said, this guy has the most incredible hand-eye coordination of any player I have ever seen. And I'm like, you can't ride hand-eye coordination to the top of the world, or can you? Like, is this guy all of that? It's fun and funny because you don't believe it. You're just like, no, not this guy. And yeah, that guy. I'm trying to convince my wife last night, no, seriously, he's the best player in the league.
And yet, I think about how hard that is to scout, though. Because if your just mind is trained on, I'm looking for athletes. I'm looking for guys who can jump through the gym, can sprint down the floor, can, have this incredible jump shot because they can elevate 3 feet, wait, and then release, and it's amazing. and you're trying to evaluate that against, some guy who's doesn't look athletic at all.
And he's not athletic.
Right. Can't jump, can't run, has no muscle tone.
He lights up a cig on the bench.
Right, exactly. And losing his hair at 18 and just doesn't look right on the floor. But the ball rolls in.
So and like he doesn't force his game either. Last night, Miami ran 2 defenders at him a lot, and he just passed over the top and had a triple double where he took 12 shots the whole game. 12 shots the whole game and scored 27 points.
He's amazing.
And he doesn't force it. And he said after the game, look, whatever happens, we can win. And whatever I need to do to win. Michael Malone said after the game, yeah, he doesn't force his game. He doesn't. He just, if you got to pass, he'll pass. Michael Porter Jr., quote, he can have such a big impact and shoot the ball 3 times. He doesn't care at all. He's just always going to take what the defense gives him.
I think when he was in Serbia, before he got drafted, they asked him about college basketball in America, and his quote was something to the effect of, those guys are really fast. They jump really high. I just play basketball. Mm-hmm. It's like and it wasn't a knock on them. He was just saying, I don't do that stuff. I don't jump high. I don't run fast.
I practice on shooting and, being able to pass and fundamentals. I know how to get in position.
Someone texted us, said, I can't believe Eric Montross is this good.
Right?
But it's like, that's what it is.
He looks like a less athletic Eric Montross, which is saying a lot. If Eric Montross put on 30 pounds all around his gut. But, they're up 1-0, and they're probably going to win this thing.
Oh, you called it, Doug.
In 5. I did call it, and
they're the favorite. Let's see, if
I
there's
call
only
it
a
5.
series we can think about where you wouldn't count your chickens before they're hatched. If there was only,
I'm not. Hey, look, I will say this. I thought the Heat had a chance to win last night because the Nugs were off for so long, but
Nugs.
I know, it's funny. 248-539-9797. All right, Dan Campbell. He addressed Jamison Williams' social media presence, and he got pressed on it. His responses, to me, fascinating. We'll get to that at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. saw something that made me laugh. NCAA baseball regionals start today. 16 sites, 4 teams per site, double elimination tournament. But, the sites are determined on the top 16 seeds, which means if your team goes out and has a good year, you can host. And Kentucky is a host team. But it just so happens this weekend in Lexington, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, including, I guess, some massive country music festival, and there's no hotel space. So the 3 teams that are headed to the Kentucky Regional, West Virginia, Indiana, and Ball State, there's no hotels for them. So they are staying in the vacated Kentucky dorms. Yes. And I always thought a great idea for college homecoming, this idea is flawed.
Okay.
But instead of having people who come home and stay in hotels, they stay in dorms. Like you get to go back and stay in your dorm room for a weekend.
Oh, I don't want that.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you're going to do this. What are you going to build an extra dorm that's just for homecoming? Of course not.
Kick everybody out.
Yeah, but would you enjoy staying in a dorm?
No, I lived in the dorms my freshman year when I was at Central Michigan. When I transferred to Michigan State, I was living in houses. So I lived 3 different years. I lived in 3 different houses. So my only dorm experience was the freshman year. And actually, our room was pretty cool. There were 4 of us together. So there were 3 parts to the room. There were 2 bedrooms, and then there was a common room in the middle where you had a couch and a mini fridge and a TV or whatever. So it was actually, and I had heard all these horror stories of my friends were at Michigan State, and I'd seen it over the years of how small the dorm rooms were at Michigan State.
Yep.
In some of the dorms, the others were not nearly as cramped and weren't as bad as I had heard. But ours was great at Central in terms of being how big it was. Plus, we were co-ed by room, not by floor. So on either side of us and across the hall, there were famales that were there. It was also not typically a freshman dorm. So we had some seniors that were living on the floor too, which was advantageous if you wanted to procure some beverages later on. So, there was a lot of it was set up to be a really nice experience, but I did not like dorm living at all.
Do you remember what dorm you were in?
Yes.
What was it?
It was Tate.
Okay. So my daughter's actually a counselor at the Special Olympics Summer Games at Central Michigan right now, and she's living in a dorm.
Do you know what dorm?
She told me the name, and I can't remember, so I'm going to try and look up.
Ours is one of the older ones. We were by the baseball field and by one of the old gyms.
Selene? I think it's Selene.
Don't know it.
Yeah. Well. Anyway, just a thought.
Would you?
I think it's a neat idea, but I think
you and Rico hanging out.
Yeah. Maybe not with Rico. No, I think it'd be fun. Okay, so we said we'd get to this. Let me follow through on it. Dan Campbell addressed the media yesterday. He got really pressed at the beginning. I don't know who the reporter was, but they were talking about Jamison Williams' maturity and starting with, his social media presence and, liking the tweet, about Lamar Jackson coming to Detroit and all that. And Dan Campbell was asked about it. He was asked 3 questions about Jamison Williams. And I want to play these for you and get your takeaway, all right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's the first question. When any concerns about Jamo's social media presence? Okay. I'm going to play these sequentially. The follow-up question was, how would you react if he liked a tweet about the Lions hiring Sean McVay?
Right.
And here's what Dan Campbell said. And then the third question on that front was, Jamo mentioned last week that his relationship with Goff was perfect, and Campbell was asked to characterize it. Okay. He completely diffused it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Dan Campbell, for all his Coach Thor stuff, that was savvy diffusing of a situation. And I hope it's indicative of how he handles things behind closed doors as well. Because that, to me, was taking a potential, uncomfortable topic and just addressing it what it sounds to me like honestly, but also downplaying any potential problems. I hope it's true. Like, I hope everything he said is truly indicative of nothing behind the scenes. Because look, at any given time, we can take ticket texts on people who are already very worried about Jameson Williams. And I really want to allow young people a chance to grow up and to mature a little bit, and to not create waves where there's none that need to be created. He does not. The world was going to continue to revolve if Jameson Williams passed on liking the tweet about Lamar Jackson, right? He didn't need to do that, but it makes people ask questions and it creates a perception, which if the perception isn't indicative of reality, then it probably doesn't matter at all. And that's the way Dan Campbell played it.
Well, we've all asked questions about it, but listeners have brought it up a ton since those incidents happened on social media. I think what Dan Campbell just did was a masterclass on diffusion, right?
Yep.
Whether or not there is a problem, they have a united front that there isn't. And you can choose to believe it or not. It doesn't really matter. It's his, he addressed it and done with it. Next, let's move on. And it's basically echoing what Jameson Williams had said, but maybe doing it in a more articulate way. And now that you've got two people saying it, and it's the coach, because the fact that the coach even offered up. Now, look, if somebody said to me, they like Sean McVay better or whatever, I would probably want to go talk to the person, make sure you don't have a problem with me.
Yep.
And you hope that that's kind of what happened with Jameson Williams and Jared Goff, that they've cleared any air, if there's any air to be cleared. I would certainly hope that has been brought up between the two, but they seem to get along fine and working out. I guess it was a part yesterday in practice where there was a little confusion on a route, and the two had a discussion, and it looked like it was a little heated.
Yeah.
But that's football. That's different. That's on the field stuff, and let's make sure we work out these bugs and get on the same page. But I'm comforted that the head coach can squash something quickly, like he did, and did it in just
he
because
wasn't
it was
stressed at all.
No,
he wasn't stressed,
not even a little.
All. And I as time goes by and we watch Dan Campbell handle all the responsibilities of being a head coach, and there's so many. That one yesterday was a little window into something I really liked, and it's you know what it is? It's potentially indicative of crisis management.
Mm-hmm.
And that was that like you said, that was a master class. Now, he was asked about the gambling suspensions.
Mm-hmm.
And talked about him. We'll play for you what he had to say coming up at 10:50. And at 11:05, he said of one Lion I cannot say enough good things about him. We'll play that for you today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Fighters, start your engines. The XFC is coming to the Detroit Grand Prix tonight, June 2nd. That's right, tonight at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. XFC Grand Prix is a one-of-a-kind mixed martial arts event that officially kicks off the return of the Detroit Grand Prix to the streets of downtown. Be witness to world-class MMA league fighting tonight and take in the racing on Saturday for an incredible weekend of Detroit sports action. Fight fans, you get right next to the action with tickets starting under $20 or purchase a VIP table ringside for the ultimate experience. It all happens tonight at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. For tickets, go visit xfcfight.com. That's xfcfight.com.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The Jamison Williams stuff from yesterday and Dan Campbell was really, really good. We got one feedback here. It said, that's how you disarm a bomb. And I mean, it was really, really well played by Dan Campbell. And I thought that was intriguing because the skill set it takes to be a head coach, Gator, as you know, you and I know, and I think probably everybody knows, but you get the way you make your name as a coach is generally through teaching of technique and X's and O's, you know, things like that. You start when you start
At
coaching
different levels.
you start coaching a position, and you get really good at that, and then you get a better job at a better place, and maybe go from high school to small D1 to mid-major to high D1. Next thing you know, you're a coordinator, and the skill set is all football. And then you become a great quarterback. Now you're a head coach. And it's less football. And now it's talking to alumni groups. It's meeting with the media. Yeah. It's recruiting. It's, dealing with player issues. It's academics. It's hiring a staff. It's like all these different skills, which are not particularly related. You build up and you watch people do it when you're working in football, but you make your name as an X's and O's or technique guy, right? And so when somebody gets elevated to that position, I've watched some better than others at making that transition.
I look at it, 3 different levels of football: high school, college, and pro. The high school head coach, that's like a teacher, right? That can be father figure, the whole bit, and there's a lot involved, a lot of responsibility, because you truly have the young minds that you're trying to mold and teach and instill values in. When you get to college, it's more of a CEO type, because you're being pulled in a bunch of different directions, like you said, because now it's not just, I'm not being paid simply to coach the team on the field. I'm being held, my feet are being held to the fire with recruiting. Like you said, I have to talk to alumni, I have to do this and that. There's a lot to it. Mm-hmm. I feel like the pro level coach, the NFL level coach, maybe they breathe a little easier, because all the responsibilities of being a college coach are not all the responsibilities of an NFL coach. Being an NFL coach, it's, this is your team, you're overseeing your team, but you don't have to do all the other crap that college coaches have to do.
You're not responsible for 115 kids.
And you don't necessarily have to teach either, because they're professionals at this point. They're good enough to get to this level. You shouldn't have to be teaching them basics. Now what you're teaching them are maybe fine-tuning things and looking at different analytics or whatever.
In many ways, going to the pro level is getting more back to football. I talked to a college coach once that said, I'm kind of had it with all that goes along with being a college coach. And it wasn't like a high D1 head coach kind of deal, but he said, I want to go back to high school because it's just more about the game.
Well, and in college is changing now too, because maybe college coaches can rest a little bit easier now because their staffs have grown so much. Mm-hmm. And now they're able to hire recruiting coordinators, hire somebody who specifically deals, or a department that specifically deals with NIL. And you get those two things off of your chest, that's good. It's like, hey, if I'm going to recruit, I come in for the big guys and I try to close the deal, or I open, wait 7 months, and then I close the deal. But basically, you're relying on your coordinators and your assistant coaches to do the majority of the recruiting. But I think that things have changed dramatically in the college game, but it's still a mess with what you have to do.
Being a college coach is just, I think it's in many ways harder than being a pro coach.
Yeah,
but with that said, we got here because we were talking about watching Dan Campbell field this short hop of a topic smoothly and casually throw over to first on the topic of Jameson Williams. Another kind of uncomfortable topic is the gambling suspensions. The Lions have been hit more than most. He was asked about it early in the news conference. Hey, what are you doing? And he said, well, we're now making a bigger point of emphasis. And somebody later, I think it was Dave Burkett, asked the question, all right, what specifically are you doing to try and make sure that this isn't a repeated problem with the Detroit Lions? Here's what Dan Campbell said. Okay, again, a couple things there. He actually took responsibility. We didn't do enough.
Well, clearly they didn't do enough. They had all those guys that got busted.
Remember that story last week? I think it was last week from Pro Football Talk and a Florio story about, hey, this is a Lions problem. And I'm like, well, let's wait and see
what the second wave is.
And at this point, there is really no second wave. There aren't other teams that have been impacted by on this with this topic like the Lions have. And if that doesn't happen, then I will agree.
Well, supporting what Florio had to say is that the first wave that came by, it was only Lions and, one other player, Shaka Toney. That was it. So
and there's 5 Lions players and multiple Lions employees.
The employees is the other thing that goes kind of unnoticed because this is an organization-wide issue that they didn't know enough about the rules. That maybe they thought they did. I feel pretty confidently, even though a couple guys got busted for this, that people know in that organization that you can't bet on professional football games. But not everybody did, because a couple guys did, and then they were suspended for the whole year and eventually released. It's amazing to me that would get to that point. Because that happened, that tells me they clearly didn't do enough. So even though Dan Campbell says the NFL does enough, and we did enough. No, you didn't, because you had the problem. But then he said, we definitely addressed it now. Well, now you've got living, breathing examples of why you can't do what you do, and you better hammer home. This is why these guys are no longer your teammates. This is why Jamison Williams, is nice to have him out here for OTAs, but you're not going to see him for the first 6 weeks of the season. This is the exact reason why you cannot gamble on sports within the facilities of the Detroit Lions or the NFL.
Now, if the second wave comes out and there's 86 NFL players that are suspended for 6 games, and then it'd be like, okay, so a lot of teams just left it to the league's messaging and got burned by this, then I'll say, I'll feel a little bit better that our Lions did what everybody else did. But I'm glad he took responsibility and, again, handled a difficult topic pretty easily.
Yeah, we don't know what the second wave is going to bring or how many other teams are going to have players suspended. But just speaking on the Lions specifically, because we know what happened with them and Jamison Williams, I'm with you, Gator. There maybe wasn't they told the guys, but they clearly did not emphasize it enough. Because here's my issue with the whole thing. This is 6 games for Jameson. That's a third of the season. That's a big deal. I don't know why this isn't brought up. And you don't want to treat them like children. I don't want to tell them every single day, hey, reminder, don't gamble on football and don't gamble while you're in our facility. But maybe put a sign up. And the fact that it was not just the players, it was an organizational thing where there are employees that work for the Lions that got let go. And Jamison Williams himself, by the way, said he didn't know the rule. Or he didn't know that the specific rule, and that's why, and he's not a big-time gambler or anything, but he didn't know the rule. This has got to be more of a point of emphasis. Like, I'm sure it is now, but why wasn't it before? Well, this is being reactive and not proactive.
Yep.
Well, interesting to hear Dan Campbell talk about what could have been very, very controversial topics and kind of diffuse them. And I hope, look, going back to the Goff, Jamison Williams thing, that he did a really nice job of handling those questions. I don't know that Jared Goff and Jamison Williams have to get along. As long as their personalities or their relationship doesn't get in the way of the football, that's what really matters.
Right.
You don't have to be best friends. You don't have to hang out. You don't have to like everything about the other guy. But just
respect each other as teammates.
Your
and
coworkers, and your success is relying upon one another. And so please do your best to get the most out of each other. And that's what matters. That's what matters. Right now, there's 90 guys out there. Do you think they all get along? Hell no. Do you think they all love each other? Maybe not. Do you think that some guys think other guys suck? Yep. But at the end of the day, as long as none of that stuff gets in the way of the football, it almost doesn't matter. It's just the way it is. 248-539-9797. All right. Dan Campbell says he can't say enough good things about this young Detroit Lion. We will get to that today at 11:05. But before we do, I want to see if people can predict who it is. Do you know who it is?
I don't know.
Okay. I want your guess, and I want to take 10 texts right now. First 10 text at 248-539-9797. Make sure you sign your name to your text so you get credit for it. Who is the young Detroit Lion Dan Campbell, quote, can't say enough good things about? We'll take your text, we'll get Gators guests, and we'll play it for you at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
For the first time in over 30 years, Indy cars are roaring around downtown Detroit this weekend. Today is a practice day. The main event runs at 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon through the streets of the D. There are also several autograph sessions happening throughout today at the Renaissance Center. MSU football coach Mel Tucker giving his thoughts at the National Talent Showcase at Wayne State University, asked about that controversial shift of a home game to Ford Field instead of East Lansing. Well, Tucker also says they're working to establish more leadership on the team after losing several players to the draft and transfer portal. The Tigers' number 11 prospect will make his MLB debut on the mound tonight as Detroit begins a weekend set against the White Sox in Chicago. Reese Olson will face the Sox. It's the start of a 6-game road trip. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket just after 8 o'clock. Also, not to bring back any bad memories, but the anniversary of Armando Galarraga's non-perfect game, the blown call at first base happened 13 years ago to this day. And tomorrow, Little Caesars Arena will hold its first ever boxing event. Flint native Clarissa Shields will defend her title against Hannah Gabriel, the only fighter to ever knock Shields down in her career. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Car Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Reacting a little bit to Dan Campbell addressing the media yesterday. And look, the non-negotiable with Dan Campbell's tenure, I want to make this clear, is winning. They have to win. And this year, quite frankly, anything short of the division title is going to feel like a disappointment. But that's a non-negotiable. There's a lot of, other stuff that is reasonably important that helps lead to winning, and he seems to be checking some of those boxes for sure. But ultimately, what matters is what happens on Sundays, and apparently Thursdays as well. And as long as they get the job done on Thursdays and Sundays, Dan Campbell will be a success. But I don't want to get wrapped up in the minutia. People get confused with what we think means success. It's not how you handle the media. But he handled it pretty well yesterday. Okay, so I mentioned that he's got a young player that he said, I cannot say enough good things about him. Here's some of the guesses that came in. Jake in a truck says Jack Campbell. Matt W. says Sam Laporta. Nick in Westland says Jahmyr Gibbs. Scott in Dearborn, Aleem McNeil. T-Mac says Khalif Raymond. Ryan at work says Kirby Joseph. Justin in Holland says James Mitchell. Nate in the Clem says Rodrigo. Rob in Redford says, I'm thinking James Houston. There's a lot of different guesses there.
Sure.
Gator, do you think it's any one of those guys?
I do. I know there are a lot of articles that have come out in The Athletic and Dave Burkett wrote about in the Free Press about Kirby Joseph, but I think for Dan, but I saw that associated with like Aaron Glenn with Dan Campbell. I'm going to think it's the tight end James Mitchell.
Okay. So a couple things here, and we'll play what he had to say about this young player in a minute. As I was going through these names, there is a player that I think he absolutely loves. Like, loves way more than any of the fans. I think some of the fans like the guy. Khalif Raymond. I think they love Khalif Raymond. And he talked about him yesterday, and that's not who he said, but I get the sense he's one of Dan Campbell's absolute favorites. But here is the answer. As he was talking about young players, and he couldn't say enough good things about this guy. Okay, James Mitchell coming out of Virginia Tech when they drafted him, we made the point that
was hurt.
He was coming off an injury, but in his 2 healthy seasons, he was putting up Brock Bowers type statistics. Not quite the volume. He didn't have the volume. And if you don't know who Brock Bowers is the number 1 tight end in college football. He's been a dominant force at Georgia since he got there, and he's probably going to go in the top 5 to 10 of next year's NFL draft. But Brock Bowers is a big play tight end, averages over 15 yards a catch and a touchdown every 6 catches. And he's got, hold on, let me look at this. He's got 120 receptions in 2 years.
Brock Bowers.
That's volume.
Yes, whereas James Mitchell had, I'm sorry, you're going. I have it in front of me. You go ahead. I don't know why I started.
He has about half of that at 52, but he averages 16.1 yards per catch with 7 touchdowns, which is a touchdown roughly every 7.5 catches. So, I mean, the big play capability, if you went back and watched this film, you could see this is a big play tight end, potentially. And so we thought it was a very intriguing draft pick at the time.
You know what else is interesting as I look at his college stats?
What's that?
his first year at Virginia Tech, he ran the ball 5 times for 7 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess they put the big guy in at goal line situations and said, we need you to get that yard. So possibly could be a short yardage guy in the NFL too. I don't know, but it's interesting they had 4 touchdowns and 5 carries in his first year.
Now, I think what Campbell mentioned, he went to Virginia Tech, I believe as a wide receiver, but he just played tight end, or was all his stats are listed as a tight end for his time at Virginia Tech. And I think that year, 2019, is the year that Hendon Hooker was the quarterback at Virginia Tech for many of their games.
That is true.
Was it
Yes.
was it just 2019 or was 2020? Do you have that in front of you by chance?
2019 was Hendon Hooker. 2020 was also Hendon Hooker.
Okay, so he played 2 years with Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
Which I mean could be significant moving forward. Who knows? But I really like the call of James Mitchell, and I really think there's some potential. There's obviously playing time available there. That might be taken away by a rookie, but you need multiple tight ends. It's pretty clear.
Well, and they do. They've got them. He was one of the triumvirate they had last year, and now they add another one in the draft, a high draft pick this year. Do I dare say I like the tight end room? You're not allowed to comment, but I think the tight end room looks pretty promising.
I probably already said too much, to be honest with you, about tight ends and the Lions. I'm on a 2-year self-imposed ban. Jarrett writes in, from what we've learned about Dan Campbell, one thing is he's certainly the same person inside the walls as outside. Another one here is Dan Campbell, the NFL's Ted Lasso. I mean, he could be. I'm not seeing. I'm halfway through the current season of Ted Lasso, and I'm not seeing him win enough. And that's a non-negotiable when it comes to coaching. Here's an interesting take.
He's not winning enough for a fictional character?
Yeah. As a Richmond Greyhound supporter, I'm disappointed in what's happening on the pitch, Gator.
All right.
And then there's this regarding Dan Campbell and Jamison Williams. He's addressing it, but it sounds to me like he's conceding they might have screwed up drafting him or they didn't do enough homework. Why would you trade up the drafted player if you knew he had years of maturing to do? What a wasted pick. Well, that's an interesting conclusion to draw already. Why would you draft a player if you knew he had some maturing to do? Well, you knew he was going to be sitting out the entire first year.
And maybe that would be a good year to mature.
Secondly is because he's that talented.
Yeah, you take chances sometimes on guys.
And they're not all going to be choir boys.
No?
They're not all going to be award-winning citizens. And
NFL Man of the Year candidates.
They're not all going to be the best employees.
Which, by the way, doesn't mean that Jamison Williams is a bad guy.
No, it sounds like we're implying that, doesn't it? Yeah.
No, but it's give him a chance to show what he can do and give him a chance to grow because he's 22 years old or whatever he is. I mean, young fella. Give him a chance. Think about yourself when you were 22 and how much growth there was for you as a person.
I don't love that.
Well, but think about how much you grew over the next 5 years.
That's why I talk about it. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Tigers back in action tonight. We will get into that. Gator, today starts one of my favorite events. I think it's underrated. We'll get to that today at 11:20. And we have got a Who's on Top that should excite you to no end.
Okay.
At 12:30.
All right.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Tired of maintaining your tired old deck? Well, rise above maintenance with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. Trex decking is fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. Red wine spills, scorching sun, no worries, my friends. Trex decking maintains its premium ageless look no matter what you throw at it, with decking to fit any budget. Find Trex composite decking at Builder's First Source in Clinton and Shelby Townships and online at bldrmichigan.com. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Detroit Grand Prix this weekend. And Gator, it's going to be a cool event. It's going to be a cool event. I'm trying to sort out the schedule here a little bit. It's something I'd like to be at, and I'm hoping that we can make that happen. But yeah, just to see downtown Detroit, those cars screaming through the buildings is going to be cool. So,
yeah, I was watching some coverage yesterday, different news outlets that were out there and doing man on the street type interviews and just showing old highlights of what it was like decades ago when they did it. It looks so great.
Yep.
It's just kind of fun to see those cars whipping past.
Yep.
They're going to stop and get a hot dog at Lafayette? No, they're not going to do that, but it's still going to be fun.
You might want to remember to bring earplugs if you've never been to one of these things.
Oh, it's
before.
loud.
Yep.
That's loud.
Yep. I remember the first time I went and I went to Grand Prix back in the day, the Nigel Mansell days, and showed up, and it was downtown Detroit. It was one of the free days. We had a friend, my dad was working with somebody from England who was way into it. Well, was into it. I don't know if they were way into it. Rob Joplin. And Rob took us down there, and I remember just being by Cobo. It kind of had a downhill there by Cobo where we just saw like two turns. And as a kid, it was the most awe-inspiring, overpowering thing. And then I had no relationship with auto racing until 1993. And I had to do race coverage at MIS. And I went out to pick up a credential at the building there at the turn 2. And they were practicing. And the track is just massive. And you can see the whole thing. There's certainly different vantage points and viewpoints. In Detroit, you're not going to be able to see the whole thing. But at MIS, you can, depending, as long as you're high enough, you can see the entire track.
Mm-hmm.
And I was standing in turn 2 as the cars were flying past, and it's like a runway. And they go from being right in front of you to way hell and gone over there, just like that. And I was like, God, TV does not do the speed justice.
It really doesn't. It doesn't. And then, when you're watching on TV and you're like, okay, yeah, these guys are fast, but you can't really judge it. And then you see a number associated with when they hit the straightaways and, NASCAR, they're going 200 miles an hour or close to it. You're like, what the hell? Is that serious? Then you watch Indy cars and do 225 miles an hour. Trying to put that in perspective, like the fastest the fastest you've ever driven is 110 miles an hour. They're doing twice that. Can you imagine? Well, yeah, you can. You can actually go to the event and see it. It's unbelievable. My brother went. I remember had a poster from the early 80s back in the day of the Detroit Grand Prix. And it was, I remember looking at this thing like, this is just a cool poster with like an Indy car in front of the Rensen. I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
But it was a drawing or painting. It wasn't an actual car. So it was just really cool. I'm so glad they're back downtown.
Yep.
Yeah, but the speeds aren't going to be as fast, Gator, with the Michigan left.
Right.
And the rock truck. I got you
rock
this
truck,
morning.
yeah, I know.
Rock truck got you.
Truck's there.
Construction.
Yeah.
Those construction zones really going to screw things
If
up.
you're going to make it Detroit-centric, yes, there should be a Michigan left.
Mm-hmm. What else? Do we throw a roundabout in there?
Well, you maybe do a traffic circle. You have to have the police stopping the race to let Tiger traffic through.
What about
let them out of the parking lots.
What about a down tree with a DTE worker around it?
I think
that's good.
That could red flag the race for a bit.
Construction worker where he's got the slow and stop sign where he turns it, because only one side can go. And then...
the orange barrels are really going to make an impact on the Grand Prix.
Potholes. Obviously.
Because, we need to fix the damn road.
And then you get to the pit and the insurance adjuster's there and go, not covering it.
Yeah.
Maybe, windshield replacement.
Yeah.
There's people from Safe Light are there or whatever.
Safe Light repair.
Yeah.
It's free. You can get it done free in the parking lot there at Meyer.
Of course.
They'll do it for you free. And what are the insurance commercials that run during Piston games, all those local games?
The
Cure Insurance, they'll be there too. Yeah.
I'm Rick Mahorn.
No, silly. You ain't gonna come back.
Yeah, it's going to be a different kind of Grand Prix.
What's a Kilbadoo doing here?
Right. Kilbadoo and Riley Green.
Yeah, right, in the car together.
So great.
It's not Derek Hill?
Okay, so this is not what I think is a wildly underrated event, although if you do, that's fine. I love the college baseball tournament.
Yes, you do.
It starts today. 16 regionals, 64 teams, double elimination for the first the regionals. 10 SEC teams got in, Gator. 10. Yep. Whereas 3 Big Ten teams got in. Indiana, Iowa, and Maryland. Iowa's been playing without their best player because he was wrapped up in that. Well, it's not official, but he's been suspended since they announced that Iowa had a bunch of athletes that were caught gambling. And he was just named a third-team All-American. He hasn't played for the last month. The one MAC team is Ball State with Rich Maloney, who used to be the coach at Michigan. You remember Zach Putnam, the pitcher?
I do remember the name, yeah.
He played at Michigan. He's an assistant for Maloney at Ball State. And they're in that Kentucky regional, staying in the dorms. And nobody cares. I think it's a wildly underrated sporting event. But the topic is, what is your college baseball tournament? What is your sporting event that you just love, but you kind of know that you're on an island, or you have a small community of you that are really into it? And I will watch a bunch of this tournament. I've got $3 bets for the noon games.
Oh, here we go. Look out.
But 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. What is your you know it's just you. Your small community that likes this sporting event.
For me, it's the Celebrity Pro-Am they do at Lake Tahoe.
Interesting.
I love that golf tournament out there with Lake Lambeer and the whole bit. It's the same people that are at the top of the standings every year, and it's great. I really enjoy watching that, just being a big golf fan that I am, and that's a tournament that I love to watch.
Why? What about it?
Because I like to see how great these athletes are when they're taken out of their sport, and here they are golfing, Like, who the hell's Marty Fish? Marty with a D. Well, good enough to where he's golfing out of his mind. John Smoltz is incredible, and you see
Tony Romo, isn't Tony Romo?
Yeah, Romo is usually done well in that, but I mean, it's also great to me because when you hear this is a little personal here, but for my whole life, the adult life, you would hear things about Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's a great golfer. Michael Jordan could compete on the PGA Tour if he wasn't an NBA player. I'm like, sure, I'm sure he could, right? And then I watch Michael Jordan play in this, and yeah, he's good, but he's nowhere near the top. These aren't even golf. These are just other professional athletes that are not PGA Tour players. So I get great joy watching Jordan not perform all that well. So that's, stupid of me, but it is what it is. I like watching the crowd gather at the beachfront on 18, and they're in their boats, and the boats are going all over the place because it's windy there typically, and it just looks like a beautiful setting. It's a course I would love to play.
And that's a great answer. That is a great answer. What is your favorite sporting event that you think is underrated and you're kind of suspicious that only you care? 248-539-9797. Adam is on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Adam.
Hey, how are you?
We're good.
So it's not as if it's definitely popular, but I think it's underrated in the national and international sense. But every year I go to the Indy 500, and you talked about the speed and all that, seeing it at MIS. And MIS, when they had the open wheel cars, is a little bit faster, but still they're entering turn one and race trim at 230 miles an hour. 350,000 people show up every year. It's a great event. Go every year, have a blast. But it's like in terms of national and international attention, it seems like it doesn't get talked about as much, even when it was super popular, more popular than it is now in the 80s and 90s, nationally in the media. And it seems like it's kind of like a thing that it's really popular in central Indiana, and then people who are into racing, which is kind of a niche sport to begin with.
Yep.
But otherwise,
Adam, question for you. You say you go every year. How long have you been going?
Since 2016.
Since 2016. Okay, so you were in the modern day Indy, because Indy, you're right, used to have a greater place in our sporting landscape. And, I go back to the Tony George Cart RIL split where he hijacked. I hate that.
Really killed it.
It really did.
Yeah.
I remember, again, another radio life, I talked to a lot of drivers because we did a lot of race coverage. And I can't remember who it was, somebody big. And I asked him, why is Indy special? What is it about the Indy 500 that makes it so special? And he said, imagine going 220 miles. Well, I'll answer what he said. He said, I imagine going 220 miles down your hallway and making a left-hand turn into your closet. And I thought that was a great description of how the turns are different.
And, from the event, it's just there is no other race on the calendar where they race for, everywhere else you're racing for points in the championship. They don't care about finishing second at Indy. If you finish second, it's really a place to finish anywhere else is a very good points day towards the championship.
Thank you for the call, Adam. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls. Your underrated sporting event that you love, but you're suspicious that you're the only one. 97.1 The Ticket. Speaking of off the beaten path sporting events, you see, you've been watching any of Roland Garros?
Any what?
Any of Roland Garros?
What is that?
It's a tennis tournament, Roland Garros.
Oh, you mean the French Open, where they play the French Open? No, I've not watched the French Open going on right now.
Roland Garros.
With that clay surface?
It's underway. Yep.
They're playing the French Open right now.
Roland Garros is underway, yes.
You'll never get me to say that.
Well, you know, right after Roland Garros comes the Open.
The British Open.
Yeah.
Where they play golf. Yeah, British Open's always interesting.
It's the Open, Gator.
No, it's the British Open.
It follows Roland Garros.
The
French Open.
I guess two big events of the summer: Roland Garros and the Open. One's typically in June, the other's
Pine
typically
Knob,
in July. 248-539-9797.
It's so funny because I didn't care changing it to DTE from Pine Knob. I didn't care.
Yeah.
Didn't bother me at all. But this stuff bothers me.
I know. That's why I brought it up. Let's go to David next to our 97.1. Hi, David.
Hey, Australian rules football is my thing. Love the game.
Who do you support?
Nobody in particular. I just love watching it. I mean, the ball goes out of bounds. The linesman picks it up, turns his back to the field, and throws it as high as he can over his head. And so it's open for anybody to get it.
It's a free-for-all.
It's just a good game. And you can't pass the ball to your teammate. You have to punch it or kick it to your teammate.
And you get a mark.
I love it.
Yeah, it's a fascinating game. And it's not one for an American teenager to try out for the first time when he visits Australia and plays with his friends. I'll tell you that.
No? You wouldn't recommend that?
I would not recommend that. Cricket, I could handle. Aussie rules, I could not handle.
A little rough?
A little rough. 248-539-9797. What is your underrated sporting event? I love the college baseball tournament, which starts today. Got a Who's on Top schedule for 12:30. Let's go to Marshall next. Hi, Marshall.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great topic. How you doing?
We're doing good. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I'm going to get real obscure here. So I have to wait every 4 years. So it's the Winter Olympics females curling. Absolutely love it.
The women's curling, huh?
Dude, it's call me crazy, but there's something insanely hot about women in foreign accents yelling at each other up and down the ice and competing. It just every time.
You just put it in perspective. I got it now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a great day, guys.
Take care. Sandra Schmerner. One of the greatest curling shots of all time.
There's just something about a
Thoughts
woman
and
with a
prayers.
broom in her hand.
Easy.
On ice, Gator.
On ice, yelling at her other friends.
In a European accent.
Or any accent.
I'm just going with the caller. What he enjoys.
He did. Who we got next here? Bill, you're on 97.1. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Great. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, great topic. This is an old time one. I like track and field. I always have. My wife ran a marathon before, and like the mile run, and like the gentleman that talked about the Indy, it used to be a lot more, of a prevalent in our culture, more of a big deal. But I think Sebastian Coe still holds the record, and that was like 40 years ago. And I'm not even sure. But just the fact that it's like a minute 40 he ran the mile, and can you just imagine?
Not a minute 40.
Quite
maybe,
a minute 40.
Maybe 3:40 or 3:50, something like that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, something like that's what I meant. Yeah, under 4 minutes. It's like 3:40. I'm sorry, my bad.
It's
But
okay.
just imagine. Just like the it's practically running not a sprint, but 3/4 of a sprint for 4 miles around the track. I just think the training that takes and just.
Oh yeah, those guys. It's kind of a sprint. Like it doesn't. You don't realize it until you see them live that they are running hard and fast. Like it is.
They are.
It is not a jog. The way most of us run a mile.
Yeah, it's kind of like It's kind of like the race car, not like that speed, but if you see them, they're not. The TV doesn't. You don't see how fast they're really running until you're right there. They're like booking.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, they are.
It's pretty crazy.
Sebastian Coe ran 3:48.95 back in 1979 to set the record.
Is that still the record?
No, it's been broken a bunch of times since then. But the current fastest time. This is, I guess, in a certain era. It's not an indoor track, so the fastest time on a non-indoor track, I believe, is 3:43. It's insane. On an indoor track, I think that number drops significantly. I don't know. Well, actually, now it's going to women. So let's just go with 3:43 as the fastest time.
There you go. 248-539-9797. We go to Jason next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jason?
Hey, good morning, or actually good afternoon, guys. So, yeah, my event, I like pro cycling in general, but, at least coming up to Tour de France next month, and it's an event at least even a casual sports fan is familiar with, even though there's a lot of other great cycling events that a fan, loves and appreciates. But to kind of go off what the last guy said about track, now in this case here, you got guys running 100 to 120 miles a day, day after day after day after day, in the heat of the steepest mountains you can imagine. And again, if you do happen to catch it on TV and you're watching a mountain stage, again, the TV does not do it justice, just how insanely steep some of these roads are. Now, of course, joke around what you want to say about PEDs and everything else, but,
I'm sorry, I missed it. What's the event? They run in mountains?
Cycling.
Oh, you're talking about cycling. I'm sorry. When you circle back to track, I thought you meant, yeah.
No, I was related to the guy the previous caller said.
Right, okay, gotcha. I lost you there for a sec. So, Jason, it is incredible, and we'll have it on here in studio whenever the tour is going on, and I just love seeing the French countryside. I've no interest in going to Paris, but I would love to go to the tour and just camp out and see what it's like.
Oh, my gosh. If they ever have the stage on Alpe d'Huez, I mean, there are people thinking about NASCAR, people camp out there all week, but at least you're able to see the cars for 3 hours. These people, it's like spring break on steroids, but they're going to be there for several days, up to 500,000 people to see the guys go by for a few seconds.
Yeah, that's the part that concerns me, is that I will go, well, I was kind of like the anticipation, all that, and then zoom, 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 and the Peloton go, and then it's over.
Yeah. Hey, can you grab me a drink? Sure, I'll be right back. Oh, they just went by.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be bad. But I want to check it out because I figured you don't just go one day. You go like 3 days and you camp out and you hang out. And
yeah, no desire.
I think, what's that?
I have no desire.
No desire at all? You don't think a party would be fun?
I mean, party's always fun, but I mean, if I'm going to go to a party, I'll go to a party. I don't need
okay, fair enough.
Wake up early so I can camp out for several hours and wait for 120 bicyclists go by that are all doped up that I'm not going to care about. No.
Well, the point isn't really that this is for everybody. The point of the topic, of course, is what is the event
this is what,
you love?
Exactly.
Yeah, this is you love and you think
I'm
you're
sorry
the
to
only
crap all over what the previous caller loved. That's fine. No, it sounds great. Glad you love it. He's like, I didn't say anything about your damn golf tournament.
Yeah,
you're right.
Celebrity golf tournament.
My bad.
Let's go to Don next. Hi, Don.
Hey, how are you guys?
What's going on?
All right, Don.
Hey, yeah, you guys just touched on it after the break. Roland Garros, the French Open. I think it's lost a little bit of its luster this year, but with Rafa Nadal being out, but I'm always intrigued to watch that one because he's only won it 14 times. And if you think of some of the great players to play tennis, Pete Sampras, he didn't even play for 14 years. So it's just staggering to think about. And, I love history. And
it really is amazing when you think about how great some of those guys are.
Hey, Don, what is your favorite thing about Roland Garros?
The French Open.
Oh, without a doubt, the clay.
Yeah.
It just brings a different dynamic. Being here, I've only played on hard courts, so I hear clay is a lot slower of a surface. So
yeah,
I don't know. It just kind of interests me a little bit.
The sliding is kind of cool.
Yeah.
On the surface.
I agree. I think
at Roland Garros.
Watching the surface at the French Open is interesting. That rich orange color of the clay.
Yep.
And I've always wanted to see what it would be like to play on something like that. Like, I can't play tennis a lick, but I'd like to try it. The same thing as, when you play at Wimbledon, on the grass surface.
Yeah.
Like, what? How is it possible grass surface is just like playing on concrete? It looks like it, and with the clay, do you have to wear a different? I got a million questions. Do you wear different shoes? And how does it mess with you in your head because you are sliding and you have to play the slide as opposed to running to the spot? And does the ball get covered in the clay? I don't think it does.
I think it gets stained.
But if you fall down, like you're covered.
You're covered in the clay.
But the ball doesn't look like it's that damaged.
Hey, you're invited to the summer mocktail party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Try the refreshing new mocktail smoothies for a limited time. Strawberry margarita, island punch. There's the watermelon mojito smoothie. They're all on the app or online at tropicalsmoothiecafe.com. They're making a splash this summer. Try them before the summer mocktail party is over. Make every day a getaway with the bold flavors and better for you pairings only at Tropical Smoothie Cafe, where they bring the goodness with fresh made-to-order smoothies and food. Now, you can customize it, which I typically do. Add whatever you want. Make it healthier. Almond, spinach, kale, chia seeds, ginger, or supplements like protein, fat burner, or energizer. Plus, do what I do, which is order ahead. With the app, you get rewards points. In fact, I got a smoothie yesterday. It was free. You earn those reward points by ordering on the Tropical Smoothie Cafe app, plus you save a bunch of time. Visit tropicalsmoothiecafe.com to find a cafe near you. Tropical Smoothie Cafe. You're on Tropic Time now. The college football rumor mill was really at it yesterday, and we'll get to that today at 12:05. Another edition of Who's on Top at 12:30. I think you are going to like this one a lot. In fact, I'd like to give you a heads up. I'm just going to show you, and I want to make sure I don't show you too much. You see that?
Oh, boy.
You like that?
Yeah.
Is that better than donuts?
It's something I eat more than donuts, that's for sure.
We'll get to that today at 12:30. In the meantime, we're talking about, look, I really like the college baseball tournament, and it starts today, the NCAA baseball tournament, 16 regionals, double elimination. I always root for the B1G teams. I root for everybody from the North, quite frankly. This is very Civil War of me. But yeah, I do, just because we're...
Well, they don't get to. It's different when you play in the South or play in the West Coast. You're able to train all year round. You can play games all year round.
They have 10 SEC teams in the college tournament. There's 3 Big Ten teams and a MAC team. A few years ago, Notre Dame. I was rooting for Notre Dame when Notre Dame went to the College World Series. I was rooting for Notre Dame.
No,
Indiana went. I know, right?
That's
That's too far. Is that a bridge too far for you?
You may have gone too far.
But Indiana went.
I root for Indiana.
When Tracy Smith was the coach at Indiana. But yeah, so. I think it's underrated, but I'm not going to force it down your throat. I probably already have talked too much college baseball today, but what is your underrated, you care, but only you care tournament or sporting event? 248-539-9797. Charlie in St. Louis writes in, the Grey Cup is the best. Okay, somebody he was the next caller up and he hung up and he was going to say CFL. Do you watch CFL football?
No.
At all?
I've tried over the years. I've given it an effort. As much as I can, I guess. Well, it's not as much as I can. As much as I could, I'd keep watching it. Can't do it. I just can't do it. And it's unless there's a player I know of, I don't care.
Okay.
And I've tried. And I think the last time that I watched more than 1 week consecutively was back in the day when the Argonauts had Pinball Clemens as the running back.
Okay.
Which was probably 25 years ago.
Am I wrong about this? Everybody has a CFL team.
What do you mean everybody has a...
Do you have a CFL team? If you had to...
If I had to pick one?
Yeah.
No, I have no CFL team. There's no allegiance to the Rough Riders or the Rough Riders.
I think you are completely wrong in this, Doug.
Okay, fair enough.
Everyone has a CFL team.
What
do we got? The Eskimos?
They're not called that anymore.
No?
They're the Elks.
Oh, the
Edmonton Elks.
Change that. Give me the okay. So Saskatchewan has a team.
Yeah, they the Stampeders, British Columbia Lions. Not Saskatchewan's Rough Riders.
Who are the other Rough Riders?
Ottawa, although they're the Red Blacks now. They
used to have 2 teams named the Rough Riders.
Isn't that great?
No, that's the worst thing ever.
I don't know why there weren't 3.
There were like 8 teams in the league, and 2 of them had the same damn name.
The Toronto
and it wasn't
Rough
like
Riders,
Tigers or Bears. It was Rough Riders.
The British Columbia Rough Riders, the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. Do you think they all tried it out?
That's why they're the Rough Riders, man. It's a rough ride.
Rough Riders works for Ottawa and Saskatchewan. Maybe we here in Winnipeg Rough Riders.
Blue Bombers?
They're the Blue Bombers. Maybe they're just the Bombers now, but I'm a Hamilton guy.
Tiger Cats?
Ticats, because of Rocky DiPietro.
Again, this is... Okay, so if one team used to be the Blue Bombers and they changed they dropped the blue, they're the Bombers. Why wouldn't the Tiger Cats drop either the Tiger or the Cats?
Well, let me check. I might be wrong on the Winnipeg. They're still the Blue Bombers. My bad.
Okay.
My bad.
But Hamilton, why do you stick with Tiger Cats? Like, as opposed to what? The Tiger Rats?
Well, if your name is something awesome like the Tiger Cats, why would you change?
Fair point.
This guy. Let's get to your phone calls.
We're the elephant pachyderms.
We go to Marlo. You're on 97.1. Hi, Marlo.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great. All right. Thank you.
Okay. My entry into this topic, everybody not only hates, they villainize it. I love Live Golf.
Really?
You're the one.
Yeah.
I do. I am the one. I think the format is fun. The shotgun starts. The team aspect of it. It keeps you engaged. Music, at the tee boxes and all of that. It seems fun. It keeps me engaged because I'm watching what are the teams doing. What is the individual player doing? Watching them, rise and drop down the leaderboards. I think it's fun. human rights violations, that's with the government. The sport and the way they present it is fun.
Who's your favorite team?
4 Aces.
Okay. All right. Why do you like 4 Aces?
Well, I guess kind of juvenile. I love the logo.
Okay, no, that's nothing wrong with that.
It beats a Full House.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you actually watch it on TV. You found a way to watch it. I don't know. Do you even have it on TV here in Detroit? Or do you have to watch it online?
No, you can watch it on Saturdays on the CW network. Other than that, you have to watch it online on the CW app. I've watched 2 different tournaments, and I enjoyed. Well, the first one I enjoyed, and the second one, I made it appointment TV. I looked for it. I went to find it. I enjoyed it.
So it's only on Saturdays?
No, they play Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Right, but only on the CW is only Saturday?
The CW, the actual network, I think you can only see it on Saturday.
Oh.
I think
It's like a
maybe
business
Saturday and Sunday, but you can't see it on Friday. Friday, you have to watch it online.
Thank you for the phone call, Marlo.
Greg Norman sounds different.
You know who's on the 4 Aces? Patrick Reed.
That's your guy.
Yeah, sort of. He's making it very difficult. My first exposure to Patrick Reed was Ryder Cup Patrick Reed. I didn't realize, being obnoxious to Europeans was awesome. Being obnoxious to the entire world, not so much awesome.
Being
Alan,
obnoxious to your own teammates.
Yeah. Alan is next here on 97.1. Hi, Alan.
How are you?
All right, Alan.
Hey, well, this is kind of history, but I was in Wales for 3 years, and I just became mesmerized by professional darts.
Professional darts.
Professional darts.
Yep.
Where they 501, right? 501. You got to hit 501. They do it in 9 shots. They do it in 10 shots.
You have to get the total 501 points on the nose.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right. You can't go over. Boom. You're busted if you go over. Anyway, the really intriguing part for me was to watch these guys, and I guess they're athletes, but between their turns, they're smoking and drinking beer.
Yeah. Gator, you got into it because of the broadcast.
The broadcasting of it is amazing. The play-by-play, the excitement level. It's the play-by-play guys are great, and the color commentary is great. But then you hear the PA announcer in the background who's telling you what the scores are. That guy's awesome. Everything about it's awesome. It's in a pub somewhere.
Right.
And he's right. You're either drinking and smoking between shots. I find it quite entertaining, but it has a shelf life for me. It's I can watch it, but I can't watch it for more than, say, 20 minutes at a time. But I do love it when I do see it.
248-539-9797. Mark is next here on 97.1. What's up, Mark?
I'm good. How are you fellows today?
All right, Mark.
Hey, Gator, I just wanted to answer a question of yours earlier. The shoes that they use at Roland Garros, the tennis shoes. You remember the very first time that Adidas came out with the white leather tennis shoe with the 3 black stripes? And that pattern that was on the shoe on the bottom, that wavy pattern.
Okay.
You remember that?
Not really.
Well, it was that's the shoe that they use, and it
at Roland
Garros into the the Roland Garros. It digs
the
into
French
the
Open.
sand. anyways, my one of my favorite things to watch by accident on TV that I just can't turn off is the Steel STIHL lumberjack competitions.
Love it. That's another one I enjoy when it's on. If I happen to flip through channels on a random Saturday, and here it comes, and it's from Hayward, Wisconsin.
Exactly.
And here's Jason Winnard, who's doing it again. He's the man. And the skill set that those lumberjacks have, it's amazing.
I'm telling you that, and not only that, but the tools that they use, the axes that they're chopping those big logs with, amazing.
Yeah, and the saws. You got one guy who's trying to saw this 2-foot diameter log and do it in under a minute. Whatever it is, it's unbelievable.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I did not, but it's okay. That's what the topic's about. Unnamed texter, Women's College World Series, fast-paced and good ball. That's going on right now, and I do love that as well. I'll be at the race Sunday, turn 2. Really looking forward to seeing the track on a street course.
The Detroit Grand Prix.
Yeah. College lacrosse tournament. I have the local bar put it on. I'm the only one watching. That's from Ken and Clinton Township.
You know, I'm surprised nobody has said the rugby 6.
Nobody's got it on hold.
No, I didn't see it. I looked there before I said it.
Right.
Didn't want to hurt.
What is that? Is that just like?
Well, it's like rugby basically, but it's or is it rugby 6s or 7s or whatever? They have a number associated with it. It's my ignorance. I apologize to the rugby fans out there, but it's rugby. Rugby's sweet.
Yeah, I've never really gotten into rugby.
Well, you tried Australian rules football.
I did. Yes.
Similarities.
Yes. I probably shouldn't jump on a rugby pitch either right now.
Probably not.
No. Nor should I have done it then.
No, but isn't that where in rugby? That's where the team from New Zealand, the All Blacks.
The All Blacks.
Yeah. Very imposing.
Let's go to Paul next year on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Hi, how are you guys today?
We're great, Paul. Thank you.
Good. Hey, the one I always follow is the Frozen Four ice hockey.
It's great.
Because you've always got Michigan in there, which they always gag, but and they're always loaded with high top, first round choices, and they can never get out of the
semifinals.
Barely get out of the semifinals.
Yep.
But I enjoy watching that hockey type, with University of Michigan. Now you got Quinnipiac win it again this year. So
well, you're safe for saying
That's
that
my
or Denver
take,
every year. I feel like so.
Denver's really got a great program. Let's take one more on this. Dan is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Listen every single day. I don't follow this sport closely, but every time it's on, I am glued to the television for hours, and that is the strongman competition.
Oh, yeah.
I think these guys are amazing. Like, these guys are just like legends to me.
They're so
like
great.
Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Magnuson.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, just growing up, like lifting weights in college and stuff, I was never that big. So seeing a guy who can curl like what I deadlifted in college is unbelievable to me.
When you watch and you see the disparity in the size of some of the guys, if you see a smaller competitor, and smaller competitors would be guys that are like under 6 feet. There was a guy from Poland who I think was like 5'9", 5'10", Mariusz Pudzianowski. Was incredible, absolutely incredible at this stuff, and he's competing with all these giants, these 6'5", 6'7", 390-pound guys because they're all muscle. So the muscle weighs more than fat. They're just man mountains. The Mountain from Game of Thrones was doing his stuff.
What was the dude's name?
Is it Magnus for Magnuson, something like that?
No, the one you said earlier.
Mariusz Pudzianowski.
35% chance he made that up, Kang.
No way.
No.
Is that a horse racing this weekend?
It's Mariusz Pudzianowski.
Mariusz Pudzianowski.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We were earlier coming up with ways to make the Detroit Grand Prix more Detroit-centric. You know, like take a left at the Jamana Kairou's billboard or something like that. Somebody came up with a great suggestion here. Matt in the truck says they should incorporate the bridge or tunnel to Canada. Getting through customs mid-race would have quite an impact.
That would.
Yep.
Then coming back over the Gordie Howe Bridge the other way.
Yep. Would be kind of awesome, wouldn't it? I mean, there's tunnels in Monaco for the F1 race.
Having to go through customs is fun.
Yep.
You know, trying to pick which lane's going to be quicker.
Yeah.
Don't ask me, man.
Do you go the French-speaking one? Do you go the English-speaking one?
Have a little stretch on the 401, circle back and come over the bridge.
If you want to make it really fun and more Michigan-centric, they got to have people in the car. It can't be by yourself because everyone act cool. All right, no one say, roll down your window in the back there so they can see your face, all right?
Yeah.
Pull up. U.S. citizens? Yes. Yes. No? Passports?
We were crossing over from Mexico back to the United States. Remember the trip where everyone thought I was going to get beheaded?
Yeah.
Yeah, we took applications for your job.
We did.
Yeah, where we went to Rocky Point, but we drove across the border and drove through the desert for like 3 hours, and people thought I was a goner. And when we were coming back, we were with our relatives, and Scott Wilson is my wife's cousin's husband, and he was like, okay, just be cool. Just be real, like, you know.
Be cool, man.
Yep. And we were like, okay. So we get to the border crossing, and the border guard says, where are you from? California, Michigan. Why'd your car have Colorado plates? And Scott goes, it's a rental. No response. So we picked it up in Phoenix, but must at some point, the rental company, somebody probably rented it in Colorado and drove it to Phoenix. No response. Maybe the car's registered there. Like, he just kept going on and on about,
like, you don't have to say anything. Just shut up.
Explaining how the rental industry works. Yes. And we were just we almost burst out laughing like, dude, shut up.
This is so good. It reminds me of one of my buddies that came back from Mexico, and they had to talk to the agent. And he was unemployed at the time. But they asked him, all right, Mark, what do you do for a living? Just making small talk while he's checking over his, stuff.
Yeah.
And he goes, I'm actually unemployed right now, but I have some resumes out. He started talking about why he didn't have a job and, like, resumes and interviews he set up. And his wife was going, what are you doing? Like, yeah, he was so, he got nervous.
Thinking about starting my own business.
Yeah, right?
I don't know. Got to get the capital together, and I really didn't save enough. My parents taught me to save when I was younger, and I just didn't listen enough. So, I mean,
applied for a small business loan.
Yeah.
I cringe, man. Like, stop talking.
I got turned down twice by the banks. So right now we're just getting by on the wife's salary.
I'm on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Like, what? Mark, stop. Stop.
Shut up. Scott Wilson, by the way, is the name of the actor who played Herschel in The Walking Dead. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Well, he's also a relative I said worked for Budweiser. Right reference. It's Scott. But yes, he just kept going on and on about the rental car industry. We're like, dude, shut up. Maybe we should have gone with Avis, local plate. We needed an SUV. And we're like, why are you telling him all this?
Thought we'd go for a full size, but we try to squeeze into economy, and it really isn't working. I'll shut up now.
My friend Doug wanted a Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah.
It was too expensive.
I got to rent one of those. Scratch that itch. Okay. So yesterday.
So we heard there are beheadings. Is that true?
We got this one because it's easier to hide drugs in. That's why we have this car.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Please pull over.
Shut up, Scott. So yesterday, there was an announcement by the Association of American Universities, which 13 of the 14 Big Ten schools are in.
Mm-hmm.
They were adding some schools, this association.
13 of the 14, one's not in there?
Yep. Can you guess which one?
Which one of these is not like the other? Is it,
I'm actually not even sure. Let me double check. 'Cause I think I know who it is. Scrolling. Yeah, I don't see this school listed. Yeah, I think I know who it is.
Nebraska?
I believe so. I don't want to sell them short, but we know what the N on the helmet stands for.
What's that, Doug?
Stands for Knowledge Gator. How are you possibly laughing at that joke?
So dumb. It's funny because knowledge is spelled with a K.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know I have a friend of mine who went to graduate from Nebraska. He's a bright guy, though.
Yeah, Nebraska is the only school that's not in this American Universities, AAU, American Association of Universities, or Association of American Universities. They tweeted out, AAU announced today that Arizona State, George Washington, UC Riverside, University of Miami in Florida, University of South Florida, and Notre Dame have joined the association.
Now, why is this important, Doug?
Because people think the Big Ten only wants to add universities that have this accreditation. And Notre Dame is in. Now,
so if you don't have just so people understand, if you don't have the accreditation, it's not any black mark against the university
Not really.
because to this point, Miami and Notre Dame
really good
had
schools.
not been accredited. Those are really good schools.
Yep.
So it's up to them if they felt like getting the accreditation, and now they have.
Now they have, but it led to wild speculation that Notre Dame was getting ready to join the B1G. Adam Rittenberg, ESPN, now that Notre Dame is in the AAU, the Big Ten can heighten its pursuit. And then he put a laughing face emoji.
As if that's what's held them back.
Yeah, well, I mean.
Look, Nebraska's in. So.
Yeah. People started tweeting out that this is one of the steps. Now, does this have any impact? I don't know. I can't say. I do know that the Big Ten tries to get like institutions.
Well,
but they did bend a little bit to let the Cornhuskers in.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Notre Dame, but does it have something to do with Arizona State? If the Pac-12 blows up like we think it is, and if you got teams going to the Big 12 and a Big 10, does Arizona State want to move to the Big 10, which would seem so stupid?
Well, I mean, all of it seems stupid.
It does.
There's more speculation about Miami
joining the Big 10.
Joining the Big 10.
That would be interesting.
Yep.
Again, stupid, but interesting.
And for the record, Oregon and Washington, which are rumored to be on deck, basically, if there is a Pac-12 collapse, Oregon and Washington are indeed in the AAU, for what it's worth. The Notre Dame rumors are almost laughable because it feels like they cycle through. I don't want to overstate it, but would you say about every 4 years you get another Notre Dame for the bulk of our lifetime?
Yeah.
Of Notre Dame to the Big Ten rumor?
I mean, the first time I remember being aware of it was 1998. And I actually was doing the halftime of the Michigan State-Minnesota game in Minnesota. And I interviewed Jim Delaney, then the commissioner.
At the old Metrodome?
Yep, at the Metrodome. And Jim Delaney was in the booth with us, and I interviewed Jim Delaney, and I asked him about Notre Dame. It was the first I had heard about it.
Yeah.
And back then, it seemed like we were so close. 25 years ago to adding Notre Dame, and yet here it is 25 years later, and there's no Notre Dame.
Didn't happen.
In hockey, but nowhere else.
Yeah, lacrosse. Are they in lacrosse, or is Johns Hopkins a Big Ten member in lacrosse? Johns Hopkins is.
Johns Hopkins is?
I think it is, but
Really?
is Notre Dame might be in lacrosse too. They could be. They're probably in the ACC because there is an ACC lacrosse. So 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, how fired up are you for the Who's on Top?
I'm pretty fired up. I should get my list of.
Yep. We will tell you what the topic
Guesses
is today at 12:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket to Who's on Top. Coming up today at 12:30. Is that a sigh because you're struggling?
I mean, it's not a struggle. I've got the struggle is to narrow it down.
Yeah, I know. That's why.
That's the thing. That's why I have my 3 front runners, and I have maybe 11 or 12 also rans, and it's hard.
11 or 12?
Yeah. Well, I only had a few minutes during the commercial breaks.
Right. So you came up with 14 or 15 different that you were trying to determine what's number one. But we'll get to the topic today at 12:30. Tigers 2.5 games back after the Twins win last night. Did you hear about their injuries though? The Twins?
Oh, they have injuries?
Did you hear about this? What happened yesterday?
No, I did not hear what happened yesterday. I know they came back to win, which sucks.
This is from ESPN. Designated hitter Byron Buxton was hit by a pitch in the ribs in the 4th inning and was pinch hit for.
No way.
5th.
Byron Buxton?
Yep. Then shortstop Carlos Correa.
What?
Suffered an aggravation of the plantar fasciitis in his left foot on an awkward step while warming up between innings.
No way.
He was replaced by Kyle Farmer on defense for the top of the 7th.
So if he aggravated an injury, maybe he's going to go on a list?
Good.
I can't imagine a pitch to the ribs is going to keep Buxton out for all that long.
Well, here's another one. In the top of the 7th, right fielder Max Kepler was pulled with a migraine headache.
He just came back.
Yeah. Willie Castro came in for him and played left field, moving Joey Gallo to right.
Willie
Castro. So the Twins did win. I don't know.
They were down 6-3 in the 6th or 7th inning and came back to win.
Yeah, great.
I know.
But not without a cost. I mean, out of all of those, is the only one that's maybe serious. God, I feel bad rooting for injuries.
I'm not rooting for injuries. It's just,
hey, it's happened here.
Well, yeah, I mean, Tigers are going through it, obviously, and always go through it, just like every team always goes through it. But these players from Minnesota, Buxton and Correa, they literally always go through injury issues. It's not surprising. Plantar fasciitis is, as you know, is no fun.
No, I've had it.
It's no fun. So
if you don't know what it's like, I remember reading a Rasheed Wallace description when Rasheed had it. He said, imagine constantly feeling like there was a pebble in your shoe. Your shoe's tied up and you've got a pebble in there and you can't do anything about it.
Now, since the days of Rasheed, there are exercises that you can do to kind of stretch it out, and maybe it's temporary relief. But this is something that could keep him sidelined. And Byron Buxton, it's just dumb luck after dumb. It's like Derek Hill with the Tigers. Derek Hill was always hurt.
Yep.
But there's a reason you're always hurt. It's because of your style of play. When you play, and it happens because of what they do in the field. They play with reckless abandon. They go for it. And when you're banging into the outfield wall or you're laying out for a fly ball on the grass, it takes a toll on your body. And over the years, you accrue a bunch of injuries. And that's what's happened with both Derek Hill and Byron Buxton, and it happened with Eric Davis back in the day. And it happens with lots of guys. Bryce Harper has to go through that too. You somehow you got to find that balance of, hey, don't go for it all the time. We need you to be healthy. But if the Twins are going to be hurt, so be it.
Buxton said after the game he felt all right after being plunked by the 95-mile-per-hour fastball. He is scheduled to be examined again on Friday morning. They're concerned it's the pulley tendon in his rib.
Stop it.
Okay. Correa's condition was more worrisome considering he missed 2 games last week with an unpredictably painful injury near his heel. Throughout the entire inning, all the ground balls, every step I was taking, it was really painful. I was trying to stay, but it kept getting worse. That's a real quote. The last thing I want to do is miss a lot of, I feel like I should say time, because I'm not being smart about it, but He didn't say that part. Correa, hey, 10-2 doesn't always get things right, but you were all over this when the Tigers were in pursuit. You were like, no. He is injury prone. Do not What was it, the line with Dylan Brooks? Under any circumstance. That was Gator a couple years ago. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't pay him the money. He's not worth the money. He's a great player, but he's always hurt. And it's just going to break your heart because he's going to go through like 3 months where he's outstanding and then he'll miss the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Or he'll be great for 3 weeks and be out for 15 days. And it happens several times a season.
So we got Javi Baez instead.
Yeah, right.
And
that hasn't worked out.
It hasn't been worth the money. I mean, there have been some good moments of late with Javi, and I don't want to disparage him when he's helped them win on occasion, but it's just
dropping back down now. He's hitting the 220s again.
Needs to be benched again.
No?
Needs a message sent.
They got guys they need to play. I mean, Zach Short is demanding playing time the way he's swung the bat and plays in the field. Zach McKinstry, you can't take him out of the lineup. He deserves to be there. His on-base percentage is over 400. You want him out there. It makes it tough on the infield, and you got to find other positions. But the shortstop, everyday shortstop, happens to be Javi Baez. So
yeah, yep. And look, the Tigers, you know, as we mentioned, they've hung around, they've stuck around. They haven't got their pink slip yet, and they got the White Sox this weekend. Now the White Sox are thinking, all right, let's try and reel in the Tigers, of course, because they are 7.5 games out of first, 5 games behind Detroit. Cleveland's now 2 games behind Detroit after last night's loss. I fully expect the Tigers to win tonight to get within a game of being under 500 and then lose Saturday and Sunday because
Right.
that's the pattern.
Well, I think they'll win this series. Can they sweep the series is the real question. They're better than the White Sox are. But maybe that's just when they're at home. Are they better when they take on the White Sox? Are they going to lose this series? I certainly hope they can win this series, but sweeping it would send a statement, I think, given what just happened to this team with injuries. And if they get Kerry Carpenter next week, if he starts to swing the bat well, because he hasn't really done much in Toledo since he's been there this week, coming back from his shoulder injury, that'd be a nice bat to add to the lineup. Malloy continues to get hits and get on base, and we'll see if he gets a call up at some point. But they need something for the offense. They need a bat in the offense that's going to bring the guys home to get on base, because the left on base situation is a problem.
All right, got another edition of Who's on Top. We will get to that today at 12:35. In the meantime, just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. It is free. And there's going to come a time where you are not in our listening area and you're going to say, ooh, I want to hear what the station's saying about that big win or that coach firing or whatever the case may be. And you're going to wish you had the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, and you can listen to the station anywhere in the United States for free. Plus, use the rewind feature. Go back and listen to anything for 24 hours. And we've got streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, and streaming video, twitch.tv. And you can join the streaming chat that they have going on Twitch, plus on YouTube now. Search up 971 The Ticket on both Twitch and YouTube. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Did you say Justin Henry Malloy is playing in the outfield?
Yeah, he started in the outfield last night.
Interesting.
I'm just saying.
Yep. That could be a development.
A development?
That could be a development.
We have a development?
We might have a development.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how he performs there. He's played 55 games in left field in his career in the minors, and he's played 118 games at third base in his career in the minors. To his credit, his fielding percentage as an outfielder is 1,000%.
Well,
so he's got that going for him.
I always feel like it kind of should be, but that's not fair. And that's not
right,
realistic.
correct.
But so I was looking at ESPN's baseball power rankings, and where do you think the Tigers deserve to be in the baseball power rankings out of 30 teams?
Somewhere around 22.
Okay. So here's my favorite part about this. They're 24th, but the writer that did the rankings writes, the Tigers have been one of baseball's most pleasant surprises thus far. They're 24th.
Well, I think this is where it's a little bit unfair, though. People will look at the division nationally and even locally. People look at the division, they automatically say the division sucks, and we're among them. We say that. Yeah. They're right. Yep. Okay, yeah, fair enough. But the Tigers are, 2 games below 500?
Yep.
They're 2 games below 500. They don't only play games in this division. In fact, they haven't played many games in this division yet.
No, there's a chance that they could.
So
an average team.
I don't know how good they are. I don't think they're very good, but I think that the division takes a lot of heat for a lot of good reasons. I don't know if the Tigers need to be lumped into that just yet because the division sucks when they haven't really played much against the division.
Yep. Okay, so I need to explain to the audience, this topic is so into Gator's wheelhouse, I'm giving him one guess because we want to leave some out there for the audience. Usually, sometimes we give you 2, 3 guesses. This time we're giving you 1 because I think there's a chance you could come up with 1, 2, and 3, and that would somewhat kill the topic. So we're giving you 1 guess.
All right.
The category today, I found a list of the top 10 best cheeses. The top 10 best cheeses. I'm going to give Gator 1 shot at number 1, and if whatever he gets, you help him round out the top 10. So if he gets number 1, you're going for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If he gets number 10, then you're going for 1 through 9.
So I just get 1 shot.
1 shot. What do you think the best cheese is, Gator?
I will say Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese. My personal favorite, Swiss cheese comes in at number 6. I roll.
I hate you. I hate you.
Why do you hate me?
I just go. Whatever. Go ahead. Let's go. Come on, people. 248-539-9797.
He has. You had a list of how many total cheeses?
I think there's like 15.
15
or 16.
I'm going to be intrigued to see what else you have on your list compared to what the people come up with. 248-539-9797. Help Gator get the top 5. And 7, 8, 9, and 10. What is the best cheese? We go to Scott. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hi, how are you, man? I got Parmesan.
Parmesan. Gator, you think Parmesan made the top 10?
It should. Parmesan's great.
And it was on your list?
Yeah.
Yep. Parmesan checks in at number 5. 248-539-9797. Parmesan and Swiss off the board. Matt is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Matt.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Hey, sorry about that. Mozzarella cheese.
Mozzarella. Gator, do you think mozzarella made the top 10?
Of course. It's delicious.
And this is Anthony, isn't it? My bad.
It is.
Anthony, mozzarella
Yes, sir.
checks in at number 2. Number 2. 248-539-9797. Here's Matt on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, I started talking to myself for a minute, guys.
That's okay.
I'm going to go with pepper jack.
Pepper Jack, Gator. You think Pepper Jack made the top 10?
Very specific. I'll say yes.
Pepper Jack checks in at number 8 on the list of best cheeses. So here's what's off the board. Mozzarella at 2, Parmesan at 5, Swiss at 6, Pepper Jack at 8. We go to Cleet on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Cleet?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Cleet.
I am voting for Gruyere.
Gruyere?
Yep.
Gator, do you think Gruyere makes the top 10?
Gruyere is very similar to Swiss. I'll say yes.
It did not.
That's a crime.
248-539-9797.
We have a crime. Crime committed.
Jeff is next. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys. I'm going to go with the ever-popular Gorgonzola.
Gorgonzola. Gator, you think Gorgonzola made the top 10?
I do not think it made the top 10.
It did not. 248-539-9797.
It's a fine cheese. I just didn't think it would make the top 10.
Well, your list is 15 deep, so there's a lot of good cheese.
And Gorgonzola was not on my list.
Brandon is next. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys. So my guess is Colby Jack.
Colby Jack.
See, Colby, it's a combination, right? I'm going to say no. It's not on the list, even though I love Colby cheese.
It did not make the top 10. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ahmad. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Ahmad?
What's going on? Let's go with Havarti.
Havarti. Gator, does Havarti make the top 10?
I don't think Havarti made the top 10, but I like the saucy call.
It did not. Boy, we've lost some momentum here. 248-539-9797. 1 is still out there. 3 and 4 are still out there. 7, 9, and 10 are still out there. Off the board, Pepper Jack, Swiss Parmesan, and mozzarella. Let's go to Gary next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Gary.
Hey, guys. I'm the guy who bet on the Lions last year to go from worst to first, and I was the first guy to call in to say that. I'm going to do it again this year. And my pick on the cheese is cheddar.
Cheddar. Gator, do you think cheddar makes the top 10?
Absolutely, cheddar's on the list. Probably number 1.
Cheddar is number 1. Yeah. 248-539-9797.
Better with cheddar.
Still plenty left in the top 10. We go to Carl. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I was figuring that American was going to be number 1, but you got to keep it simple, so we're going to go American.
American, Gator. Does American make the top 10?
I love American cheese. I don't know who wrote this article. I'm going to say that it's not on the list, and I think that's unfortunate because I love American cheese.
Checks in at number 9.
Yes, it made it. USA! USA!
Let's go to Donnie next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Donnie.
How's it going?
All right, Donnie.
As a cheese guy, I would have to say Gouda.
Gator, does Gouda make the top 10?
Gruyere did not, correct?
Correct.
I will say Gouda does.
4. Number 4. Can we get the whole top 10?
248-539-9797.
Don is next. Hi, Don.
Mine was taken, but I got another one.
Okay.
Feta.
Feta. Does feta make the top 10?
Yes.
Feta checks in at number 7.
Let's go, people.
We have got 3 and 10 left, but the clock is ticking. 248-539-9797. Pressure. We go to Zach next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Zach.
Hi, I got a Munster cheese.
Oh, Munster's a great call. It was not on my list, but it's a great call. Doug, is Munster on the list? I say yes.
It is not.
Oh, what?
Oh.
It's like the greatest melting cheese ever.
248-539-9797. John is next. Hi, John. You're on 97.1.
Yes, John's going with blue cheese.
Blue cheese, Gator. Does blue cheese make the top 10?
It does not.
It did not. 248-539-9797. Can we get? We have to hope that these last couple of calls get it. We go to Bob next here on 97.1. Hi, Bob. Bob, are you there?
Come on, Bob.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
We'll try goat cheese.
Goat cheese. Does goat cheese make it?
No.
It did not. 248-539-9797. We go to Joe next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, I'm amazed that Havarti was not in the top 10. My guess is cream cheese.
Cream cheese, Gator. Does cream cheese make the top 10?
It doesn't, but it should.
It did not. Oh, man.
Cream cheese is great.
Scott, you're next. Hi, Scott.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Great.
All right.
Good, good. My guess is provolone.
Yes!
Gator, does provolone make it?
I love provolone. It's got to be on the list.
Gotta be.
Provolone is number 10.
Yes!
Yeah.
Woo!
We fell one short.
Oh.
It's the cheese at 3. We will tell you what it is at 12:48. Come on. 97.1 the ticket.
Fighters, start your engines. The XFC is coming to the Detroit Grand Prix tonight, June 2nd. That's right, tonight at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. XFC Grand Prix is a one-of-a-kind mixed martial arts event that officially kicks off the return of the Detroit Grand Prix to the streets of downtown. Be witness to world-class MMA league fighting on tonight and take in the racing tomorrow, Saturday, for an incredible weekend of Detroit sports action. Fight fans, you can get right next to the action with tickets starting under $20 or purchase a VIP table ringside for the ultimate experience. It all happens tonight at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. So go to xfcfight.com to get your tickets. That's xfcfight.com.
All right, Gator, the list is put together by top10s.com.
Okay.
It has no criteria. They just ranked cheeses, and they actually went 1 to 15. Cream came in at 15.
It's on my list.
Cheddar Jack, 14. Blue cheese, somebody mentioned, was 13. Munster, somebody mentioned, was 12. Monterey Jack is at 11. The people, you and the people, combined to come up with 9 of the top 10. The cheese at number 3 did not get mentioned. Do you care to take a crack at it?
I feel like I'm missing something obvious. And my initial thought before you started reading the ones that were outside the top 10 was going to be Monterey Jack.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not Monterey Jack.
Should I recap the top 10 for the people?
Yes.
Provolone was number 10. Scott, the caller, got that. American, number 9. Carl got that. Pepper Jack at 8. Matt got that. Feta at 7. Caller Don got that. Gator went with Swiss. It checked in at number 6. Another caller, Scott, had Parmesan. It was 5. Gouda at 4. Caller Donnie got that. Mozzarella was 2. Anthony got that. And cheddar, number 1. Gary got that. Each cheese has quotes from readers. Cheddar, it says, cheddar is great. Full stop. It's the Notre Dame of cheeses. However, this cheese is the very definition of a versatile ingredient. You can put it on bread, pasta, pizza, chips, biscuits, and so much more. And on its own, melted or unmelted, there's no denying that cheddar is the king of cheeses. But any guesses on number 3?
I have 2 and they're similar. But I don't feel confident on either. Ricotta or cottage?
It's neither of those.
Yeah. What do you got? Is it Romano?
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kang, do you care to, you got a crack at it? Cheese that hasn't been mentioned?
Cake?
Is there such thing?
Cheesecake? Gator loves cheesecake.
I do.
I like cheesecake too.
Yeah.
1 bite per year.
Oh, God.
Yeah. All right, you want it?
Yeah.
Checking in at number 3 on the list of the top 10 cheeses, Brie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Brie's great.
You love Brie Larson.
I do. She's great. Brie cheese is, I kind of feel like it's underrated.
Do you really?
Yeah. I think, like, the exposure that you have to it is at somebody's party. Like, you rarely buy Brie cheese.
Actually, where else you see it is at Roland Garros. You know, it's a French cheese and get it with crackers at Roland Garros.
Oh, are you watching the French Open? Yeah, that makes all the sense. I understand that. No, but Brie's great, but to really fully experience the Brie cheese, you got to heat it up, and it gets gooey, and then you take the crackers and do it, and some of it has like a little bit of like a fruit compote on it as well. You get that sweet and salty. It's so good.
One of my favorites, I'm not a cheese connoisseur such as yourself, but I love cotija cheese on corn. And I've talked about that recipe, the Mexican
corn.
street elote corn with you roll the corn in a little bit of mayonnaise, a little bit of melted butter, and then you coat it in the cotija cheese.
Yep.
So good. And then you can put things like squeeze some lime on there. And
Mexican street corn's great.
Yep.
Cotija cheese is great with even just having like tacos. The authentic tacos are fantastic with that.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with cheese.
Well, I know you're a fan. So.
Yeah, I mean, I had my list of the cheeses here. There's probably 15 on this list, and there's not one of them that I would say, ew. I don't think there was a single one when anybody called in with one that was like, ew, I don't like that at all.
Not one, huh?
Not one.
Okay. Well, so it's funny because today's National Donut Day. National Cheese Day is Sunday.
Yeah.
So which do you prefer?
A cheese over donuts all day long.
Okay. Just making
sure.
sure.
I don't eat donuts often. I really don't.
No?
A couple times a year. In fact, if I see them here at the building, maybe, likely. And then I might get a cruller if I'm at Tim Hortons picking up a breakfast sandwich.
Snoopy Trick on the Twitch streaming chat says, did Doug say mayo? I thought he hated mayo.
He does.
I do, but in Mexican street corn, there are uses.
It's a vehicle. It's the glue that keeps the cheese on it.
I just want you to think about that every time you eat that, Doug, that there's mayonnaise on it.
That it's been rolled in snot.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Think about it.
I don't like to think about it.
Gator, you said you haven't found a cheese you don't like? All right, like at least off the top of your head, right?
Yeah, it's hard for me to.
I know you like nacho cheese.
Yeah.
You like Cheese Whiz?
Whiz is fine, yeah. Throw it on a cracker. It does in a pinch, yeah.
And I believe you love blue cheese, right?
I like blue cheese. I don't
know
love
Doug
blue cheese.
loves blue cheese.
I love blue cheese.
Okay.
No, I like
It's
blue cheese a lot.
Yep.
Blue cheese dressing with the chunk is great.
Mm-hmm.
It is hard to find a cheese that's like you wouldn't. All right, I'll try it or eat it or.
I mean,
a little bit at least, right?
You go to a Super Bowl party or any kind of dinner party, and they've got like the.
You love all queso and all that.
Yeah. You got the charcuterie board, and it's got all the different kinds of meats, and then they pair it with different kinds of cheeses, and it had those little knives. I could stand there all night long and just. Let me get some more cheese. A lot of crackers over here and cheese. What's that, a salami?
Do I need to make a cheese run?
Are you a fondue guy?
I've had fondue, and I've enjoyed fondue, sure. Okay. I've never made it, but.
But have you gone to like Melting Pot?
I went to a place in Royal Oak years ago, and I haven't been since, but I don't think it's there anymore. It was called La Fondue, I think. It was delicious.
I brought in a burrito bowl earlier this week. We made burrito bowls, and we had leftovers, and so I brought it in the next day. I felt like I really let you down. You said, "Is there cheese on that?" And I was like, "No."
Because you did.
Yeah, and the look on your face, man.
I mean, it's just a missed opportunity, and it seems like it's not even an opportunity. When you're making any kind of lunch, cheese can be part of it. That's a missed opportunity.
Yep.
When you choose not to include cheese in a burrito bowl, like if you're going to Chipotle or what's the other place?
Qdoba.
If you go to Chipotle or Qdoba and you go down the list of what do you want on it, do you bypass the cheese?
I don't.
Okay.
But you know why I didn't put the cheese on there? Because when I reheat it, I don't want the cheese to be melted.
I understand.
And so I would have had to bring the cheese in a separate little container.
But you've been known to do that all the time.
I have been known to do it all the time, but it was like 6:50 in the morning and I had to get going. And I was like, well, this isn't happening. So I had a cheeseless burrito bowl and let you down.
Wow. It's like a sexless marriage.
Is it? Is that true?
Isn't that what you guys have?
Are you talking to me?
No, you two, Doug and Gator. You guys are, basically a work. Don't they call it a work marriage or something like that? It's my work wife, my work husband.
Well, I will say we have not
like
had,
Doug a lot.
We have not had sex.
This is true.
Well, you don't like cheese.
That's what's holding us back.
Is that
the
deal breaker?
I mean,
Doug said some really nice things about cheese the other day. He did? What did he say? Did he sing about me and the cheese?
Thanks for the visual, King. Appreciate that.
You're the best.
Yep.
Pimento cheese. You like that?
I do like pimento cheese.
I do not.
Yeah, we know.
Yep.
Winchell's cheese. You like that cheese spread?
Actually, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's one like that in Canada. My mom always gets, and I think I've only seen it in Canada. It's like a cheese spread that whenever we go there, she brings it back. But I'll see if I can find it. And maybe everybody knows about it, and I'm the only one that didn't realize it. Everybody knows about it. But
I'm gonna get my favorite dip with cheese is like Swiss cheese or Jarlsberg cheese, and then you a little bit of mayo, some fresh cracked black pepper, and red onion. Mix that together. That's just delicious.
Big D Dog says, Gator, Doug gets his cheese from someone else.
I'm okay with that.
What about that Laughing Cow cheese that comes in the wheel? Like, it's like the aluminum
force
foil.
on cheese or something like that. It's delicious. It's great.
You like that? Right?
Yeah, they're sure.
What about the one in the red circular package, the Baby Bell or something?
Yeah, baby, it's the same thing. Like,
Right.
you can eat them, cheese, EDAM. It's it's all good.
All right, Gator.
It's all great.
ESPN came out with a list. Have we named one cheese that you didn't love?
That's what I'm trying to
No,
do.
It's impossible.
I'm telling you, it's tough.
All string cheese?
Well, wait a minute. Why don't we try this one?
All right.
Hey, Larry, welcome to 97 The Ticket.
Hey, how about head cheese? Isn't that the most disgusting cheese there is?
I've never had it. And what is in it?
Animal parts, for the most part, and a few different spices.
So it's not exactly cheese. They call it cheese, but it's not cheese, right?
Well, it's made from curd milk or whatever, like you make cheese. But they put this other crap in there. That's just disgusting.
No, it's I
think it's like bits of the face.
Yeah, it's not even real cheese. It's
I'm serious.
No, it's I just googled
Yeah, it's not real cheese.
What's head cheese? This ingredient is a delicacy that originated from Europe dating back to the Middle Ages. It's traditionally made from chopped and boiled pig's head meat.
There you go.
Which is then formed into a jellied loaf. Oftentimes it includes pig feet, tongue, and heart. That's not cheese. So no.
You know
we
what?
still haven't found a cheese that I don't like because that's not cheese.
In Dutch, it's called hoofdkaas. That sounds about right.
I had that one year.
Hoofdkaas.
Had to take some antibiotics for a while.
All right, ESPN came out with a list. Veteran unsigned free agents. One of them projected to Detroit. I'll tell you who it is today at 105 on 97.1. Say it again. Just say it on the air.
13 years ago, you had the easiest show you've ever done in your life.
Correct.
It's not. Is it even close? I mean, maybe one of the draft day shows following the draft.
There's some real easy. There's shows that are going to be where the phones are going to be packed. You just got to prepare for what we can refer to as a one-topic show. And yes, it actually wasn't 13 years ago today.
It was 13 years ago tomorrow.
With the Armando Galarraga near perfect game. And I've told the story before. I was grilling on the back deck, and I walked in. It was like 8:10, and they were in the bottom of the 6th inning. I'm like, how are we possibly through that much of this is pre-pitch clock days. We can't possibly be this deep into the game. And it was probably the 7th when I realized what was going on. Like, whoa, wait a sec.
Yeah, I was packing for my trip to go to Pinehurst to go with some buddies and play some golf down there.
Yep.
And then it happened.
It happened.
How many years after did we start doing instant replay? I guess it's been we haven't been doing replay for too long.
I don't know how many when it was instituted, but
there probably
was a moment.
8 or 9 years passed before they did that, so it wasn't like right after.
It was a moment. Okay, so ESPN writer Matt Bowen put together a story on ESPN Insider about 13 veteran free agents and their best fit. One of them is tagged for Detroit. So I want to talk about, there's probably like 5 or 6 of these guys that can make sense here. So let's work our way through them.
Okay.
Yep. And you know what's there, and I know what's there, but let's just talk about them without revealing it. But the first one is quarterback Teddy Bridgewater. We've talked about Bridgewater for a while. I mean, he's clearly the best quarterback out there, veteran quarterback out there. He would be a great fit in Detroit. It would probably mean the end of Nate Sudfeld in Detroit, which I don't know that anybody would protest. Bridgewater is, he played last year. He's won in this league. He was in Buffalo a year ago. It feels like he is holding out for a team where he could actually start. Like he's waiting.
Like the Vegas Raiders.
Like the Vegas Raiders if they void Jimmy Garoppolo's contract. I suspect that Bridgewater won't decide where he goes until that situation resolves itself.
Yeah, Bridgewater is... I don't know if he's the perfect fit, but what I think is this. He's the guy that would make us breathe a lot easier.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Nothing wrong with Jared Goff. We all like Jared Goff. He's doing a hell of a job. But if the situation arises where Goff gets hurt, this is where you need to have that guy, and this is why we say, all right, Bridgewater, got to have him because you need to have the capable backup. So is it the best fit, or is it just the player that if the Lions were to sign, that the fans and everybody else would just breathe a lot easier because, hey, they've got a capable backup now? I mean, this is a guy who may not even play a snap if he's added to the Lions roster.
Yep.
But we're saying it's the best fit. It's just kind of interesting how we look at it.
He's played a season's worth of football almost. He has 16 starts over the past 2 seasons. He's completed 66.1% of his passes, 22 touchdowns, 11 picks. Again, they're not great numbers, but they're not bad numbers either. They're very, very average, which is what you want from a backup quarterback. Next up, a couple of defensive ends are listed. Yannick Ngakoue and Frank Clark. Let's talk about this position. Clark had 2.5 sacks and 6 pressures in the Chiefs' postseason run a year ago. That's just postseason numbers. Yannick Ngakoue has 65 sacks over 8 NFL seasons, including 9.5 a year ago with the Colts. Clark or Ngakoue, would you be interested in either of them? They make sense.
Yeah, I think Ngakoue is one that makes more sense to me.
Let me stop. I may as well throw Jadeveon Clowney in there too. He's on this list.
Yeah, I've never been a Clowney fan.
No.
How old is Frank Clark?
I'm gonna guess he's 28, but give me a second and I'll tell you exactly how old he is. 28, 29 is in that wheelhouse.
Okay, so roughly, because Ngakoue's the same. He's 20. He just turned 28.
Clark is actually he's 29 right now.
I still like Ngakoue.
Okay. Linebacker option, Leonard Floyd or Justin Houston. Houston has 14.5 sacks over the past 2 seasons, posted 4.5 sacks and 35 pressures in 2021. Leonard Floyd, productive veteran pass rusher with a long 6'5" frame and lower body flex to turn the corner still. And he is 30 years old as well. Do you have any interest in either of those two?
Maybe Leonard Floyd, I guess. A little bit of interest, but where do you play him? You know, he's an outside linebacker.
Yep.
Can he take the place of another linebacker on his team? I mean, does it make sense where he would fit?
Yeah, I don't know that I'm
I don't know if it's
seeking
a fit.
linebacker.
Yeah,
I think there's a chance they're going to be moving some people around there to get their 3 best on the field. I mean, just Jack Campbell's going to play.
Who would play better at the position, Anzalone or Leonard Floyd? That's a question I'd ask myself.
I'd probably say Leonard Floyd,
but Anzalone's been part of the system and he knows it.
Yeah.
Knows it really well. I don't know.
All right, the final name on the list that I want to go over and whether or not he makes sense in Detroit, DeAndre Hopkins. We all know.
He makes all the sense in the world. And it seems like you've got not one rumor that's out there that says reports are the Lions are going to
not one
sign DeAndre Hopkins. There's not a single rumor
fans
out there.
talking about it, but
right. Well, that's the thing. Nobody's saying he's coming to Detroit, but everyone is saying he's the right fit. You got national writers all over the place. Dark horse candidates to get DeAndre Hopkins, Detroit Lions. Best fit for DeAndre Hopkins, Detroit Lions. Because it does make sense. They have the cap space. They have the need. Put it together, and there it is. But, you know, Dan Campbell came out yesterday and basically said he wasn't going to comment on it. We like our wide receiver room and, you know, started to heap praise on the wide receivers on this team. But my initial thought when I read that he had said, look, I'm not going to comment on that, is because they've talked internally and they're still talking internally, and it's a possibility.
Okay, all the names we just mentioned, one of them, Detroit, is deemed the best fit. We will tell you which player that is today at 1:16. If you care to comment, 248-539-9797, phone calls and feedback. Do you love any of those guys to Detroit? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, if you love sports and you love being outdoors and you love beer and great food, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is the place to be. They've got the rooftop deck right now, which is open. It's fantastic. The nice weather all weekend long. That's the place to be. Not just for the sun and the fun, but hey, when the sun goes down and you get the dark sky and the stars are out shining, watch the game outside. It's awesome up there. They have amazing wings, the best wings in town. Great drink specials. For Tiger games, you get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light, and the specials are all day, every day. They got specials for the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals. And next Saturday, UFC 289, you get Nunez and Aldana taking each other on, and then Oliveira and Darush. There's no cover charge to watch the UFC at 24 Seconds. 24 Seconds is open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Hey, today's Friday. Get out there for lunch. Enjoy that warm weather on the rooftop deck. And you can also head over there on Thursday nights for trivia. And if you need any party or event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. You just enjoy your guests. Every seat there is a great seat. Flat screen, high-definition TVs throughout the place. They pipe in the sound for all the big games. Check out all the specials and happenings at the webpage at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Kang, I don't know if you heard us going over the list. Is any of those free agents where you're like, I hope that's the guy that ends up in Detroit?
Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater.
Okay.
I think we all know, and we always say this too, I think. No disrespect to Nate Sudfeld.
Right.
But you want a guy back there, and we know Hendon Hooker's not going to be ready. And if we have real aspirations to win the division, host a playoff game, win a playoff game, just in case if Jared Goff is out for a quarter, a half, maybe a week or two, you want a guy that can come in there and keep the ship going, and keep the ship afloat. And Teddy Bridgewater is the best guy out there. And I think, we have these big goals, like I said, and that's the only one I think would make you feel maybe not necessarily confident, but hey, you feel okay if you had to go to him. Yep. And I like Teddy Bridgewater. He's started in this league obviously a lot. He's done well. He's been hurt the last couple of years, but I don't need him to start every game. Hopefully, you just need him to come in when there's a possible opportunity for him, I guess.
Okay, so let me work my way through this, and we'll tell you who is projected as the best fit for the Lions. I'm going to start with Yannick Ngakoue, best team fit, the Bears. The writer Matt Bowen says, with Ngakoue in the mix playing opposite a free agent addition DeMarcus Walker, the Bears could boost their edge production in nickel fronts, which is critical for a defense that had a league-low 20 sacks last season. Ngakoue isn't a great run defender, but as a pass rusher, he can play a role.
That would make me a little nervous.
Okay.
Because I already think that the Bears are poised to bounce back, and hopefully it's going to take longer time. But they really made some big moves in free agency in the offseason. Tremaine Edmonds and T.J. Edwards. If this comes to fruition too, and that's just another professional there that knows how to get after the quarterback. That's a pretty daunting defense they would have.
Next up, Frank Clark, best fit, the New Orleans Saints. Clark can align in the Saints' loaded fronts to get edge one-on-ones opposite of Cam Jordan and loop inside on stunts and twists. For the New Orleans team that wants to compete in the NFC South, he could help in nickel and dime fronts. Jadeveon Clowney, we mentioned him. His best fit, the Baltimore Ravens. Clowney is a straight-line power rusher who can set a hard edge versus the run game and would fit coordinator Mike McDonald's defensive scheme in Baltimore. We mentioned DeAndre Hopkins. Best fit, Chiefs. With the Chiefs and Coach Andy Reid, however, he'd be used as a boundary target for Patrick Mahomes or work inside on leveled concepts to attack schemed voids in coverage. Hopkins would join a title contender and upgrade the league's best pass game. Justin Houston, best fit, the New York Giants. Houston could fit with multiple teams, but let's get him back under former Baltimore defense coordinator Wink Martindale, who joined New York in 2022. Martindale's defense led the NFL past season with a 42% blitz rate, which will create more one-on-ones for Houston. Who haven't I mentioned? Leonard Floyd, best fit the Carolina Panthers. Real impact here would focus on him as an edge rusher opposite of Brian Burns. And I think that leaves just one. Best fit for Teddy Bridgewater, Detroit Lions.
There it is.
I see a void behind Jared Goff in Detroit, which should add a proven veteran signal caller. Bridgewater can be a high-level number 2 and fit the Lions' play-action pass-heavy game. He's a rhythm throw with movement skills to get on the edges in this offense's boot schemes too. Adding Bridgewater will also give third-round draft pick Hendon Hooker more time to recover from an ACL injury while acclimating to pro passing offense. Bridgewater can still play, and we mentioned his stats over the last 2 seasons. So, Bridgewater to Detroit makes the most sense, which is great if we see it come to fruition. So, how does it come to fruition? You root for things like health with number 1 quarterbacks all around the league. Jimmy Garoppolo gets his situation sorted out. Anything that can solidify other QB situations, like Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask starts to tear it up in Tampa. They get really comfortable with it, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Because the reason why he hasn't signed, it's clear he is looking for the best situation for him. Chance to start,
Well, yeah, he's 30 years old, and he's absolutely wants a chance to start because this may be the last big contract he can get. And I'm sure he'd want a multi-year contract as opposed to signing just another one-year deal because he's 30 years old. So he makes all the sense in the world for the Lions, but do the Lions make sense for Teddy Bridgewater and what he wants?
Yeah.
That's the question. You mentioned that he's completed, 67% of his passes over the last couple of years. He's played in some bad teams, too. Carolina, Denver, and played a little bit with the Dolphins last year. Miami's not a bad team. They actually have some pretty good receivers. He wasn't special with Miami, but, given what Denver had to work with and what Carolina had to work with, he put up some good numbers there in 2 seasons.
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone call. Sean, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hey, guys. So I always try to kind of temper my excitement when awesome player X may be available for the Lions, right? So because I always want them, right? Because I think an NFL roster, no matter how much talent you have or where you're at, it always gets an incomplete grade, right? You're always wanting to add that next awesome piece, right? So but I think that this year is maybe a little different. And I think one of the things that Brad Holmes doesn't get enough credit for that I hear is that he's done an excellent job of protecting the future cap space. And what I mean by that is, like, we've got this $23 million right now, and people keep saying, well, we got extensions we got to do and all that. I disagree. I mean, I think that the short-term deals he signed, we're in fine shape to do extensions in the next couple of years, right? No matter whether we sign someone right now or not, right? So go get someone this year. That's what I want. And as far as this list, I don't want any of them. I want them to trade for a defensive tackle, one of the big names. That's what I'd like to see most, right? But, this list is not awesome.
Yeah, it's funny because I looked at the list and I was like, all right, where's the DT? And there wasn't one.
Correct.
So
yeah.
They do have trade candidates. The potential trade candidates include Bubba Baker, for the safety from Arizona. Buda Baker, sorry, yes. Bubba Baker's the
How about Ed Oliver?
Yeah. Devin White, the linebacker from Tampa, and Jonah Williams, the offensive tackle from Cincinnati. But Ed Oliver, I'd love to see that. Love to see that.
Yeah, there's definitely players you'd like to target defensive tackle, and that's something just to keep an eye on. Keep an eye out to see if players are potentially waived. That's the first easy route to go because you don't have to give up anything to get those guys. But just players that are entering the last year of the contract, is that somebody that the other teams want to cut space, clear some space, so they're going to trade them away for next to nothing? Or it's something you address in the season before the trade deadline. And maybe the price isn't as steep as what it might be during an off season.
Well, and it's important to remember we are now in that period of time where players can get cut or traded with significantly less cap ramifications for the teams involved. What is this, the start of the new league year or whatever it is? This is where we had that number on who was the player where their cap hit was $111 million if cut on Wednesday?
Was it Aaron Rodgers?
No, it wasn't Aaron Rodgers. It was $111 million if cut on Wednesday, but
wasn't it Matthew Stafford?
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, I think it was. And then if traded today, it was closer to $11 million.
Yeah.
So it was absolutely wild. All right, Gator, I just saw something out of Vegas.
Oh, King's hometown?
Yeah. Something out of Vegas that makes absolutely no sense to me.
Oh, yeah, the baseball stadium on the Strip proposal.
Stop it. It makes all the sense in the world. It's beautiful.
Continue,
Leave it alone.
Doug. Order, please.
This is one of my favorite hills that you have charged up, is do not put a baseball stadium on the Strip. I love it. It's random, and you are adamantly against it.
Listen, man, do you want tourists there or you want locals? Who do you want to support this team?
Actually, I'm sure the organization.
I don't think they're going to have a problem. It's only a 30,000 seat stadium. I think they're going to have no problem at all selling it out.
Yeah, we'll see. There won't be any locals, that's for sure.
Well, there's no locals on the Strip.
Well,
so.
are they going to be?
That's why. This is what I'm saying.
Are
they all go there?
No, the locals don't go to the Strip. They hate the Strip.
What difference does it make?
I think if you want a team, you want support from the locals.
I think they just want any support at all. They get
2,000
people
true with
per
the
game,
A's.
and they're 10-71 or whatever. So
trash organization.
It really is bad. Anyway, something strange out of Vegas. Vegas odds. Gator, I'm gonna throw this at you. These are updated odds to win the American League. All right.
Mm-hmm.
At the beginning of the season, the Detroit Tigers were 300 to 1. I want to ask you what you think they are now to win the World Series.
Beginning of the year, they were 300 to 1?
Yeah. And it's since adjusted. I want to get your answer today at 1:30. All right. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so we get updated odds all the time, and I guess you could probably find these on your apps if you have one of the gambling apps. But this is from our friends at betonline.ag and Gator World Series odds. Back on March 29th, the Detroit Tigers were 300-1 to win the World Series. What do you think they are right now?
If they were at 300-1, they're still long odds, but I would guess 200-1?
No. They are currently 500-1. The odds of the Tigers winning the division. Back when the season started, Tigers were 22-1, which was the fourth best in the division.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think they are right now to win the division?
15-1.
They are 125-1.
Really?
The worst odds in the division.
125-1.
Yep.
To win the division.
Yep.
We may have to.
I mean,
just really.
Again, it's betonline.ag. The favorite is the Minnesota Twins at 1-3. The Gribe are 3-1. The White Sox and Royals are 12-1.
And the Tigers are 125-1?
The Tigers are 125-1.
How could the Royals be, you said 12-1?
Yep.
They're 12. The Tigers are 10 times more unlikely according to the odds?
Yes, that's according to BetOnline as of today. On FanDuel, Twins are -310, the Gribe +390, Detroit +1,300. So they're 13-1 on FanDuel. They're 125-1 on betonline.ag.
Something that has to be a mistake.
Well, isn't this the same website that had Ime Udoka as the third favorite after he'd already taken the job in Houston to be the Pistons coach?
Yes.
Weird, huh?
This can't be. I mean, this is just, it doesn't make any sense that it'd be like that.
125-1 to win the division.
It really says 120. You know what? They had to make a mistake. It has to be like 12.5-1 or something like that, or 12-1. Maybe they just. But it's. I mean, I'm looking at the same story you are with the same graph and all that. Well, I mean, on May 1st, it was up to 60-1.
Right.
So on June 2nd, now it's 120. It's twice as. Wow.
I got FanDuel, and I can't get those odds. But on betonline.ag, 100. I mean, that to me feels like a real vulnerability. A team in second place, 2.5 games out.
So it has the Royals before the season was 25-1 to win the division.
Mm-hmm.
On May 1st, it was 40-1.
Yep.
On June 2nd, it's 12-1. What did this is all messed up. The Royals, just so I understand. The Kansas City Royals, who are currently 17-39 on the season.
Yep.
12.5 games back.
Yep.
Of the Minnesota Twins.
Yep.
But that team is 12-1.
Now,
I think somebody's messing with this site. That doesn't make sense.
The World Series odds, the Tigers have gone from 300-1 on March 29th. On May 1st, they were 250-1, and now they're 500-1. So they've gone the wrong way through a month that saw them basically hold their position in second place in the American League Central. 500-1. I would not bet on them to win the World Series. I wouldn't even put $1 down on it, okay? The division is a different story. And, people are probably going to scramble to their app of choice. But I'm going to guess that this is a screw up somehow, Bet Online.
It's definitely a screw up because I'm looking at BetMGM right now. The Twins are -300 to win the Central.
Yep.
The Gribe are +375. The Tigers are +1100. White Sox are +1400. The Royals are +25,000.
Seems really weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, it seems like they made a mistake, and maybe we need to look at somebody else.
Yeah. I don't want to open up an account just to try and take advantage of this. But
yeah, you need your social security number too as well.
That's
to
right.
Put that in there.
As far as winning the World Series is concerned, see if I can see. The Tigers are, I believe they're +25,000 to win the World Series.
They're not. I mean,
which has improved from plus 50,000.
Yep. Okay, so a couple things we want to bring up here. NBA Finals last night. Denver wins game 1. The Heat, which didn't have a huge margin for error to begin with, didn't play all that well. The perimeter shooters went 2 of 13. Martin and Duncan Robinson, or 2 of 16, from 3. If you're a Heat fan, do you actually take solace in that? Hey, hung around, cut it to single digits near the end of the game, but didn't shoot it like we typically do, and they had some open looks.
Well, I think there are two things. There's, the fact that they shot 33% from 4-point land or 3-point land.
Mm-hmm.
That's one. But the bigger one is they took 2 free throws the entire game.
Not a lot.
They took 2. How does that happen in an NBA game where you go 2 for 2 from the line as a team? 2 free throws?
Yep.
In stark contrast, the Nuggets were 16 to 20 from the free throw line.
Oh.
So I think things will change in game 2. I suspect there'll be a much better effort from Miami.
I think they'll just shoot it better and keep this thing closer. But I wanted to bring it back because after the game, Gator, there was a man on the street report by a local TV reporter.
Okay.
He is outside the arena. This is the ABC affiliate, Kang. Thank you. ABC affiliate in Denver. Outside the arena after the game, he goes live, and I want you to listen closely what he implied at the end. It smells like victory and also legalization.
Weed. Weed. Oh, does it smell like weed? No way. In Denver?
Yep.
Like the first state of the union to legalize it? No way. It smells like weed there, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Who knew? Weed.
It's not just the altitude out there, I guess.
Mile high for a reason.
Yep. Yeah, it's like since 2014 it was legal to buy it in Colorado.
I'm even surprised he even mentioned it.
That's what I mean, right?
Hey, I mean it.
Well, at this point, just say it.
Guys, I'm high.
Well, I mean,
Got a contact buzz.
It's been legal there for 9 years. Do you need to beat around the bush? Can't you just say, guys, it looks like a win, and it certainly smells like a win with all the weed out here.
Hilarious.
So I saw something, speaking of like breathing in stuff out there, that I think Barkley had one of those like breathing oxygen masks or something before, like between,
because of the altitude?
Yeah, while they're on the air. And the debate started on Twitter, Doug. Is this thing real, or people being babies, or is it like, because you always bring that up, right?
It affects people different. It affects everybody differently.
Of course.
Yeah.
I haven't had an issue with it. Altitude being a problem.
Well, Shaq said last night, I don't see any Denver Nugget banners up there. This is bull crap. Like, they should be winning more, was his
right,
point.
If this truly was something you had to get used to, they'd have the best home field advantage in sports, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that it's fake.
It's not fake. I have a family member that went out to Colorado years ago, and it did not work out well for them. They couldn't handle they did not like the altitude adjustment.
Yes.
So it's different people.
I gotta tell you, I just wish Gator was the reporter.
I would have said weed right away.
Maybe it was the weed for your friend. No, I'm just kidding.
Everybody out here is very happy with the outcome of this game. A victory for the Denver Nuggets, and they are smoking weed like it's legal since 2014. Back to you, June.
Like, wouldn't he be like, even if they lost, it looks like a loss, it smells like a loss,
Yeah.
still smells like weed, guys.
It's not going to deter these people from getting high as kites. With all the weed I'm smelling.
Back to you, June.
Yeah. Smoke them if you got them, June.
Like me to bring some back, June?
Right.
June, you get high, don't you?
June, you know. Don't act like you don't have that one hitter in your purse right now.
I was at your cubicle earlier.
Right.
I saw you.
Yeah. And Don, ease up over there. I saw you doing water bong tokes with a half a Pepsi 2 liter, so shut up.
That's not how you do weather.
Don't be, listen, you can be mighty, but don't be high and mighty, because we all know.
There you go. Gator?
Weed.
He likes to call it out when he smells it. And he will yell out in public.
Weed. Because he can't help it. I was in my car yesterday. I'm at a stoplight. And this car slowly is next to me, going to be in the turn lane. And as it's coming next to me, I just get this waft of, and I just go, weed. I mean, weed. You're blatantly smoking weed while you're driving the car.
Probably not good.
No.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, spring is looks like it's done because we're in the 80s into the 90s with the weather. That's awesome that summer is here, right? Well, it's not so awesome if you have a hot house. If your air conditioning's on the fritz, that's no good. If you've got a pool that you just can't seem to get the right temperature on it, that's not good. You've got issues, we've got solutions. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They dropped a special offer just in time to beat that heat. Birmingham Plumbing is now including a free ultraviolet light air purifier or a high-efficiency air filter when you have both your furnace and air conditioning systems replaced. Now, in addition, they're going to include up to a full 5-year parts and labor warranty with annual maintenance. And don't be worried about that cost up front because Birmingham has got you covered there. They offer financing options for your new furnace or AC system for as low as just $70 a month. So whether it's your air conditioning or a furnace, a pool heater, a boiler, water filtration, maybe you got a flood in your basement, a clogged drain, maybe your pool's too cold, whatever the problem is, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 248-282-3971. Let the great folks over there, the experts, let them take care of your problem. You can schedule an appointment online as well at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
I do think man on the street stuff is one of the most fascinating and risky propositions in broadcasting.
Oh, yeah.
When you're going live.
Oh, the live shot? I don't know how people – why more bad things don't happen.
When you do broadcasts out in public, you really sometimes have to zero in on what you're doing. There's going to be crazy stuff going on. Night games in Ann Arbor, when we used to do the tailgate show outside in the Pioneer parking lot, and I'm trying to read a script. And, I mean, there was an Ohio State game where the Ohio State fans rushed the stage and ended up coming up on the stage.
Oh, that's not good.
It was the year before John Jansen joined the broadcast. And I was reading scripts, and there was no security, and Ohio State fans on the stage all around, parading around. And I'm like,
did you have a broadcast partner at the time?
I did not. And I threw it to a soundbite and then started ushering people off.
How do you think Jansen would have handled that?
Jansen would have been great. It would have been so great.
Or would they even have tried to bum rush?
They wouldn't have. They wouldn't have. In fact, Jansen probably has the "I wish you would try" kind of approach towards it. But,
right. Now, I the man on the street stuff, the live shots. I mean, watching it, you see it a lot more like with sporting events, right? You certainly see it during the Tigers games, no matter who's out there, if it's Trevor Thompson or Johnny Kane or whoever is out in the crowd. I'm amazed they're not messed with more, to be honest with you. Because you know how stupid people get when they've been drinking, and you go to a baseball game, people are drinking. But for the most part, it's harmless. It's people behind them that might be waving to the camera. You know, you don't hear too much. It's crazy.
Well, I told you when I was a shooter for Channel 25 in Clio, and you would walk around carrying the camera.
Everybody wanted to be on camera.
Everybody yells the same thing to you. Put me on TV. And so I started to oblige, and okay, I turned the camera and pointed at them. They all said, wait, hi. And then I would just leave the camera on them and watch them get uncomfortable after about 5 seconds. Because they have nothing, like they're, now what, right?
All right, what do I do with my hands?
Exactly.
Well, now, like during the NBA playoffs, very rarely, but they do it once or twice a game, is they'll show the broadcast crew. And if they don't have a backdrop to put up there, it's the people. And then as soon as the people start noticing, like, oh, look, we're on camera, and they get together themselves. And then they cut away. You know, like the TV networks, they know hey guys, we're going to do a live shot here. We're probably going to cut away in 5 seconds as soon as someone starts acting dumb or trying to distract you from what they're trying to show. Then we're going to cut away. But yeah, they don't even take that chance anymore, really. You know, they show a little bit of Van Gundy and Mark Jackson. And
now they just get like a really tight shot.
Yeah, exactly. Or they're going real close, like you said. Nothing where you can see the people in the background.
You guys buy cheese together?
What kind of cheese?
That's funny. Jamie Emmons from Channel 4 just tweeted out a picture of an Indy car on pit road in downtown Detroit with the Rensen in the background. It looks awesome.
Oh, yeah, it does.
This is going to be so cool. I really, really hope that there aren't any issues. Like, because do you have vague memories of people, like drivers complaining that it was too bumpy in downtown Detroit?
Yeah, I vaguely do.
So
I'm trying to figure this out. Is it right on the riverfront? Is that like between the Rensen and the river?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm almost sure of that.
Yeah, the backside there. Look out.
Well, the other thing is this, I mean, for those that might be sampling this, I think that straightaway along Jefferson is going to be awesome because it's long. And like a lot of the street races, F1 and in ovals, you see a lot more passing. And street racing can be a little bit line up, and they just are in a single file line all around the track, and it's really only a few places you can pass. That straightaway could be a lot of fun. Back in the day, when the Indy cars would go out to MIS, it was pretty crazy because the last place you wanted to be was in first because people behind you could just slingshot around you. So you go to those I don't know, it was kart or races, but way back then, they were the Indy cars, would come to MIS, and it would just be multiple passes per lap at the front because cars, in second place could slingshot around the leader.
Yeah, this is cool. I'm just looking at the route, if you will, and it's basically Jefferson and everything that's between Jefferson and the river is that other street that goes down there, and it's
I mean,
pretty
it's
cool.
similar to how it was back in the day when they were in downtown Detroit, but that long straightaway has a chance to be pretty exciting with a lot of passing opportunities.
Yeah, that looks like it's, I don't know, 8-10 blocks long, maybe more than that. Should be fun. It should be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing how it looks on television. You know, the weather should be perfect for it. So let's hope that everybody stays safe and treats each other with respect.
Can I pass? Is it all right if I pass?
Would you mind?
Coming through.
Yep. Excuse me, sir.
Somebody's got a baby on board sticker. There's the Red Wing flag up on one of the
windows. Sticker?
Oh, yeah.
M22 sticker?
Yeah, M22 sticker.
Oh, Gator.
Here we go. 13.1 sticker.
26.2 sticker.
That's right.
Stick figure families.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
You know,
I get it. Your kid's an honor student. Yeah. Awesome.
Down at the Coca-Cola 600, I can't remember who it was, but their car was painted in Carolina blue and had the Jordan logo on the side. I think it's Michael Jordan's team, actually.
Okay.
But they painted it in Carolina blue. If one of these Indy cars was to go with a local, like the red-winged wheel, would be kind of sweet.
That'd be great. Or Old English D, that'd be cool.
Yep. Be very, depending on the team's color scheme. I don't know if they could fit it in with all the sponsors, but
other sponsors? On the IndyCar, it's different. I don't know if it would come. Does it look as good on IndyCar?
You can find a place to make it look good, I'm sure. That'd be a nice touch, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Yep.
Well, homage. Some homage.
Big fan of homages.
Like when they pay homage.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Again, I'm hoping to go. Just trying to work out some scheduling things for the weekend, but yeah, I'm hoping to be down there on Sunday. So report back on Monday, and even if we don't make it down this weekend, I'm sure plenty of people will. I was looking at tickets. A lot of the grandstand areas are sold out. So I don't want to. My experience with racing and general admission or like infield and MIS, it's a tough watch. So I'm trying to find some seats, but willing to make that purchase and take some of the family down there. So, and you've said you've never been to,
not to the road course. I've been to the Grand Prix before when it was on Belle Isle. In fact, I remember went to a Tigers game earlier in the day, and then took a shuttle bus to Belle Isle, and caught.
That's awesome.
The Grand Prix and had some hospitality tickets that were, I don't know. It was nice. It was a nice setup.
No, it's very cool.
Yeah, and then and my buddy and I tried to go to another hospitality tent a few away from ours that looked like they had an awesome spread.
Didn't get in.
Yeah, we tried.
Yep.
A lot of cheese on that?
There was a lot of cheese.
Big cheese spread.
Yeah.
Taco bar, maybe?
No taco bar, but it's been nice looking sandwiches and lots of different beer and liquors, whatnot.
Hey, just if you are headed down there, a lot of the parking is prepaid. So you might want to go to the Detroit Grand Prix website and
I would suggest that too.
Take advantage of that. Or do what I do, which is park forever away and walk.
Yeah, well, take the queue line down. Still got to know where you can watch it, though.
Yes. Jim Costa.
What's going on, guys?
Just talking about the Grand Prix a little bit.
You guys going down this weekend?
I might. I'm trying to sort it out for Sunday.
I have never been.
Yeah,
it's moved from Belle Isle.
Yep. Downtown Detroit.
I'm sure people will be out there having a good time.
Hope so.
What are you laughing about,
Where
Rico?
Rico comes in cracking up.
You still arguing with Jimmy out there?
Yes.
About?
We touched the nerve with Jimmy on yesterday's show, and him and Kenny.
Well, this SEC 8-game schedule thing, he just sticks up for the conference.
I simply said that based off of what, one Big Ten coach said, how the SEC is all about championships. And I said the SEC kind of gets it right. You schedule that extra game. Imagine if every Big Ten school had an extra win. MSU's in the bowl game. Like everybody, you don't look as bad. A 7-5 team is now 8-4.
All your 9-win teams are 10-win teams.
Yeah. So
and maybe
it makes
more
the conference
importantly,
look better.
Maybe more importantly, the teams at the top look like they've played a tougher strength of schedule because they beat SEC teams that have inflated. Are you guys talking about that Twitter stat that's out there about?
Yes, only 2 SEC teams will play 10 Power 5 opponents this year.
All the rest play 9 or 8.
The Big Ten has 13 teams that will play 10 or more.
Because the Big Ten
5.
has a 9-game conference schedule.
Right, that's the whole thing.
That's the thing.
Don't tell Jimmy that.
Yeah.
Oh,
whistle by the graveyard.
Put it this way: I don't know if Jimmy and Kenny are like Jon Snow in Game of Thrones, the Battle of the Bastards. They got the sword out and they are ready to fight.
Well, I'll give the SEC credit because they spent the bulk of our lifetime not playing non-conference games away from their own stadiums. And they've started to occasionally do that on a rare occasion, but they will occasionally go on the road, which is very cute.
Look, it doesn't take away the fact that the best teams in college football are typically from the SEC.
As I said, here's
we
the thing.
did.
Yeah. But it's just a
you're
shame
the top
that
dog. Right now,
there's no question.
If you could take Georgia, Alabama, or the field, you'd probably take Georgia and Alabama.
They win all the tiebreakers, the head-to-heads, the 11-1 versus 11-1, but it sure helps when you get to 11 a little easier than everybody else.
Yeah, when you're taking on Kennesaw State
in November, when everybody else is bludgeoning
right.
themselves.
Exactly. We schedule our
East Kentucky.
I will just
say
take it easy. From the Michigan perspective, I am looking forward to Texas, Oklahoma, Washington, those games, Notre Dame returning to the schedule.
The fans win when that happens.
Well, I mean, it's just
don't hold your breath. I love you, but don't hold your breath.
Hold my breath on what?
He doesn't think it's going to happen.
You don't think those games are going to happen? They just moved the Texas thing to accommodate their Texas's SEC schedule, so I think it's going to happen. It's kind of like USC and UCLA though coming to the conference. I'm not sure that's ever going to happen.
It's one of those just hold your breath because the SEC may be like, wait, Texas, did we say you could play Michigan?
With 12 teams making the playoff now, I hope one of the impact is better non-conference.
Me too.
Games, so.
I thought that was going to be something, but it's not.
Well, it's just started, so we'll see how it plays out over time. Hey, have a great show. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 971.
Hey, you want to go to Bark in the Park?
Well, with a new addition to that song. I don't know if you heard the very end
I
of
did
it.
hear the very end of it. Was just glossing over it. I was talking about my car.
Mm-hmm.
The car.
You got to keep telling people that. Okay.
Feeling very welcome today on a Friday, 97.1. We have Who Said It later in the show, the usual shenanigans. Beautiful day, the weather has
David,
been
is it
ideal.
put on this board?
Oh, don't do that to
Is
me.
what?
Is this drop on the board?
I have to add that during the break, yeah.
It might be a technical issue. Might not be able to get to it till the end of the day.
The number 1 seed versus the 16 seed. It's not that.
Classic David versus Goliath matchup. So welcome in, everybody. Hope we're doing great. Earlier in the week, you and Mike talked about something from Lions OTAs, and you dragged me into it. It was a something or nothing deal. Well, there was another note from Lions OTAs that we'll get to at 3 o'clock, and this one might actually be something.
I was told that anything that happens in OTAs is fugazi.
Well,
It doesn't matter.
I'll let you make the case. We will be talking Lions on a Friday, but I wanted to start with something we didn't get to last Friday when I was in with Mike. And it's the discussion about grilling and when to upgrade your grill. Rico, you were kind. You were generous. You gave me a grill last summer, a hand-me-down grill, a starter grill. I think Mike called it a Barbie grill.
It was a starter grill that I gave to you that I had to drive over to your house because you were just too good to actually come and pick it up.
So you give someone a gift, you deliver the gift.
I'm just saying, but we won't get into that.
But I asked if I'm going to upgrade.
Propane grill.
Yeah, propane grill.
It was a smaller grill. I was going to get rid of it, but I'm like, it's still nice. I don't want to. And you were like, you needed one. You had just moved in there.
Just moved in.
There you go.
Good starter grill. The wife and I, enough to grill for 2 people. But if you're going to have any more than 2 people, or you're going to throw veggies, you're going to do burgers, you're going to do buns, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, might be time to upgrade within the next year here. So I wanted to know.
You think so?
Well, now you're doing what Mike did. He goes, you're not ready for an upgrade. First of all, what does that even mean? And second of all, what I actually want to know from people is what's worth paying up for when you make the grill purchase, when you get the big boy grill, when you upgrade from the starter grill.
You're not ready for the big boy grill. You're not. You're at the next tier grill.
So what does that mean?
Probably the $200 range.
The George Foreman special, is that what he's in line for?
No, I'm just saying, like,
Gotta plug it in and put it on the counter.
The $200 range, the ones you see outside some of the stores.
I thought you were going to say side of the road, like someone throwing it away.
No, you know, the ones you see like when you walk into some of the
home improvement type
home
stores.
improvement stores.
So, Jim, what you're going to do on garbage day, you're going to drive around the neighborhood and you're going to look for. Okay, so you purchase a grill, but like a couple $100 grill.
Yeah, you're not ready.
I'm not ready for the
Okay,
$500,
let me just ask you this
$700,000 grill.
I don't need. How often do you grill? And what are some of the things that you grill? And do you do it well? Like, no. Does your wife say, hey, sweetie, you know what you haven't done in a while? Could you make me this? Right. Or is it just, oh, you were grilling again? Okay.
When it's nice out, a couple times a week, mostly burgers, brats, chicken, steak. And the question of if I do it well or not, I suppose, is open to interpretation, but I'm going to say I do a good job.
Is there a request?
What other idiot's going to come out and go, I do a bad job?
No, but do people request it? Does like your wife say, hey, had a rough day. Could you throw something on the grill for me? As David is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
Yeah. When you make something.
How often does that happen to you, David? You got grill requests at your house?
Well, now that it's warm, maybe twice a week.
Okay.
Depending on, we're on a busy schedule, so yeah.
So I'm not getting grill requests.
Oh.
What started off for me for the holiday weekend of burgers and dogs ended up being smoking ribs. Like, I thought I had the day off.
Well, I'm going to be very clear. I'm not ready for the advanced level smoking where you go 6 hour, 8 hour, all day, weekend bonanza. That's not what I'm in the market for.
I would simply say this, not getting requested items.
Just say it.
You could probably just stick with the grill you have. You could probably just stick with that grill. I mean, if you want to feel good about yourself.
I do, Rico. I do want to feel good about myself.
Because you have a little car, you need a bigger grill. You can go out and at the home improvement stores. Those when you walk in the stores, the grills that they have sitting out.
Yeah.
Maybe pick one of those.
The floor model.
Pick one of those up. It'll make you feel better. You'll have more square footage.
Is there something wrong with your current grill, by the way? Or are you just upgrading for the sake of upgrading?
It's fine.
So why not stick with it? I think I'm with Rico here. If you don't need to upgrade and you're only cooking the basics,
because
why
here's
upgrade?
the thing. If you're doing it with your grill, man, it's like your car. It's like other things, like it.
Yeah.
You know the hot spots. I can set things here, and or you know what, I need to warm this up a little bit. Or you know what, I want to cook this a little slower. I'm going to put it to this side of the grill. Get to know that grill before you just move on to the next one.
What was it? Middle of last summer?
You're not ready.
So I'm approaching about a year's worth of grill time on this model, and I was considering in open air in the office. I don't know. Should I get a new one? What should I? And Mike shot it down immediately, and you're shooting it down immediately. And what I'm
trying to be nice about it.
Well, you're being nicer than he was, but that's not saying much.
I'm really trying to be.
I would like the audience to be nice to me. If you're going to be mean, that's fine. I'd like to know what I need to consider when I'm ready, which is apparently a debate. When you upgrade your grill, what's worth paying for and what's not? Like the infrared stuff, is that worth paying for? The extra bells and whistles, what's worth paying for?
I mean, it's really just surface area is what you're paying.
Okay, well, the grill we're talking about. There's not a lot of surface area on the grill that you gifted
right,
me.
but it's you and your wife. Have you mastered that grill yet? If you have not mastered that grill yet, then no.
Was this like a karate class? Like
yes.
you get like your blue belt and then your red belt, then you're not a black belt.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not ready.
Am I being unfair when I say if you're not getting requested from family members who say, Cookies, think about it. Everybody has that family member, whether, hey, I'm going to say this your mother's cookies. Great. Okay?
Yeah.
That's how you became Cookies. Okay? Fantastic. At your party, she made them.
Yep, she did.
Whenever I see her, I'm going to always say, hey, could you bake me?
The innuendo in this show is just phenomenal right now. I hope everybody's appreciating this. 248.
But that's requesting.
Okay.
So when people come and say, you know what, or David, man, that macaroni and cheese you made was on slam. Could you bring some of that to the barbecue? That means it's so good. Okay, I've mastered this.
No, you're right about that. That happened to me over the weekend. Now, we did simple things. We just kept it simple. But my mom still called me and said, look, can you just take care of the grilling today? Yeah. It was simple things, but I was requested.
But I couldn't even have a party of more than 3 or 4 people with the grill I've got.
Yes, you can.
You could. You probably could.
Costa, I've had grills smaller than that and hosted parties. It's not the grill. It's the cook.
I can only imagine what the ticket texters have to say. We will check in on the phones. We will check in on Lions OTAs at 3. I know David's got a football today. We've got a lot of ground to cover. It's 97.1. We'll get to the phones. I do want some of the ticket text. 97.1, considering a grill upgrade. Rico says I'm not ready for it. Want to know what to consider when you make the grill upgrade. David, what are people saying?
A better grill makes you a better griller. Then he says, what up, doe? Grilling is not rocket science, Jim. You could do whatever you want, buy whatever grill you want, they say. Quit the grill gatekeeping, Rico. Jim doesn't need to be ready to buy a new grill. You're doing too much. Go get the grill you want, Jim.
No. He asked me. I didn't give him my opinion. He asked me, do I think he's ready? And I simply gave him a couple of questions and said, no, I don't think so. Now, you go get it whatever you want. I just think that, you could use the money elsewhere.
Jim doesn't grill for his wife and friends. He grills for the cat, John, in Lake Orion.
Have you smoked a Brie for the cat?
I grill mostly for myself, if anything.
What is the cat like?
What do you mean?
Do you feed the cat off the grill?
I don't.
Oh, I was just curious.
I'm sure they would like salmon or something, right? Fish.
I'm sure they eat chicken.
Yeah. All kinds of stuff.
I'm just curious. Yeah. Next to the catio.
Next to the catio. It's a sensory overload.
Still remember the day I saw the catio. I was like, what is that?
That's what you do when you love your animals.
Cat jungle gym.
Let's get it's actually a pretty good description. Sean, how you doing? Happy Friday, 97.1.
Hey, man, I heard you're having grill issues.
I didn't think so.
Well, I mean, for me, I'm not a pro. If you're doing propane, you're lame. That's my opinion. Get you like a wood pellet smoker or a real charcoal grill. I like the Traeger or Masterbuilt Gravity Series. That's for consistency. You can control the temperature and all that better. I mean, there's so many things, man. It just depends what you're trying to do. Unless you're trying to do a custom-built smoker or grill. But man, dude, it's time, man. I mean, well, how comfortable? Like, have you ever made a brisket?
No.
Okay. So you're
okay. Sean, I'm gonna let you finish, but think of this like this. He's still in the beginner's class. You in the PhD level class. Like, I understand what you're saying, and Costa's looking at me like, gravity, what, pellet, huh? So just for perspective, Sean. But go ahead. You can finish.
Okay. I understand a little bit. So how about this, man? Like Rico said, go to the front of Home Depot or the Lowe's, get you one of them little starter smoker grills with like the little box on the side where you can put the charcoal in, and just try it out. They're like $100. Like once you get the feel for like the timing and how often you need to refill it, then you might want to move on. But I'm telling you, like people saying gatekeeping is not true, man. Like if you're spending money on an expensive grill and you don't know what you're doing, you're going to ruin it. That's just the long and short of it. So I mean, just take your time, practice, because it is a thing. Working with fire and all that's a real thing. I mean, like I said, just do what's best for you, but not spending.
I think
you're getting a lot of head nods from Rico.
We just lost shot, but that's what I said. Like, if you think you're ready, that's the next step.
See, Rico, you're like the SEC of grilling. Jim's like the Big Ten of grilling.
Don't do this.
How long you been waiting to say that?
He came in today. Oh, I wish I would have been on the air yesterday. I would have laid down the law.
I mean, it's the fact that did you understand anything of what Sean was saying to the ones to buy?
I know that some of that, yes.
Okay, right there. It's not a.
Well, listen, I know
you
the debate.
Can't get this, but it's just one of those.
Well, but there is a debate about charcoal, propane, wood.
Well,
pellet.
charcoal and propane, yeah. That now that's Coke, Pepsi. That's red and blue.
But I'm used to propane. We used propane growing up. The grill I have right now is a propane grill. Charcoal would be.
I used to be anti-propane until you realize, as you get older, the convenience of time.
Right.
And there are different things that you can use. Like Jimmy just taught me a new trick over the weekend where he's like, "Hey, get the wood chips, soak them in water, put them in there with the propane. As the chips, as the water, dries out the chips, it releases the smoke."
Great idea.
Yeah. But between yelling at me, he actually told me something.
Wally's next up. Wally, how you doing? 97.1.
Hey, doing okay. When you get a grill, the key is to get a good grill, and you'll work into it. As you get better and you start using it more, you'll start using more of the accessories, like an rotisserie and a sear plate and things like that. But don't go get a cheap one. Get a Weber, get a Charbroil or something like that, a brand name, because when the burners go out, in 5 years, my aluminum burners are gone. And if you've got a rink-a-dink one from what's out in front of Home Depot, you can't get replacement burners, and so you have to throw the grill away. And my grill, the Weber I have now, I've had for 20 years. So if you take care of it, it'll take care of you.
That makes sense to me.
No, it does.
Rico's trying to get me to buy the cheap one that's going to break down in 2 years.
They're not the cheap ones. There are those. That's the brands.
Okay.
I just didn't want to say the brands,
Okay.
but just
Yeah,
or
get something that's going to last.
But home improvement stores, you look at them, you get that, and once again, you go out there and you practice, and all of a sudden, when the wife is, honey, I had a rough day. Could you throw one of your great steaks on from me? And then you'll say,
Robert, you're on 97.1. Robert.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
I just sort of piggybacking on the prior call. It's not rocket science in the sense if you look at the cheap ones that are $100, $200, if you look at the warranties on those, they're like 6 months, 1 year, maybe 2 years on the burners and all that sort of stuff. You look at the W brand, for example, that was just mentioned. All of those are like the burners, 10-year warranty. The grates, a 10-year warranty. The cook box is like a 12-year warranty. And the reason why is because this is much better made, much better materials. Because what you'll end up doing with that $100, $200 grill, especially in a Michigan sort of climate, that thing's going to rust out in no time at all. And then you're going to be like, wow, that was a waste of money. So I'm a propane guy only because I don't have 14 hours to sit outside
and Robert,
and wait.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. And that's some people be like, oh my God, you're sold. That's not really grilling. Okay, that's fine. I would rather spend my other parts of my time doing other things. And my last point would be to Rico. I totally agree with him. Soaking the wood chips and putting it on the side. It's quote unquote a little bit like cheating, quote unquote, but it works fantastically. So thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate it, Robert.
Yeah, that was Jimmy Power special right there, straight from the great state of Georgia. But yeah, he said,
just means more.
It just means more. But yeah, and here's the other thing too. When you get the upgraded, grill, he kind of touched upon, got to buy a cover.
Oh yeah.
Don't buy a cheap cover. Buy a really heavy duty, can withstand the Michigan winters cover. Because if you get that flimsy plastic, it does nothing.
You're going to have flimsy grill when it comes to the next season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, get the heavy duty, pay a little bit more for the cover because,
worth every penny.
you know the weather here for 6 months of the year, that thing's going to be covered up. But you just, like I said, you'll know when the in-laws request something. Oh my God, that salmon you put on, it was fantastic. Could you do that again? They want the recipe. Don't share it. Just make them come to you every time.
Why not share the recipe?
Because then you're useless. Do you know the 11 herbs and spices?
Because then they make it and they don't ask you anymore.
Right.
Not to do a completely different topic, but food's meant to be shared. You should be sharing your recipes. You should be telling people how to make the food and sharing that with them so they can make.
No. Yes. You don't share recipe. You share recipes with people you trust.
Yes.
Correct.
Close friends and family.
No. Somebody that you could pass it down to.
Correct.
So you guys are not sharing recipes with like buddies, friends, family. No.
I'd be honest with you.
That's selfish.
For me,
food is meant to be shared and enjoyed. Selfish.
I laugh because of that, the baked bean commercial with the dog.
Yeah.
Only the dog knows my recipe.
Guys are a bunch of stubborn, selfish.
Me and Sammy knows everything that I do.
But nobody else.
She knows everything. But you know what? She'll sit out there with me the entire time I'm cooking. So she knows people? No. Nope.
Okay, then.
You may share. You know what you do? It's like anything in life. You share 85% of how to do it. You keep the other 15% for yourself.
That's like you reference my mom's chocolate chip cookies. She claims, it's just off the back of a box.
It's not.
There's no way it's off the back of the box.
No way.
It's not, right, but she's got that extra 15%. It's like, wow. I mean, yeah. it'll be Hunger Games out there. If you walk in with a bag of those cookies, we're fighting to the death.
I've seen it. I know.
So
trust me, I know.
But she doesn't share.
She should. And
Part
she
of it
claims
is
she
from
does.
part of what she does is from the back of the box, the obvious stuff.
Right.
Just not the extra 15.
And then, for people say, well, here's how you know when people don't want to share, when they simply say, well, it's the secret ingredient is love.
Yeah, as Rico once told me, she put her foot in it.
Yes.
This was not on air, but it was one of my favorite moments involving the two of you because the disconnect culturally was something to behold.
I was so shocked. I'm like, no way you don't know what this is.
Right, I was like, oh, yeah, she put her foot in it. And he's like, wait, what? Why did she put her feet in the cookie dough? That's not what that means.
Rumors. All right. What do I need to know with the grill upgrade? We're having some fun. It's a Friday. We're going to mix football in later in the hour. And 3 o'clock, something from Lions OTAs. Rico's going to make a case. We should be concerned. It's 97.1. And don't worry, we're going to mix a ton of football in today. David's got a college football blitz later. NFL bold predictions ahead of next season. 3 o'clock. Lions OTA headline that caught our attention. Something or nothing. No, it's not what you guys did a few days ago with Goff, but it is something to keep an eye on, and I want to know if people are concerned. Back to the phones we go, 248-539-9797. What do you need to know if you're going to upgrade the grill? Let's go to Christian. You're on 97.1.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for having me on. I want to know, Jim, if you ever thought outside the grill, like maybe a Blackstone, if you're not ready for like smoker or something like that.
Does that let you do like the griddle and all that stuff?
Yes.
Yeah,
I have a
that's the griddle.
4-burner griddle. You can pick those up at Home Depot for like $300, and it's amazing the things that you can cook on there. Breakfast. You can do the Japanese steakhouse stuff.
Yeah,
you could do
all
all
the
the
hibachi stuff.
Christian, you're talking to half the people on this show own one of those, and yeah, they're nice.
Yes. It doesn't sound like you're at, grill master stage, but that might be something to venture into to make another step up into your grilling game.
Give you more options.
Grill is flavor, but I think you would love one of those.
I'm interested. It's come up. It's been discussed.
It's like I said, I thought about. David talked me into getting mine because I was like, man, I may have a problem because I would have a grill, smoker. I was like, I want a griddle. He's like, man, get it.
I may not have been the right person to talk to. I just leaned into the addiction of grills and said,
He was
keep
like,
going
man,
further.
You get it. You get it. Yeah. Yeah, David.
Rico's house is a hardware store. He's like, I got one of those and a couple of these. Take you down aisle 3 if you want the pellet smoker. Let's go to Roman. You're on 97.1. What's up?
How's it going, man? Hey, I called. I just want to stir the pot here. You need to drop propane and get on the charcoal bandwagon, brother.
Sell me on it.
Start grilling like a man. It only takes a half an hour to get the charcoal ready. You're grilling on propane. You might as well be inside grilling on a George Foreman.
Rico, you knew we'd get this.
And here's the thing. I used to be Roman, but Roman, it's a little thing called time. And
hey, I have 2 kids at home. I work 40 hours. I find time, man. It's fun. And you look into the egg. It's a ceramic grill, about $4,000.
Yeah, I'm already out. Home. Roman, I'm already out. I'm not spending $4,000 on a grill. Not at this stage. Maybe if I get to.
But see, I guess if I want charcoal, I can. As I got a drum barrel smoker, so I can just elevate the thing at the bottom, and now it becomes just a grill. If I want it to be.
Oh yeah, the drum barrel. I love the drum barrel. Yeah.
Kenny, have you just been nodding this whole time back there?
Well, if I'm the SEC and you're the Big Ten, there's the AAC over there.
Yeah, I'm over here running the MAC, okay?
Right, no, you're the AAC. You're not even the MAC. Yeah, you know what?
You are looking live.
The drum barrel, you know one thing? He never complains when I bring stuff in.
It's true. Let's go to Josh. Josh, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, man. Hold on.
Thank you. Hey, so Cookies, I got a couple questions. First question, who does the grocery shopping in your house?
I do.
Okay. So that makes this even more of a test. You will know that you are mastering the grill when your wife goes out of her way to get a specific type of food and brings it home just so you can grill it.
Right, because it'd be out of the norm, out of the way. That's how you know you're doing a good job.
Yeah, and I've had every kind of grill. I started out with a charcoal, a little Weber, got the propane, got a little electric smoker. Now I got the Traeger. I got the Blackstone. So I'm a bit of like a freak with it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, to each their own, man. Some people just love it. I love it. And, I mean, if you really get into it, maybe you'll love it.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, too, is I've got the grill. I've got the itch. Like I said, a couple times a week now that it's nice out. And I'm thinking I'm not going to buy in the middle of the grilling season, but I'm taking notes, picking up a couple things, and maybe next season I'm stepping into
Labor Day. So you got a few months.
Okay.
Labor Day is when all of a sudden you can get the floor models. You don't even have to put it together. It's already together.
Perfect.
So that's what I upgraded the grill. I wasn't planning on it, but mine I'd had for like 20 years. And I was just like, yeah, you got to go.
Yeah.
But it has all these bells and whistles that I'll probably never use.
Well, that was why I wanted to bring this up, because you see some of these grills and you're like, why do I need to be able to land a helicopter on this? This doesn't make any sense.
Mine has Wi-Fi capability.
Right.
Like I could start it from here if I wanted to. Like, why would I do that? I'm
remote start.
Not there. I think it's got the infrared on there too. If I was like, okay, you know what? Can it cook? Because all this other stuff,
it's actually got radar on it.
Probably never. But yeah, if you get it around.
Communicate
Labor
with satellites.
But yeah, you'll know when your wife will let you know when you're ready.
What if I just want to do it for me, and I just want to upgrade for myself because I'm doing most of the grilling and enjoying most of the grilling?
You need to feel like a man.
No, I just enjoy how it.
I'm just asking the question because that's what it sounded like. What if I just
what's wrong with doing stuff for you?
You do you.
Thank you.
You do you.
Mike,
nothing wrong with you.
The worst part is when I said that yesterday, for a half second, I'm like, if I don't say anything, no one's going to. Everybody noticed. Everybody noticed. Ticket text. You guys behind the glass, you're yucking it up back there.
I'm telling Roberto, I'm like, did you hear what he just said?
Yep. Rick, riddle me some ideas. What's up?
Hey, not much. How you doing today?
What's up?
Just wanted to say I've got the Masterbuilt 800. That comes with the Blackstone attachment, and the best way to get ideas is to go onto YouTube and look up the grilling. They give you a bunch of recipes, tells you step by step what to do. I think you couldn't go wrong.
No, so you're getting kind of the best of both worlds, the combo meal. You've got the grill and the Blackstone.
And you know what? You may want to go that route where it's it's a little bit of both because they have some where it's propane and it's also charcoal.
Oh, so you can toggle back and forth depending on what you're cooking, how much time you have, what meal you're preparing.
Yeah.
And it costs about $600. It's
a lot better than the $4,000 from the guy earlier. Yeah, no, it's not terrible.
Yeah.
It's not terrible. Rick, I appreciate it. Good advice.
So yeah, but yeah, they have that. They even have it. I think what he was saying, where it is like a half grill, half Blackstone griddle.
But how does that work? So you have like a place to put the charcoal in.
Well, no. I think this one is propane.
Oh, it's all propane.
Half is propane, yeah, and then the other half of it is that. But yeah, there's other ones where it's. I've seen half pellet smoker and half grill, so you could go half and half, and maybe that's what you want to do, just to see and experiment a little bit more. It's just spend a little extra, go the half and half route, and test it out. So when you feel like you just want to do something nice for you.
Thank you, Rico.
You do.
Treat yourself.
Treat yourself, man. Nothing wrong with that.
David's got football questions, bold opinions ahead of the season. Can't even pretend over there. 3 o'clock Lions OTAs. What headline caught our eye?
How about this?
He's going to try to make it up to me now. Here it is.
Guys, David, wouldn't this not be fair? The next time you're filling in for Mike, bring something in for us. Is that fair?
It's fair. I'll see if I want to eat it, but it's fair.
No, I mean, because maybe we're not giving young Jimmy here enough credit. Maybe he is ready.
And not
and
hot
he's
dogs
just
and
humble.
hamburgers. No, not hot dogs and hamburgers.
But you know what? Maybe he does his hamburgers a special way. Do you buy the frozen patties?
No.
Okay, see, that's
you
a
get
step
the fresh
right.
patty.
See, that's a step right there.
That. Thank you.
That's a step right there. See, just put the frozen patty on. Like,
no. Well, then you can't even really season it either because no, you can't do that.
Okay. See,
you said seasoning. I'm already proud of you.
That's what I'm saying.
Salt and pepper.
What? Hey. That's how they do it in Tecumseh.
97.1. David, the only member of the show participating in Floral Friday. Looking at you, Kenny. And myself, too. I know better. David,
I had the shirt ready and totally
You forgot it, too.
Yeah. And then when I didn't see Kenny's, I was like, okay, I'm off the hook. And there's David. Okay.
David, repping the show, repping Floral Friday, repping football today.
So let's finish off these 100 bold predictions, things that I found interesting in the bold predictions. Start with, there's a video of him struggling at OTAs, so let's start with him. Baker Mayfield will throw for 16 touchdowns.
I love that that's bold.
That's why I laughed at the
Have you seen some of the video of him and Kyle Trask, quote unquote, competing? Neither guy can hit a receiver in stride.
I have.
They're nowhere near the receiver. These throws are like 20 yards.
Doesn't matter.
What does that mean?
It's in OTAs.
But it's Baker.
Here it is.
This is who he is.
I was chastised and told, it's OTAs, guy. Don't buy into all this.
But 16 touchdowns, that's not a lot.
I think that's implying that he wouldn't get benched.
Yeah, that's saying that he'll play enough, but I think he can hit to 16 touchdowns. He'll probably injuries or getting benched. I think he'll play in 10 games. So, yeah, I think he can get to 16
So it's tough because we agree he's not finishing the year. They're going to be a bad team. They should see what Trask can do at some point, probably near the end of the season. In the first 2 months, can Baker get 16 touchdowns? He's got Evans. He's got Godwin. You would think he would do it.
You would think.
You would think. Okay, well, then based off of that, I'm going to have my own bold prediction question for you off of this. Can he be this year's Geno Smith?
You know what? I think he can because, I remember the guy who was sitting across from me, not you, but Mike just laughed. Oh, he's god-awful. And then he came into Ford Field and basically lit him up. And he won't do it again. He actually kept doing it again so much he was comeback player of the year. It is possible. David, it's almost when you forget about him and when you write off Baker, like in the Rams game, when he had just got off the plane, ran to the stadium.
Threw like 5 plays.
Right in his flip-flops and orchestrated the end of that game. So
yeah, but you could do it 1 week. Maybe you could do it 2 weeks. I don't think he's going to be able to pull up. What Geno did last year shouldn't be taken as someone's going to do that every season. I don't see it.
No, but that's why it's called the comeback player of the year. It's one person normally does have that, oh, yeah, I forgot about him type of season.
Next bold prediction, Matthew Stafford will be dealt to another team.
You know what? I'm going to recuse myself and just let the Stafford fan club president over here talk.
I don't think he's going to get dealt. I think financially it's a really difficult move to make. We don't know his health. He would have to be healthy for someone to trade for him. I think what's more likely is he and McVay and Cooper Kupp go to those Breakfast Club meetings and design plays together and play as many games as they can, but he's not getting dealt.
I think he gets dealt. I do because
what kind of team? I'm not going to put you on the spot to name the team.
I think a team that kind of like how the Rams were. You just need a quarterback. Rams aren't. They are on the downside. They're closer to bottom of the league than Super Bowl. McVay, I don't know if the love is there. Cooper Kupp, you know what? They just could have a flat out fire sale and just blow this thing up because after all of those F them picks, I think they finally own a pick next year. So we could go out, get the QB from USC, have him just come play across the street, and you trade Stafford to like a New England.
Or a team yet to injure their quarterback.
Right. So, yeah, but like New England, you got a nice defense. You just don't have that QB. Somebody that could just get you over the top.
What about
the Commanders?
Yeah, but they're a team that needs to rebuild too. I don't think they're in contention. I think there's a very finite number of teams that make sense, and money's going to make it even more difficult in season. David, what else you got?
The Eagles will not win the NFC East. Now, before you respond to that, I do want to remind you that since 2005, there hasn't been a back-to-back winner in the NFC East. No one's repeated.
If someone's going to do it, it's Dallas, right? It's not going to be the Commanders. Talked about it yesterday. The Giants overachieved. I don't think they're winning the division.
No, I think the Eagles will. Actually, I do. I think Dallas and the Eagles will battle it out, but in the end, Dallas will go full Dallas and find ways to lose. The Eagles just seem to be a complete team where the weeks that the offense isn't clicking, they can lean on the defense and vice versa. So I'm going to go with the Eagles.
I think it could be Dallas this year. I'll go with Dallas. They let you down in the postseason. I could see in the regular season they rattle off 12, maybe 13. Philly has an injury or two. Yeah, I'll buy it.
J.K. Dobbins will rush for 1,200 yards.
Oh, I'm big on J.K. Dobbins going into this season. Kenny knows all about it. He is a full year removed from the scary knee injury. He's still in his mid-20s. Great running football team. I think he could have one of the better rushing seasons this year.
If you would have stopped and said J.K. Dobbins will have 12 yards, I would have said, okay, I'll buy that. 12? Yes. 1,200? No.
What?
He will, you know what? In the end, you'll be presenting him the DeAndre Swift Award.
You think he's that brittle?
Yes.
He ended last year running like 5 yards a pop. He's healthy, full off season.
Mm-hmm. Swift had periods where he actually looked like he was pretty good.
See,
And then
Rico,
he didn't.
I could have said 12,000 yards, and Jim would have said yes.
Right.
Because he's all in on J.K. Dobbins right now.
I thought you could have stopped at 12 for me. Now that's it. 13?
Does J.K. Dobbins, he's got a 1,000-yard season under his belt, right? Swift never did that.
His rookie year, I believe. I
mean, Dobbins. No, he's never run for 1,000 yards. I'll be damned. I'll be damned.
Mr. All In.
This is the year 3.
It'll be a J.K. Dobbins tombstone on Casher ticket.
Next bold prediction: Aaron Rodgers will prove to be a model citizen with the Jets, free of drama.
Who buys that?
You know what? I'm going to say yes.
In New York?
Mm-hmm.
No drama. For that guy? Mm-hmm. Mr. Enema Darkness Retreat? Mm-hmm. That guy?
Yep.
He's going to be a model citizen.
9-letter word. Honeymoon.
No.
I don't see a lot of yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no ma'ams out of Aaron Rodgers.
Honeymoon. No. Honeymoon.
New York. There's no honeymoon in New York.
There is.
First game he struggles.
No.
Don't you know it's Super Bowl or bust?
No, because it's the Jets, because they're a bad team. He's going to be on the honeymoon because he has a track record, they're not going to attack him. Now, next year, all bets are off. But this year, he'll get the honeymoon.
How many times in Green Bay when they would struggle, people would feed him and look for the relax comment? If he tells the people in New York to relax, that's going to be a culture clash.
He'll have a 1-year honeymoon.
Okay.
One grace period. After that, I can't make any promises.
The Colts at 6.5 over under will hit their win total overs.
Wait, 6.5?
So they're 6.5 for the Colts right now. It says they will hit their win total on the over.
7+ wins for the Colts.
7+ win for the Colts.
I mean, it's the NFL. It's hard to be really inept and bad. So I can buy that.
Even with Richardson, who you most famously hated in the draft process, he's probably going to start all 17 games, right? He'll start week 1?
I don't think he starts week 1.
You don't think so?
I think that's one of those, I don't know when their bye week is, but probably the game after the bye week will be his first game. Kind of, he'll play spot duty, but you don't throw somebody to the wolves.
I think they'll be under, if I had to guess, and it's not because I'm against Richardson. You guys know how highly I thought of him, but year 1 is going to be an adjustment for him, and it's not like he has a bunch of great receivers. The O-line has seen better
You're
days.
right. You just changed my mind.
Okay.
I'm going under as well.
Persuasive.
All right, so then let's close it out with a couple quarterbacks here. Derek Carr will post 30 touchdowns for just the second time in his career, and then Trevor Lawrence will become the 10th quarterback to pass for more than 5,000 yards in a season.
See, I'm big on Lawrence. He took a step forward last year. They should be even better this year offensively, right?
Yeah, Mike keeps talking about that. I don't see how the Jags are this juggernaut. They're in a bad division.
Sure, that's part of it.
Doesn't make you great. I mean, look at the Tigers. You're not great. You're in second. Doesn't mean much. No. I'm saying no to that. I don't see this Trevor Lawrence that everybody else sees.
So just so you know, we were talking about the coach just a second ago. Their bye week would be week 11.
Oh, so yeah, they
that'd be
can't wait.
kinda late.
They're not
So
going to
yeah, it
wait.
would be late. Okay, so probably week 3, week 4.
By the way, Texter says Stafford to the Falcons. Back to Georgia. They've got offensive pieces. They run the ball. Decent line.
You
know what?
A team like that
might make sense.
That's ready to do something right here, right now. Yeah, but I could easily see Stafford going someplace like that. You know, another place? Depends on if they want to swallow their pride. The Packers.
Could you imagine?
If the Packers want to just say, okay, we only drafted Aaron Love to piss off Aaron Rodgers, and it was a gag gift, and now we're stuck with him, and it's not going to work, and you go get Stafford and you add him to the Packers, that's a better team.
Yeah, see, they gave Love that extra year extension.
Extra year.
That's just to see what he is.
Right.
Yeah, so they're going to see what he is. Now, if he's a disaster, maybe.
Right, but this is one of those
yeah.
where, you know what, we're 2-4, but, man, we got everything else but a quarterback, and the Rams are sitting at their, 0-6.
Yeah.
I could easily see that happening.
And that is in football today.
Incredible. 97-1. That's the first time I've heard that one. How we doing today? It's a Friday. Jim Costa in for Mike Valeni. He'll be back next week. We're having some fun. Who Said It coming up at 4 o'clock today. And a little college football look ahead later in the hour. David's got a college football blitz. Some big matchups early in the season. I told him if I could close my eyes, blink, and it's Labor Day weekend, I would do it. I can't wait.
No,
Yes.
you can't do this.
Take the time away from the lakes and the pools. Get me to college football season. David's going to teleport us. That
Finally get like 7 consecutive days of great weather.
It's been nice. David, if you could teleport us there later in the hour, it'd be great. Let's talk about Lions OTAs. And you made a comment about this. I don't know how big a deal anything is, but headlines catch our attention. And this one was discussed pre-show, and we're going to bring it to the air.
You mean the Jared Goff and Jameson Williams just appear not to be on the same page?
Yeah, I believe.
At OTA yesterday. Offensive coordinator, I think Jameson missed a throw. Goff throws his hands up in the air in pure disgust. Ben Johnson, the OC, had to go over and kind of calm him down. It was reported that Goff and Jameson kind of went walking off alone, but you could see Goff demonstrative, like those who are looking in.
Yeah, so all these beat writers are doing their notebooks, and this is from USA Today, Lions Wire. Jeff Risen article. It says the chemistry between Goff and Jamo continues to show it needs more time. They're not on the same page with when and where Williams is supposed to be on routes. After one rep, Goff threw his hands in disgust. Ben Johnson came in, walked through some of the pointers, and then they continue to talk through it. Is this not what you do at practice? You rep it, you make mistakes, you correct it, you get back out there. But with Jamo, there's just a little bit of concern that sinks into people's psyche. And for you, Rico, you were talking about this, like, why is it always something with this guy?
It is. It's starting to be every little thing. It's not. Let me just preface this by saying he has done nothing illegal. I mean, he's sitting out for 6 games, but from the videos that he puts up on Instagram and just the places that he's visiting and the things that he's doing and just the overall attitude, he's portraying the diva-like mentality, but you haven't done diva-like things. There was a reason why teams put up with certain receivers for years because they produced on the field. You know, 1 catch for 1 touchdown. Like, yeah, you were hurt last year, but you would think that this man would be grinding to get back out on the field. No, he's placing bets in the team facility, and then he can't even own it and say, yeah, that's on me. You know what he said? I didn't know we couldn't do that. Really? Really? You didn't know that we can do that. The only reason he's still around, he was number 1 pick. Because you saw what happened to all the other players that were involved. They got released, but you couldn't release him. So now he gets to 6 games. NFL's not that stupid. But it is starting to be a little bit of a concern for me of what are you doing here? What is going on? Like Goff, who's a pretty mild-mannered quarterback. He is not the in-your-face, Tom Brady, grab you by the face mask type of guy. If he's saying something, maybe there's a little bit more to this because that chemistry's not there. And once the season starts for 42 days, they won't be able to work on that chemistry. So this is crucial time now.
Well, and it is worth pointing out everything with a grain of salt here. It's June. I should preface every call we take with it's June. So I beat them to the punch. We understand.
And it's OTAs, and I was told that OTAs don't matter.
Laporta has chemistry with Goff. Gibbs has chemistry with Goff. Jamo doesn't. Wasn't there also a story about Jamo eventually making his way out to Goff when they were running all those patterns on their own?
He wasn't there the first day.
He wasn't there initially,
Yeah.
but he got there at the end, and he's the only guy not smiling. Again, I know we're reading into this, but then he's the guy who's not in the right spots during OTAs. When do you get concerned with Jamo? Is this something? Is this nothing? 248-539-9797.
Because for everything that, Brad Holmes and all the kudos we've given him, this is one that could backfire of maybe he's not that draft genius. Because remember, he moved up to get him. And for the second straight year on opening weekend, he's not going to be there. This time, it's not because he got injured in a college football playoff game. is self-inflicted. You don't think that they couldn't use him going to Kansas City against the Chiefs? He's not going to be there.
You're right. Where he was drafted matters a lot in terms of the amount of rope people are willing to give the guy. When they drafted him, it was an exciting pick. He was blowing by Georgia's defense, all those NFL guys. The Lions want to run the ball. You want to put safeties in a tough position. If you want to come up and stop the run, we have someone who you cannot cover straight line down the field. In theory, the pick made all the sense in the world. And everybody's going to hold out hope that he puts it together between the ears and between the white lines, and he's a great player for this team.
And don't get me wrong. I really want this man to succeed.
Same.
Because I think that, as you said, this could be special for him. Right place, right time. But to me, it feels like he's wasting an opportunity, and I don't know why. I don't know what makes this man tick, but I don't feel like football is his main priority right now. I don't know what is. But yeah, it's always something. It's just little something here, you hear it, that, and whispers. It's like, Jameson, how about you just go out there, redeem yourself? Because when I see the free Jamo shirts that Kirby is wearing, you know what? You're showing more pride in him than he's showing in himself.
So apparently that rep where Goff threw his hands up in disgust and was animated wasn't the only miscue from Williams on the day. There weren't any drops, but he continues to show he needs more work with timing, release, in breaking routes, etc.
Jameson Williams is a guy that's made it his entire career off his skills because he's better and faster than most people. This is the NFL. You got to tighten all of that stuff up. Because
especially with the spotlight on you now.
Everybody's just as fast as you. Everybody can do everything that you can do. We were all Americans, okay? We were all on great teams. We all did a lot of stuff in college. What can you do now? That's what keeps you from being a short career to a Hall of Fame career. I don't see him putting in that Hall of Fame type of work off the field.
DJ, what are you seeing? You're on 97.1. What's your reaction?
What up, though? Y'all all right?
What's happening?
That drop is hilarious. Yeah, so, I called Rico and Mike and Dave them probably about a month ago with Jamo's little nonsense then, and now this. And I hate to say this, but I keep saying this to Rico. It reminds me of Charles Rogers. This is what it's starting to be like. Remember, Charles Rogers scored a touchdown, and then remember he got hurt. Then the next year he was supposed to come back and have a breakout year. He was hurt or missed games. He was out hanging in MGM instead of football. Then it was this, it was that, it was this, it was that. This is what Jamo was reminding me of. And I'm a diehard Lions fan. I'm hoping this pans out, but it's really looking like Charles Rogers. Like those two guys even dang near rank the same 40s almost. They the same height, same everything. So that's what I'm starting to see, and I hope I'm wrong, guys.
You know what it is? Like, Rico, a guy not being in the right spot during a rep of OTAs means nothing to me.
Right.
It's when it's everything else that it turns into a conversation. If a guy runs a wrong route in practice and coach pulls him aside and goes, hey, when we call this terminology, you got to run a 9 route, or we need you to run a post route. Miscommunications. This is the time to have miscommunication so you don't when the season starts.
Because here's what happens is when you run that wrong route, you kind of stop and say, and you explain
teachable moment.
Hey, you broke to the left. You were supposed to go to the right, and then you break up the seam. And there's no yelling. It's just, it's a teachable moment. Okay, let's just stop right here.
But when Goff's throwing his hands in disgust, and
that tells me we've had this conversation before.
You know what you're supposed to do.
And you're still not paying attention to what I'm saying.
And then
the coordinator has to step in there, kind of like the mediator. Okay. Let me say it again slowly for the people in the back. Here's how you run the route. So that's what I'm seeing. It's just a bunch of little things. I'm just starting to feel concerned about it. It could just be me. 248-539-9797. But I look at this, and it's just one more thing. And I would love to just see a bunch of positive things come out, but it's not. And it hasn't. I'm going to be careful saying it has not reached Ja Morant type status.
No, nowhere near that.
But it's kind of like with Ja, it's just like, dude,
You didn't learn from the other stuff that you keep doing other things.
Oh, I get what you're saying. And it's nowhere near the severity.
It's not near the severity of what Ja is doing.
It's a pattern of behavior that you need to be able to rein in.
But you would think, okay, my bad. I screwed over the team. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be Superman out here. I'm gonna make sure I'm the best receiver when I.
Well, little stuff. When they were throwing routes out, was it in California?
Yeah.
When they were out throwing routes together, shouldn't he have been the first guy there after missing last season?
He should have been greeting everybody, shaking their hands, saying, "Hey, I'm sorry."
Shouldn't he be the one that knows the playbook better than even Jared Goff? Shouldn't all he have done is...
Here's the thing. You're the one that got suspended.
Yeah.
So you know what? Yeah, you do need to make this up to your team. And how do you do that? Like you said, know the playbook. First one in, last one out. Hey, what else can I do? Because I'm going to be gone and I'm going to let my team down for 6 weeks because I did something stupid. So you need to make this up. I'm not seeing that right now. And that's a mentality. And I don't think he has that right now. That's why
all the talent in the world.
It wasn't that big of a deal, but it kind of angered me of that whole free Jamo. Like, no, don't make this man a victim.
Don't make him a martyr.
Right.
Yeah, I had no issue with Kirby sticking up for his teammate, but Jamo has to be the change. He has to do it himself.
Right, and maybe it's funny if you see Jamo and you hear all these great things about him. It's just like, okay, we're like, yeah, Jamo, you have to do better because you're in a situation now. The team expected a lot of you.
When you said it's always something with him, I felt that, and I'm not nearly as concerned maybe as you are, but I do feel this sense of it's always something with this guy. It's always something with this guy. He got one career catch. It's always something with this guy. Where are you at with your concern? Are you concerned at all? Not about a guy missing a route at OTAs. Earlier in the week, it was not being on the same page with the deep ball. And it was, the suspension and then showing up to Vegas that weekend. It was not being their first day throwing routes with his teammates. It was asking for Aaron Rodgers' jersey after the last game he ever plays at Lambeau. Just this lack of awareness.
It was liking on social media about playing with Lamar Jackson. Or some of the stuff that we've seen on his Instagram account where he's in places in Detroit he probably shouldn't be at that time of the night. And even when he was out passing money out to the little kids, it's like, okay, there's better ways to do this. Yeah. You're making yourself a target right now. So like I said, he's not doing anything criminal.
No.
But I do sense problems.
Do you sense immaturity?
A pattern.
Immaturity.
Yeah, there it is right there. If I had the bell,
hey, find the bell. There it is.
There you go.
Immature. That's where we're at.
You
right
have
now.
an opportunity in front of you. You're not capitalizing on it. So 248-539-9797. Here's something you can capitalize on. Awaken 180 weight loss. It's worked for me. Down 40 pounds. It could work for you. It's been 9 weeks for me. You got time. The summer is here. You can start now. You'll be ready for football season. You'll be in game shape come September. And come Christmas, oh my goodness, you're going to have to get all new clothes if you start now with Awaken 180 weight loss. It's very easy. You just got to make an appointment. You'll talk to your coach every week. They'll get you prepared. So whether you're trying to lose 20, 50, 100 pounds, Awaken 180 weight loss can help you out. And the beauty of it, guys, you're not going to starve yourself. You'll be eating all day. Heck, as a matter of fact, as soon as I'm done with this, I'll be eating on one of their snacks. Awaken 180 weight loss. Call now, 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or go online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Lions OTAs going on.
You know what? Before we get into that, I just want to let you know I love your new picture now.
Oh, boy.
Will pop up on the phone. There you go, David.
So I forgot my headphones. I'm wearing these. And I text my wife. I go, did I leave them at home? I just peace of mind want to know that they're not just lost forever. And she sends me a picture of our cat wearing the headphones. And Rico now has that as
So whenever you call,
the photo when I call him. So
oh, look, yeah,
there
like
you go.
with Mike is giving me the one finger salute. When he calls.
You're welcome for that. Lions OTAs. Everybody's doing their notebooks and their observations, and it's June. But this caught our eye. Jamison Williams, it's always something with him. Chemistry is off with Jared Goff. Not on the same page where he's supposed to be on his routes. Goff's throwing up his hands in disgust. Multiple miscues on the day. Ben Johnson's getting out there trying to work with him. At its most basic face value, this is not a big deal. This is what you have practice for. It's what you have OTAs for. You work through routes, and when you get it wrong, you rep it again and you get it right. That's what this is about. But we're not hearing about Laporta not knowing routes. We're not hearing about Gibbs not being in the right place in routes. These are rookies. We're not hearing about any of the other veterans because they spent as much time with Goff in the offseason as they could running patterns and running routes. With Jamo not being top of his class, not being student of the game, ready to go, on top of everything else, we've asked how big of a concern is he? This team's not messing around. They're not saying, hey, we're hoping to be a little better next year. They're hoping to be a lot better next year, to take a leap forward.
They're hoping to win the division next year.
And if you're missing 6 games and you're not ready to hit the ground running and you're not taking this seriously enough, that does become a concern. I don't know if we're there yet, but file it away. It's always something. Let's go to Leonard. You're on 97.1.
How you doing, guys?
Hey, Leonard.
All right. Hey, James Winston, he worries me big time. He reminds me of Titus Young in a way. You know, because by now he should have got the big picture about him being out a whole year and not playing. And I'm beginning to think maybe it wasn't Dan Campbell that wanted him on the team. Maybe it was Graham Holmes that wanted him, but not Dan Campbell. And that's maybe another reason why he hasn't played as much as people thought he was going to play. And then, too, James Winston may be feeling that, maybe knowing what's going on. So this may be his way of acting out.
I don't know about that, but when I look at Jamison Williams, I just think that he doesn't get it. And I'm not understanding why, because this is the NFL. And it could be the fact that football has been so easy for him all of his life that I can just do whatever. And it's like, no, man, this is the NFL. Your career will be short and you will be forgotten about. Like he has that potential by the time he comes back from week 7 that he's the second or third receiver.
But he
or
should have
fourth.
been by now. He's been out a whole year. So why he's not getting it by now is beyond me.
Well, you know what it is too. It's I think the expectations get bigger and bigger for him the more time he misses, because he has to make up for lost time.
Right.
So it's this idea in our head when they drafted him. This is a speed demon. This is a take the top off the defense. This is a big play guy, and he has one catch, albeit a big play for a touchdown. But Rico, if we get to the middle of next season and he doesn't have a couple big plays, people are going to look at him and go, what the hell was this all for?
I'll give DJ some credit a few minutes ago when he said like a lot like Charles Rogers. Rogers came in, I think his first game he had 2 touchdowns, and you're like, man, this rookie's going to be good. And he was hurt, and then got hurt again, and then he didn't get it. And then he was washed out the league. It's the number 2 overall pick. And the Lions eventually just said, yeah, we're moving on.
Let's go to Frank. Frank, how are you seeing this? You're on 97.1.
I see it a lot different than you guys see it. I think you guys are on this anti-Jamo thing. For what reason? Probably because you're marketing to your listeners and you come from a racist perspective. And I think that Jamo is immature.
No, hold on, Frank. I'm gonna let you finish, Frank, I'm gonna let you finish. How are we marketing to our people and coming from a racist perspective?
Because every time you guys talk about any player on your show in sports, it's always black people in a negative manner. You always do it. I've heard you guys several times talking about sports and athletes. It's always black athletes.
Frank.
And you got
Frank,
Rico
hold on.
there, your sidekick there, basically amplifying things. It's a bunch of nonsense.
First of all, Rico's not a sidekick.
Frank, first of all, yeah,
He's a sidekick.
Wow.
He's a sidekick. That's what he is.
Okay.
Isn't a majority of mini leagues black?
No.
Sidekick.
I'm a sidekick. I'm a sidekick, and I'm racist. What else am I, Frank?
You're
Talk to me.
non-serious. You're non-serious as well, too. You're there for marketing. What you're doing is marketing.
Actually, well, apparently it's working, Frank, because you took time out of your day
you're
to call
marketing.
us to show us how asinine that you are. First of all, this man sat on hold for all of this time.
Mm-hmm.
Did we not talk about Jared Goff? Jared Goff, black.
No.
Have we talked Dan Campbell?
Yep.
Extensively?
Yeah, he actually got beat up pretty bad at the start of last season.
Okay.
And deservedly so, by the way.
Okay.
Let's do a quick pigment test. White. Not a lot of melanin there.
Just checking. Heck. Pretty much every Detroit Tiger.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't want to give him any more time than that. I mean, it's just such a ridiculous premise on several levels.
Let's just say Ticket Text, they don't agree with Frank.
Okay, good.
Well, I just want to make sure. I'm just the sidekick. Maybe, so.
Well, if you're the sidekick and I'm not even on the show,
I'm here for
so-
marketing reasons.
Then what am I? You're the sidekick. I guess I'm the clown on the.
All you ever do is talk about black athletes. Like, no.
To David's point,
The
like
majority of
when we
mini
talk
leagues
about
are black.
the NBA and the
Right.
NFL, the most of the players.
Right, but if you do something silly, it's not, oh, you did it because you're black. No, you did it because you're stupid.
First of all,
stupidity doesn't know race.
Thank you. He said he's immature. What we also said.
Right.
We also said we're rooting for the guy. I want him to be everything and more that they drafted. That doesn't mean he will be. It doesn't mean I'm going to put blinders on and ignore red flags. I mean, come on.
Someone is also saying, did Frank, is he new to the area? Did he really miss the Stafford years?
Right. That's all we ever. Okay. All right. Hey, let's go. Stevie Y. He's invited to the cookout.
You want to take another call?
Scott Harris. You're invited too. We only talk about black folks.
We'll keep the conversation going. I think we can be better. End of the hour. David's going to teleport us to the start of college football season. Can't wait. Who said it's at 4? It's 97.1. No filter today, apparently. 97.1. Jim Costa.
I
today.
thought we were having fun, but
I thought so too.
Yeah,
people got their agenda.
Jim Harbaugh, is he black?
248.
Aaron Rodgers.
We're not bringing Jamo up because of his race. Right. We're bringing it up because he didn't run the right routes. Goff was animated about it, threw his hands in the air, and is it really a big deal? Not in this instance, no, but as a puzzle piece to a bigger picture, yes.
Is it concerning? David, a couple ticket texts before we get back to the phone lines. 248-539-9797.
Jamo's problem is he has too few role models, too much free time, and too much money. Okay. I wonder how much Jameson wanting Lamar here bothered Goff. Nowhere near the biggest thing, but I just wonder how that's affected that dynamic between the two. That is from Ryan.
You know what, Ryan? That's interesting. I mean, we're all human nature. You don't want to know that you're the silver medal. You want to think that, okay, you're my guy. Well, you're the guy that's here.
Well, think about it, too. There's got to be a trust factor. Yeah, you got to run the right route, but I got to trust you with some of these anticipatory throws that you're going to be in the right spot. Even if you think the Lions are going to be a division winner this year, they're not blowing everybody out. The league's all about one-score games, and the mistakes that you make on Sundays, on one play, on one route, if your quarterback doesn't trust you, that's a big deal.
I side with Jared Goff over the child diva that is Jamo. That is from T. Rico, I trust that the culture Dan, Brad, and the rest of the staff have built and are building will teach Jamo the correct way to be a pro. Johnny in Commerce.
Johnny in Commerce, I appreciate you texting in. I'm beginning to wonder, is this culture, I'm wondering, is it just something that the fans have made and built up? Because everything good is culture. Everything bad is individual. I mean, you had not just players, but people who work in the organization that all got fired over this whole gambling thing. Apparently, there's another wave. I don't know if it's Lions, at least one Lion, but he was insignificant. Okay, there's no such thing as an insignificant player. Insignificant players can win you Super Bowls, okay? They can. So, but the culture thing, it's either you get it or you don't.
Right.
But isn't it part of the culture, though? When you read that Goff pulled him aside, talked to him.
Ben Johnson pulled him
aside and talked to him. That is part of the culture.
It is. And it's
teach him.
Goff throwing his hands up to me means we've gone over this before. And I'm frustrated now. We've all hit that point where you had to talk to, whether it was your kid, your spouse, whatever, where it's like, how many times do I have to say this? You still don't understand it, and you get frustrated. That's how I read that.
Let's get to Matt. Matt, you're on 97.1.
Hello, gentlemen. How you doing today?
What's up?
I'm just talking. Good afternoon is right. Yeah, this Jamo thing, it's unfortunate, all the talent in the world. But the bottom line is we got to look at it this way. We as a Detroit fan base, we want a winner, and we haven't had one. And we need everybody to be on the same sheet of music. And I'm speaking for millions out there that are fans. We don't want to deal with this. Jamo, we want him on the team. He would greatly improve our offense. However, we have to look at it this way. One rotten apple spoils the bunch. When does Brad Holmes say enough's enough? I was also thinking of this. I was thinking, why isn't there some type of a boot camp in the NFL? Because this happens frequently in the NFL, where for some reason guys just aren't focused in. And if they could be sent or have a special program to work with players like this.
Well, Matt, they actually kind of do. For rookies, it's
the symposium.
Yeah, where all the rookies show up.
Need to know stuff.
And they just kind of go over all of this stuff. And whether it's on the field stuff, off the field stuff, financial situations, what you should not be doing, they got the rookie symposium.
Enrico, I love that. And I love that you've been in locker rooms because questions about that, like accountability within the players, what goes on there, because we're looking at more psychological issues here.
Sure.
Not only, this is disrupting the rest of the team and their livelihoods. They're not out there playing just to make a buck, to want to win a Super Bowl. And but we would hope they all would want to. And but what I'm saying is, besides that symposium, these players that, let's just call them problem childs, all right? They just don't have it all together upstairs. I agree with a lot of the callers. Money, probably has a great effect to do with this. Maybe we do have to have some type of boot camp that, you cross the line, you're rated, and you're going to this place, all right? The NFL is going to hold all your money until you can get your act together. Because why do we want to pay these guys so they can continue to get in more trouble?
Well, Matt, I think a couple things. You need the Players Association on board anything you do, and they're never going to be in favor of you handing your money back to the league. It's your money. You've earned it, and unless you violated a rule, you shouldn't be asked to give up any of that, and only as a fine. Should there be a program to help athletes who are falling out of line a little bit? Sure, but you're going to have to, it's got to be voluntary. I mean, you can't force these professional athletes, grown men with jobs and salaries, to go to problem child camp. You can't do that.
Just send them back to college if that's the case,
right?
right?
I mean, you need to brand it very differently. It would have to be seen as like a tool, not a punishment.
I think the rookie symposium is that, where they kind of go over, this is the NFL. They bring in former NFL player, current NFL players, coaches, any and everybody who they think could maybe get through to this person is there. But you could talk to 100 people.
You're right.
I know this just teaching classes.
Mm-hmm.
99 of them will get it. One won't. Now, does that one not, is it the person challenged, or are they just zoned out because they'd rather be someplace else? You can't legislate and make rules against stupidity. You can try, but you're spinning your wheels, and in the end, you're going to end up just looking stupid. Sometimes people are who they are.
Andrew, last word. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, man.
So, before I go, I want to say Williams, he's a great player. I think he, like the last caller said, he can be a great addition to the team. I just think his biggest problem is he doesn't want to be on the Lions. Did you guys watch him get drafted?
Everybody goes back to the draft day video. I didn't want to read too much into that. And I don't know if people are going back and analyzing and overanalyzing it. I don't know that a guy didn't want to be here based on a facial reaction immediately upon being drafted. I don't want to say Jamo doesn't want to be. I'm not comfortable saying that anyway, Rico. I don't know if you are. I'm not comfortable with that.
Sometimes, if that's the case, then Joel Embiid doesn't want to be a 76er, because that was the ultimate, what? I'm going where? Look. Oh, boy. I
think it's an immature thing. I don't think he's a bad person. I don't think he's.
I agree with that. I don't think he doesn't want to be here because this is where he's at. He doesn't have enough leverage to force himself out. Now, if this was going on in a contract year, I would agree with.
Yeah, then you're trying to pull something.
If he did like Lamar Jackson, where maybe I'll leave, maybe I don't know what I'm gonna do, but this is I just don't think he understands what the NFL is all about, and that everybody is special here. This is this ain't Bama. This ain't the SEC. We're all fast. We all came from programs, and we could all do what you do. And if you can't, there's somebody who wants that job. Unfortunately, he's allowing the next person to have a 6-week advance and getting a rapport with Goff.
You're right.
This time, man, you should be trying to soak up everything like a sponge, because once you leave, now I got to move on to somebody else.
Mm-hmm. All right, coming up next, David's going to teleport us ahead to college football season. We got a college football blitz, some of the biggest games to keep an eye on. 97.1. hanging out. Great Friday. Warm weather, hot summer day. But I'm looking ahead to the fall, and I know David's going to teleport us there with a college football blitz.
So I'm excited about college football. I know you guys are, but we just don't want the summer to end. So we'll give you a preview, a look ahead without the weather changing.
Nah, just get us to Labor
into
Day.
the great games in September, the start the season, most intriguing September games. Let's start with LSU versus Florida State. That is a 7:30 kickoff on September 3rd on ESPN.
It's a great matchup.
Is that the Labor Day game?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta?
They played each other last year, too.
Yeah, they should be in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just...
Couple teams coming off double-digit win seasons. Their quarterbacks are back. That's a great game.
I'm sorry, this is not in Atlanta. This is in Orlando.
Oh.
Okay. Again, I wish it was on a college campus, but whatever.
Honestly, LSU is my sleeper team.
Okay.
To win it all. Sorry, Kenny.
All right, that.
Winning 3 in a row, I think it's going to be very difficult for Georgia to do. They can restock, they can reload, but I look at the fact that LSU will have a quarterback who has experience. Georgia and Alabama do not. So Florida State, I never know what Florida State is.
I know, and they've been such a disappointment in the post-Jimbo years, but it feels like last year Norvell broke through. They bring back a lot in the trenches. They've got their quarterback. They're among the leaders in returning production.
And Keon Coleman will be there for the next 8-9 months.
All right, there you go. But I'm with you on LSU. It's not just their quarterback and coach.
You see the look Kenny giving me?
Why? Kenny, you're not. The Georgia Bulldogs aren't the only good team in the South.
I know. That's what I was trying to tell you guys, but apparently the SEC's overrated. Rico's got LSU doing something. Interesting. Real interesting, Rico.
Wow. You know what? You just can't give people their flowers. Everybody's offended.
I know. LSU on defense. Harold Perkins, big-time player last year. Mason Smith on the defensive line.
I didn't think, Brian Kelly could pull it off. But he is. Jaden Daniels, quarterback. Like he wasn't that great at Arizona State, but he started to come along.
He brought the family all together.
I mean, kind of like Joe Milton appears to be that guy at Tennessee. We all wrote him off here in the state of Michigan.
Yep.
So, yeah, LSU, I think, is that team.
It's a good matchup. What else, David? Right. Thank you.
Let's go to week 2 of the college football season. Texas at Alabama. 7 p.m. kickoff on ESPN.
Clearly, the storyline here is last year, Texas nearly pulled off the upset, but now they got to go to the belly of the beast in Tuscaloosa. This is fun because it's on the college campuses as opposed to some of these other early season neutral sites.
Yeah. And
Quinn Ewers.
Quinn Ewers should have won the game. He doesn't get knocked out. They win that game. Bryce Young literally put the team on his back at the end.
He covered up for a lot of mistakes on the Bama team. They lost 2 games, could have easily lost a couple more. The question is, they don't have Bryce Young. I know Saban reloads, but are they vulnerable to a Longhorn upset? I think so.
And I don't know. Longhorns don't have a lot of their players either. So
they got former Michigan receiver Xavier Worthy.
But Bijan's gone, right? Have you seen him run?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, walking into Bryant Denny Stadium, yeah, I don't see that happening. But I'm looking forward to it.
I'll take the points.
Week 4 matchup. Ohio State at Notre Dame. That is a 7:30 kickoff on NBC.
Where's the game at?
At Notre Dame.
Okay. Touchdown Jesus.
Wow, maybe we should go to that game.
Sam Hartman getting himself a shot against Ohio State.
See, Ohio State's kind of like that Georgia, Alabama. There's so many question marks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who your quarterback is. I don't know a lot. I would say right now, Notre Dame probably would have the advantage in that game.
I think they have the better O-line. Ohio State's replacing a couple NFL tackles, but there's also something about Ohio State. There's maybe a handful of schools in this category. Doesn't matter. Rinse, repeat, reload. Georgia's one of those teams. Rinse, repeat, reload.
See, I used to think that about Ohio State until their defense fell off. Because it used to be, they're going to have another top 5 pick on the defensive line. This Bosa kid went down. Who's this Chase Young? This guy. but all of a sudden their defense has not been the same.
I'll tell you
they haven't been able to. The corners they were
You're
putting
right.
corners in the
they
league.
were corner you. It was like a couple corners every year, and I think it ended right when the Lions took Jeff Okudah. That's neither here nor there. What makes it interesting is the game is not at the Horseshoe. They're going to go on the road against a capable Notre Dame team. It's a good matchup.
Week 3 matchup, Tennessee at Florida, 7 o'clock kickoff on ESPN.
I know this is a rivalry. I don't put it on the category of these other games we've talked about. Do you? I think every game we've talked about is a better matchup.
That game used to mean something. Back when Steve Spurrier said you can't spell citrus without UT.
So good.
Wow, that's such a long time ago.
David, because it was the funniest thing ever. Like, wow. Normally, coaches give you coach speak. We're going to take it one game at a time. That's a great team over there. He basically was like, yeah, we don't worry about them. They'll be in the Citrus Bowl. Can't spell citrus out UT.
Both teams are placing quarterbacks. Tennessee's got Joe Milton sliding in for Hendon Hooker. I don't even know who Florida's quarterback is. Didn't they get an Ohio State transfer? Something like that.
Yeah, I'm not really.
It's not Anthony Richardson is who their quarterback is.
Yeah, this is a game where you'll watch, but it's not as intriguing as the other games you gave us, David.
Yeah, and I'll give you a final one, which you're probably going to say the same thing about. It is USC at Colorado on September 30th. There's no time or network yet.
You kind of saw a little bit of that in a different sport if you watched the Nuggets take on the Heat, or if you watch the Heat in Game 7 against the Celtics. That game is going to get ugly. It's going to get ugly fast. That's just for everybody who's a Deion hater. They're going to love this game because, my goodness, they're going to get trashed.
I think Deion can do it, but it's not going to look pretty year one. And there's going to be some ugly games on the schedule.
And don't get me wrong, he has players. They have no depth.
Correct.
You had over 60 people leave your program.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody gets rolls an ankle, man, you better hurry up and tape them back up and get them out there.
So let's finish this off here with a Phil Steele early top 10. So I don't need you to guess the place. Give me 2 teams, 2 colleges that you think would be.
See if we can get all these. So, the obvious one, Georgia, Michigan.
Okay.
Not Georgia, Alabama, Georgia, Michigan. That's that Chippewa over there that swears up and down he loves him. Okay,
I think they're going to end up being 1 and 2 preseason.
I'll take Alabama, Ohio State.
All right, you all just got the top 4. Georgia's 1, Bama 2, OSU 3, Michigan 4.
2 more.
This is projected, of course.
LSU, USC.
LSU 6, USC 9.
Okay.
Washington, Notre Dame.
And on Washington, Notre Dame is number 10.
Washington's not in there?
Remember, this is just a projection. So Washington may end up being there.
Okay, we'll see. Notre, you know what? I should just stick with the hits. Notre Dame. You know what? Texas.
They should
Texas is not in his projected top 10.
Okay.
He's going to make us work.
Florida State.
Florida State, number 7. You got 2 more.
Penn State.
Penn State's number 5.
That's a good one.
Good answer.
Last one. You want a hint?
Just tell us.
It is Clemson.
Oh yeah. I told you, they fell off last year. Didn't I tell you they was going to fall off?
You did. I mean,
just like Georgia this year.
Critical of a white coach. How dare you be critical of a white coach?
You know what? Dabo. He's fake white.
That is your college football blitz.
Settle in, Friday edition, 4 o'clock.
Glad you like that one.
I'm a big fan. Left, right, 2, 3, 4. Once he knows all the moves, he's going to be so confident.
I danced my way in here.
Sauntering in, I think would be the word. Evan Jenkins settles in for Who Said It, a Friday tradition.
All right, gentlemen, I have a little twist for you this week. A little switch up.
This week or this week?
This week. So what we're going to do here is I have 5 Who Said It's, okay? At any given time, 2 of the 5 can come from any 97 Won the Ticket podcast. Meaning Cash the Ticket, 5-Star Zone, Necessary Roughness, Bustin' Balls, Restore the Floor. 2 of the 5. And I will not tell you when they come up.
Okay. This is a curveball.
That's right.
I should be able to nail these,
I was
right?
just saying, Evan, I'm looking at you.
So does Evan have to recuse himself?
Yeah, I honestly think that he
better
should.
get all of
I
these.
think he should.
No, he should not. No, he should not.
Evan, if you get one of them wrong, like your job is to listen to these podcasts and put them up. If you don't get them right, well,
send me home.
All right, here's the first one. Here we
Gator,
go.
send me home.
Oh. Here we go. From home plate looking out to the outfield is the view of the Strip. Behind it is the old Tropicana site, which is just on the other side of the street from MGM Grand.
So this is the midday show. I heard them talking about this.
He's trying to read it like Wojo, but yeah.
This was the midday show. Kang had an issue with them putting the baseball team on the Strip. I don't know who said that phrase, but do it again, and now I want us to all think
It's got to
about
be Doug Karsh because he's being descriptive about it.
He's giving exposition. I think that's Doug.
Exposition.
From home plate looking to the outfield is the view of the Strip. Behind is the old Tropicana site, which is just on the other side of the street from MGM Grand.
But doesn't Gator know Vegas? Wouldn't he be describing like where it is?
I don't think he knows it as well as you would think.
I'm just confused why Kane would be upset that it's on the Strip.
I think it's awesome. I think it's.
He's like, as someone who visits twice a year, this is outrageous.
Because he was like, it should be out in Henderson or something. It's like
he's going to be on the local city council Zoom meetings.
No, the funny thing is, I told you guys, like, I think I want to go to a game there because it looks kind of cool.
It does.
I would.
I'm going to say it's Kang. I think it was Kang in his airing of the grievances and just started saying why he hates it so much. I'm going Kang.
I'll go Gator.
I'm going Crash just because he's describing what he's talking about. He's very descriptive, man. He does play-by-play for the University of Michigan.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the radio. Very descriptive man. Yeah.
To complain about all things, to complain about this. This is just dumb. Gator, I guess. I don't know.
You know where he was going.
All right, everybody in?
Yep.
Here we go. Who said it?
From home plate looking to the outfield is the view of the Strip. Behind it is the old Tropicana site, which is just on the other side of the street from MGM Grand.
Wow, I yelled Gator before the question was even asked.
You did.
All right.
All right, here we go. Here's another one. Everybody says, why didn't we sign him? Maybe because he doesn't want to come here, right? Maybe he wants to go somewhere warm. Maybe he wants to go somewhere where he is from, a hometown deal.
Who would they be talking about?
Maybe he didn't want to come here.
One more time.
Everybody says, why didn't we sign him? Maybe he doesn't want to come here, right? Maybe he wants to go somewhere warm. Maybe he wants to go somewhere he is from, a hometown deal.
Kind of sounds like Stoney just yelling stuff, but I don't even know the context of it.
I'm trying to think if there's a big player we missed out on recently.
I feel like we did this topic.
What, about Devin Booker? But this is not warm.
That wouldn't be what it's about.
One more time, because that may have been the Devin Booker. I was trying to think of what athlete.
Everybody says, why didn't we sign him? Maybe he doesn't want to come here, right? Maybe he wants to go somewhere warm. Maybe he wants to go somewhere he is from, a hometown deal.
I don't have a great lean on this at all. I think it's Jansen. I don't have a great explanation.
You know what? I'm going to go just Stoney. I'm going with Evan.
Yeah.
You're 1 for 1 today.
That's exactly what I thought. I thought old man yelling at the sun. I don't know. I guess I have a zero read on that.
I just hope Roberto knows the context because I'm dying to know that.
Yeah.
David?
Everybody says, why didn't we sign him? Stoney. I don't know, man. I'm really confused. This is a good one.
Are we all locked in?
Yeah.
Yeah, Roberto, that's when you start talking.
Well, I'm trying to think. Do I know the context?
Oh, come on.
Maybe but when we know who it is, it'll jog Evan's memory. So here we go. Who said it?
Right? Everybody says, "Oh, why didn't we sign him?"
Oh, it's
Maybe
TJ.
he doesn't want to come here, right? Maybe he wants to go somewhere warm. Maybe he wants to go somewhere
right
where they're from, right? A hometown deal.
This is the podcast one.
Necessary roughness.
Necessary roughness.
2 days ago,
podcast.
TJ Lang.
Hopkins? Maybe talking about Hopkins?
That's exactly what it is.
Yes, that was it.
Way to pay attention, Roberto.
I can't keep all these names straight. Come on.
And and it's right at the end of the episode. This son of a gun. Like they barely even talked
All right,
about
so
it.
that's one. That's one.
But go download Necessary Roughness wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, Necessary Roughness.
Great listen.
Well,
Well,
that's
go
why
watch it on YouTube as well.
That's why we're doing this. Yeah, that's correct.
Shameless.
It's great.
It is.
I get all my football information from them.
Okay, got a really short one here.
Sports.
Almost. about 8 more words than sports. Here we go. If I could get rid of something in all of sports, I would get rid of the review.
Oh, doesn't Doug
Jansen.
complain? Or it's Jansen?
I think it's Jansen.
I think both of those guys
Doesn't
complain
Mike
about
complain
the
about the reviews too?
No, I think he likes it because it gets it right.
Yeah, but he didn't this week.
I'm going to go Wojo.
You think so?
It's a weird hill for him to die on.
Yeah, it makes a game go longer. It means his job's going to take a little longer. Can't get home quick enough. It sounds about right.
Say it again, but let's all listen as if it's Wojo talking.
It's another podcast.
If I could get rid of something in all of sports, I would get rid of the review.
I would get rid of the review. No, I don't think it's him.
I'm going to still stay with Doug.
I like the Jansen. Whoever said Jansen, I kind of feel like that's him being upset about
I
something.
feel like Doug likes the natural about the game. Like, errors happen.
Ruins the moment. We got to
Yeah.
sit back and look at the
we're-
camera.
Yeah. I could be wrong, but I'm going to say Doug Karsh.
I'll say Doug.
All right, here we go. Who said it?
If I could get rid of something in all of sports, I'd get rid of the review.
Good job, guys.
Okay.
Look at them fist pumping back there. They're at the Jersey Shore.
Oh, my God.
I got to get one. I haven't gotten anything yet.
All right, here we go. College is a little bit shorter. It's a 2-hour watch. It's great. In NBA, it's 2.5, and it's pros.
Okay, this is such a nothing comment.
Drop.
Yeah, right. Analysis.
We didn't talk about that.
You know what? I'm going to go Stoney with Restore the Floor.
There's no way because
What, is Stoney going to lecture us on how long games take?
I mean, maybe we had Larry Brown on. It was a listen. It was a long listen.
That's right, Larry Brown was.
It was like 45 minutes.
Could it be Larry Brown? Maybe Larry Brown's telling us how long games take.
You can't do that. That's cheating if he did that.
God, I hope it's me saying something so stupid.
Oh.
You know, I'll give it to you. You're my guest now. I'm picking you. You're going to have to be featured on one of these eventually.
David?
Can I hear it one more time?
College is a little bit shorter. It's a 2-hour watch. It's great. In NBA, it's 2.5, and it's pros.
And it's pros. I'm going to say Gator. Like, why would you say it's pros after you just said it's the NBA?
It's the NBA.
Like, why throw that in?
Rico, you've been quiet. Is there any chance this is you? You guys talk about this on the 5-Star Zone?
No.
He wouldn't say it is pros.
I know. I'm just, he was quiet. Maybe
And
he was
we
like,
don't talk
it's me,
pros,
and I don't want to
man.
give it away.
It's all college on
Right.
the 5-Star
That's
Zone.
okay.
You can get that anywhere you get your podcast, by the way.
Correct.
Yeah, because it's kind of stupid. It's either Gov or Gator. So I'm going to go Gov.
Jeez. All right, we ready?
Yeah, let's do it. I'll go
Here we go. Who said it?
College is a little bit shorter.
Yes!
NBA, 2.5. It's pros.
Man, these guys are on fire, man.
It's pros. Like, why? I got to ask him why you added that in there.
NBA, 2.5. It's pros, but 2.5, it's pros. 2.5, it's pros.
I didn't even pick up on that till the very end.
So wait, we got one more, and it's definitely a podcast.
Definitely a podcast. Okay.
That's right. Okay, here we go.
Did yourself a disservice with that.
Yeah, you did.
Well, this one, we'll see what happens. Do you remember a few years back, we were in the press box, Le'Veon came in, and he must have had 7 chains on, like Mr. T, and I was like, good for him.
I know who said that. So I'm going to go last. I don't want to poison the water.
I think either you or Evan.
No, but I heard the podcast.
No, I think it's Stoney.
But he says
no, it wouldn't be Stoney. I'm thinking because if they talked about this in the morning, it's a podcast. It can't be. He wouldn't have talked. No, he and Larry Brown would not have broken down Le'Veon.
No,
Bell.
not Le'Veon walking through.
So, wasn't Rico? It's from a podcast.
It's from a podcast.
I'm going Evan.
I'll recuse myself.
Well, you just gave it away.
Yeah, that's got to be Evan. 100%.
Now the question is which podcast?
But is Evan
doesn't matter?
Is Evan playing a game here on you guys?
Why would he do that? He doesn't like you. He doesn't want you to have a win here.
That is true.
Well, we might have spoken earlier.
We did not.
What's happening right now?
This is Evan. I'm going to go Evan. Yeah. Are we all going Evan? All right.
Here we go. I just loved the clip.
It's one of these two. I know.
It's Evan.
Just the way he says it. Listen to this. I love it.
Do you remember a few years back we were in the press box? Le'Veon came in and he must have had 7 chains on like Mr. T. I was like, good for him.
I have the photo on my phone, dude. I mean, it is crazy the amount of chains he had on.
And then following that, Rico had a story about him. So you might want to go listen to that.
Yes, the 5-Star Zone.
Yes.
You can get it on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, yes. I do remember that story about him.
While we're shamelessly plugging things, Stanley Cup on Saturday. Kenny Cotton and I dropped an episode. Cash the ticket if you want to know who to bet. Who's
Anywhere
going
you
to win
get
the
your
contest.
podcast, guy.
Hey, you weren't in this. So.
No plug for you.
Maybe
that
next
will
week.
actually be posted within the next half hour.
He hasn't even posted it.
I've got time. I was working on Restore the Floor.
Okay.
45 minutes.
Hey, it's a production line here.
It's 97-1. 97.1. Who said it with a twist this week? Mixing in the podcasts. David, the ticket text. What are people saying?
The Tecumseh area. Is a bunch of people just oh my gosh. Someone just guessing they're not being nice, unnecessary. Listen, no, stop it. Listen to all our podcasts, even including Unnecessary Roughness. Someone's asking, it was good to hear TJ's voice. Haven't heard him in a while. Yeah, it's not football season.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Yeah. I mean,
Actually, he's going to be in during the summer.
Yeah, he will.
I thought I saw that. Yeah, on the schedule. He'll be mixed in a little
sure
bit.
Will. Someone's asking, actually, yeah, simply this. They're asking about the Matt Ishbia thing with Michigan State.
Yeah, you want to touch on that briefly here? Because this broke during the show today. I don't know if you have
guys
any
were talking
insight.
about it. I was walking in.
Well, I didn't know you're Mr. MSU. Did you have any insight into this? So apparently, Detroit news story, Matt Ishbia, he had previously been, through his business, financing MSU athletes with name, image, and likeness.
Yeah, through UWM.
Yeah. He had been hooking them up. Athletes were getting paid, kind of a branded partnership with his business. And apparently next month, that will stop.
It appears that it was the NBA that asked him, hey, you're about to buy the Suns, you're about to buy the Mercury. You can't necessarily just be that booster and funnel money in. Now I think it just has to go through a third party.
I'm just confused, and maybe that's why we could talk about it. I wish I had more of the details on it. Michigan State said we didn't ask him to stop.
No.
You know, and then they said we appreciated all the support and yada, yada.
He's got $30 million. He's building a whole new athletic complex.
That's what I don't understand. He can still donate to the program.
But it's just
he can't donate to the. By the way, it's not even a donation. They're using their name, image, and likeness.
Right.
It's a business partnership.
It's an individual thing, and I think the NBA maybe is trying to just distance themselves, saying we don't want it to come back that something happened. So it's just easier. Put it through one of your dummy companies.
And maybe that's the workaround. But how about just don't pay the basketball players then? If you're an NBA owner, can he still work with football players and
I mean, how does that
baseball
look that
players?
Izzo's players aren't getting money?
Well, not for
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, Izzo is an institution at Michigan State. If he doesn't get money for his players,
he doesn't have to get it from Ishbia. First of all, I have no issue if Ishbia, as an owner of an NBA team, wants to have a deal with a college that, by the way, he attended and sees value in.
And played for.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe there's just a duffel bag that shows up outside of Tom's office.
Yeah, this is so
Distribute to whoever you want.
I don't think there's
however
anything
much you want. Keep a little for yourself.
Yeah, unwanted money found. Anybody want to claim it? Yeah, the MSU athletic department would like to take
I mean, because like I said, they're building the new football complex. That thing should be done like a year from now.
Yeah, I don't quite understand it, and we may get more information later. It could be an Adam Silver type thing saying, look, we just don't want the look of impropriety. So just step away, find a third party or something.
So, yeah, and that's what I got to think is probably going to happen, where there's an account and it'll get moved to this business, and now Costa's Cookies will be the new NIL leader at MSU.
Right. Because I'm reading this story. It was put out within the last couple hours, Detroit News. Here's why Matt Ishbia says he's pulling the plug on NIL deals with MSU athletes. And, yeah, it seems to be cited around the fact that he now owns an NBA team, which I didn't even think was an issue. I still don't think it's an issue. But, Rico, your thought is optically that's what's driving this decision? Because I can't imagine he doesn't want to support his school. I mean, like you said, they're still pouring millions of dollars into it.
I've been trying to think of what could go wrong with you influencing players, but it's not like they're in the NBA right now.
So the article says student athletes were promoting UWM on their social media channels, getting up to $700 a month. Worked out to more than $100,000 per month from UWM to athletes. So this was not one or two athletes. This was
this was like every athlete.
Yeah, this is taking care of the athletes, hooking them up.
Yeah, that one head scratcher. I just got a feeling that the money's going to get funneled in a different way.
Sure.
I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal.
Yeah, the article says it's not even clear how or if sponsorship deals from a professional sports owner would violate NIL regulations via the NCAA or the state of Michigan's law. So I don't know. We just don't have the clarity on it.
Yeah, it is. It's just the blue wall. That's all.
Sure.
extends to the NBA.
Sure, the NBA can have a relationship with the gambling sites, but you can't do NIL.
Or you can't have referees with burner Twitter
my,
accounts.
My.
Did you see that? Like one of the refs had a burner account. They found out had a burner account, and
He was commenting on everything about him on his burner account.
Like people complaining about the officials, and he was searching his own name. Oh, that's good stuff.
And yeah, he's under investigation. He was like one of the playoff refs too. I had the story up. Let me find it.
Yeah, they removed him from the NBA Finals. I think he was going to be on the NBA Finals. They removed him from that. They're continuing to investigate. And just so surprisingly, all of a sudden, when the investigation starts, the burner account is deleted.
What a
It works out
coincidence.
that way.
Yeah, big surprise there.
Yeah,
Don't make it that obvious.
Eric Lewis had his own burner account, and I guess he had a controversial call against LeBron and the Celtics. He missed it. The Celtics ended up winning a game.
So you're a ref. You make a call. Like, you've missed a call, I'm sure, once or twice in your career. It happens. You don't feel great about it. But his response was to log into his secondary Twitter account, search his own name, and keyboard warrior it up with everybody on the internet.
Yep.
What a wonderful
He
time.
was not selected as one of the 12 referees to work the NBA Finals. So, yeah, he basically pulled a Kevin Durant. Had that dummy account.
If Durant was a referee. 5 o'clock, we're going to get into one of those summer traditions with the NFL. We'll do that at 5 o'clock. Coming up next, we've got a football today, so we'll get you set on some of the big, bold predictions ahead of the next season. It's 97.
Bold what?
Predictions.
Okay.
That's how that word goes.
One more time.
Predictions. 97.1.
All right. Well, this is not a bold prediction. This is specs at LTU. If you're looking for a career in radio, TV, you want to learn how to produce, direct, write for radio and TV, you're into graphic design, video production, videography skills, whatever it is, specs at LTU can help you reach your goals. It's very simple. You go to ltu.edu/specs and you get started. And right now, on Tuesday, June 5th at 5:30 p.m., you can come to the Twilight Tech Tour on the beautiful campus of Lawrence Tech right here in Southfield. There will be people there for you to help you out to learn more about specs at LTU and Lawrence Tech. It's on Tuesday, June 5th at 5:30 p.m., the Twilight Tech Tour on the beautiful campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield. But if you want to know more about specs, go to ltu.edu/specs. Do that today.
Incredible. 97-1. That's the first time I've heard that one. How we doing today? It's a Friday. Jim Costa in for Mike Valeni. He'll be back next week. We're having some fun. Who Said It coming up at 4 o'clock today. And a little college football look ahead later in the hour. David's got a college football blitz. Some big matchups early in the season. I told him if I could close my eyes, blink, and it's Labor Day weekend, I would do it. I can't wait.
No,
Yes.
you can't do
this. Take the time away from the lakes and the pools. Get me to college football season. David's going to teleport us. That
Finally, yeah, like 7 consecutive days of great weather.
It's been nice. David, if you could teleport us there later in the hour, it'd be great. Let's talk about Lions OTAs. And you made a comment about this. I don't know how big a deal anything is, but headlines catch our attention. And this one was discussed pre-show, and we're going to bring it to the air.
You mean the Jared Goff and Jameson Williams just appear not to be on the same page?
Yeah, I believe.
At OTA yesterday. Offensive coordinator, I think Jameson missed a throw. Goff throws his hands up in the air in pure disgust. Ben Johnson, the OC, had to go over and kind of calm him down. It was reported that Goff and Jameson kind of went walking off alone, but you could see Goff demonstrative, like for those who are looking in.
Yeah, so all these beat writers are doing their notebooks, and this is from USA Today, Lions Wire. Jeff Risen article. It says the chemistry between Goff and Jamo continues to show it needs more time. They're not on the same page with when and where Williams is supposed to be on routes. After one rep, Goff threw his hands in disgust. Ben Johnson came in, walked through some of the pointers, and then they continued to talk through it. Is this not what you do at practice? You rep it, you make mistakes, you correct it, you get back out there. But with Jamo, there's just a little bit of concern that sinks into people's psyche. And for you, Rico, you were talking about this, like, why is it always something with this guy?
It is. It's starting to be every little thing. It's not, let me just preface this by saying he has done nothing illegal. I mean, he's sitting out for 6 games, but from the videos that he puts up on Instagram and just the places that he's visiting and the things that he's doing and just the overall attitude, he's portraying the diva-like mentality, but you haven't done diva-like things. There was a reason why teams put up with certain receivers for years because they produced on the field. One catch for 1 touchdown. Like, yeah, you were hurt last year, but you would think that this man would be grinding to get back out on the field. No, he's placing bets in the team facility, and then he can't even own it and say, yeah, that's on me. You know what he said? I didn't know we couldn't do that. Really? Really? You didn't know that we can do that. The only reason he's still around, he was number 1 pick. Because you saw what happened to all the other players that were involved. They got released, but you couldn't release him. So now he gets to 6 games. NFL's not that stupid. But it is starting to be a little bit of a concern for me of what are you doing here? What is going on? Like Goff, who's a pretty mild-mannered quarterback. He is not the in-your-face, Tom Brady, grab you by the face mask type of guy. If he's saying something, maybe there's a little bit more to this because that chemistry's not there. And once the season starts for 42 days, they won't be able to work on that chemistry. So this is crucial time now.
Well, and it is worth pointing out everything with a grain of salt here. It's June. I should preface every call we take with it's June. So I beat them to the punch. We understand.
And it's OTAs, and I was told that OTAs don't matter.
Laporta has chemistry with Goff. Gibbs has chemistry with Goff. Jamo doesn't. Wasn't there also a story about Jamo eventually making his way out to Goff when they were running all those patterns on their own?
He wasn't there the first day.
He wasn't there initially,
Yeah.
but he got there at the end, and he's the only guy not smiling. Again, I know we're reading into this, but then he's the guy who's not in the right spots during OTAs. When do you get concerned with Jamo? Is this something? Is this nothing? 248-539-9797.
Because for everything that, Brad Holmes and all the kudos we've given him, this is one that could backfire of maybe he's not that draft genius. Because remember, he moved up to get him. Mm-hmm. And for the second straight year on opening weekend, he's not going to be there. This time, it's not because he got injured in a college football playoff game. it's self-inflicted. You don't think that they couldn't use him going to Kansas City against the Chiefs? He's not going to be there.
You're right. Where he was drafted matters a lot in terms of the amount of rope people are willing to give the guy. When they drafted him, it was an exciting pick. He was blowing by Georgia's defense, all those NFL guys. The Lions want to run the ball. You want to put safeties in a tough position. If you want to come up and stop the run, we have someone who you cannot cover straight line down the field. In theory, the pick made all the sense in the world.
It did.
And everybody's going to hold out hope that he puts it together between the ears and between the white lines, and he's a great player for this team.
And don't get me wrong. I really want this man to succeed.
Same.
Because I think that, as you said, this could be special for him. Right place, right time. But to me, it feels like he's wasting an opportunity, and I don't know why. I don't know what makes this man tick, but I don't feel like football is his main priority right now. I don't know what is, but yeah, it's always something. It's just little something here, you hear that, and whispers. It's like, Jameson, how about you just go out there, redeem yourself? Because when I see the free Jamo shirts that Kirby is wearing, you know what? You're showing more pride in him than he's showing in himself.
So apparently that rep where Goff threw his hands up in disgust and was animated wasn't the only miscue from Williams on the day. There weren't any drops, but he continues to show he needs more work with timing, release, in breaking routes, etc.
Jameson Williams is a guy that's made it his entire career off his skills because he's better and faster than most people. This is the NFL. You got to tighten all of that stuff up. Because
especially with the spotlight on you now.
Everybody's just as fast as you. Everybody can do everything that you can do. We were all Americans, okay? We were all on great teams. We all did a lot of stuff in college. What can you do now? That's what keeps you from being a short career to a Hall of Fame career. I don't see him putting in that Hall of Fame type of work off the field.
DJ, what are you seeing? You're on 97.1. What's your reaction?
What up, though? Y'all all right?
What's happening?
That drop is hilarious. Yeah, so, I called Rico and Mike and David them probably about a month ago with Jamo's little nonsense then, and now this. And I hate to say this, but I keep saying this to Rico. It reminds me of Charles Rogers. This is what it's starting to be. Like, remember, Charles Rogers scored a touchdown, and then remember he got hurt. And the next year he was supposed to come back and have a breakout year. He was hurt or missed games. He was out hanging in MGM instead of football. Then it was this, it was that, it was this, it was that. This is what Jamo reminding me of. And I'm a diehard Lions fan. I'm hoping this pans out, but it's really looking like Charles Rogers. Like, those two guys even dang near rank the same 40s almost. They're the same height, same everything. So that's what I'm starting to see, and I hope I'm wrong, guys.
You know what it is? Like, Rico, a guy not being in the right spot during a rep of OTAs means nothing to me. It's when it's everything else that it turns into a conversation. If a guy runs a wrong route in practice and coach pulls him aside and goes, hey, when we call this terminology, you got to run a 9 route, or we need you to run a post route. Miscommunications. This is the time to have miscommunication so you don't when the season starts.
Because here's what happens is when you run that wrong route, you kind of stop and say, and you explain
teachable moment.
Hey, you broke to the left. You were supposed to go to the right, and then you break up the seam. And there's no yelling. It's just, it's a teachable moment. Okay, let's just stop right here.
But when Goff's throwing his hands in disgust, and
that tells me we've had this conversation before.
You know what you're supposed to do.
And you're still not paying attention to what I'm saying.
And then
the coordinator has to step in there, kind of like the mediator. Okay. Let me say it again slowly for the people in the back. Here's how you run the route. So that's what I'm seeing. It's just a bunch of little things. I'm just starting to feel concerned about it. It could just be me. 248-539-9797. But I look at this, and it's just one more thing. And I would love to just see a bunch of positive things come out, but it's not. And it hasn't. I'm going to be careful saying it has not reached Ja Morant type status.
No, nowhere near that.
But it's kind of like with Ja, it's just like, dude, You didn't learn from the other stuff that you keep doing other things.
I get what you're saying. And it's nowhere near the severity.
It's not near the severity of what Ja is doing.
It's a pattern of behavior that you need to be able to rein in.
But you would think, okay, my bad. I screwed over the team. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be Superman out here. I'm gonna make sure I'm the best receiver when I.
Well, little stuff. When they were throwing routes out, was it in California?
Yeah.
When they were out throwing routes together, shouldn't he have been the first guy there after missing last season?
He should have been greeting everybody, shaking their hands, saying, "Hey, I'm sorry."
Shouldn't he be the one that knows the playbook better than even Jared Goff? Shouldn't all he have done is...
Here's the thing. You're the one that got suspended.
Yeah.
So you know what? Yeah, you do need to make this up to your team. And how do you do that? Like you said, know the playbook. First one in, last one out. Hey, what else can I do? Because I'm going to be gone and I'm going to let my team down for 6 weeks because I did something stupid. So you need to make this up. I'm not seeing that right now. And that's a mentality. And I don't think he has that right now. That's why
all the talent in the world.
It wasn't that big of a deal, but it kind of angered me of that whole free Jamo. Like, no, don't make this man a victim.
Don't make him a martyr.
Right.
Yeah, I had no issue with Kirby sticking up for his teammate, but Jamo has to be the change. He has to do it himself.
Right, and maybe it's funny if you see Jamo and you hear all these great things about him. It's just like, okay, we're like, yeah, Jamo, you have to do better because you're in a situation now. The team expected a lot of you.
When you said it's always something with him, I felt that, and I'm not nearly as concerned maybe as you are, but I do feel this sense of it's always something with this guy. It's always something with this guy. He got one career catch. It's always something with this guy. Where are you at with your concern? Are you concerned at all? Not about a guy missing a route at OTAs. Earlier in the week, it was not being on the same page with the deep ball. And it was, the suspension and then showing up to Vegas that weekend. It was not being their first day throwing routes with his teammates. It was asking for Aaron Rodgers' jersey after the last game he ever plays at Lambeau. Just this lack of awareness.
It was liking on social media about playing with Lamar Jackson. Or some of the stuff that we've seen on his Instagram account where he's in places in Detroit he probably shouldn't be at that time of the night. And even when he was out passing money out to the little kids, it's like, okay, there's better ways to do this. Yeah. You're making yourself a target right now. So like I said, he's not doing anything criminal.
No.
But I do sense problems.
Do you sense immaturity?
A pattern.
Immaturity.
Yeah, there it is right there. If I had the bell, there you go.
Hey, find the bell. There it is.
There you go.
Immature. That's where we're at.
You have an opportunity in front of you. You're not capitalizing on it. So 248-539-9797.
closing in on 5 o'clock on a Friday. One of those summer NFL traditions we'll get to at top of the hour. It had Rico and David yelling and screaming at each other before the show today.
I wasn't yelling and screaming. I was just trying to point out the hypocrisy. And then I was trying to send water up to the hill that David decided he wanted to die on. I didn't want him to be thirsty.
Oh, my gosh. I didn't know you had Joe Montana at quarterback.
We will get to it. To your corners.
Apparently Dan Marino's here.
David, Ticket Text reacting to the NFL bonanza.
Yeah, that someone says Baker, 18 touchdowns and 23 interceptions this season. So
well, you didn't say how many interceptions.
That's
correct.
Fair.
Very fair.
That's fair. You could be lousy and still score 16 touchdowns.
I've never seen somebody so collectively hated like Baker Mayfield. Like no fan base.
He doesn't deserve him? He deserves the hate.
Why does he deserve the hate?
Because he sucks.
It wasn't his fault. He was taken number 1 overall.
Oh, it was his fault that he was arrogant as he is.
See, here's the I kind of like the arrogant Baker. I liked planting the flag against
Well,
Ohio
that's college
State,
Baker.
and he backed it up in college. The difference is in the pros, he's been nowhere near backing it up.
If you win,
he hasn't won.
You know what? The only difference is if you win. If you win, you're Joe Cool. You're Joe Burrow.
Now you're going to defend Baker?
No, I'm just saying. It amazes me. Like Baker brings out he's the NFL pinata. Everybody just it's Baker Mayfield. He's fair game.
He's no Brock Purdy.
That's true.
He'll be out of the league in a year.
I mean, he did. Brock Purdy at least got to the NFC Championship game.
All right, the Giants trade Daniel Jones for Stafford to compete for headlines with the Jets. Root for radio, LOL.
You know what? Had they not just re-signed Daniel Jones, that would have been one of the teams. But yeah, I can't see that happening.
No,
unless they trade him.
Bum bum bum.
Does drama-free for Aaron Rodgers include not whining to the refs after every play?
You know he's gonna do that.
No, I mean, he and LeBron have made a living off of that. They've never ever done anything wrong. It's always the other person.
I mean, on one hand, I don't blame you. It's gamesmanship. If you can get away with it, playing the refs. I mean, your college basketball coach does it, right? Izzo's always getting in people's faces. He's trying to get the next call to go his way. That's at some level, it's gamesmanship. It doesn't help it be any less nauseating to people sitting at home. People don't like Aaron Rodgers flopping and flipping out over calls.
But everybody does it.
But a lot of the stars do it.
Someone says either Jamo skipped the rookie symposium or he never listened. He better come back strong week 7. Otherwise, he's a bust from Lou.
See, I'm thinking he just really didn't pay that much attention. I mean, because David, it happens, and I don't. Not a rookie symposium, but on a smaller level, I've seen it happen like in the older sound mind, sound body camps, and then guys go off to college, and then you see their names in headlines. It's like, guys, I know. You had people telling you don't do this type of stuff. I was in the room, saw it. You still went off and did that type of stuff.
I think part of it with Jamo, he has a first-round pick status to live up to, and he's going to miss, 17 of his first 23 or so games?
Wow, 17, 8, yeah.
He's going to have to make up for lost time. And is he conducting himself like someone who you expect to make up for lost time?
No, I think he's actually missing 18 of his first 34.
It's a large chunk.
Even if he played every game coming back, he still would not have played a complete NFL season.
Correct.
He would have only played 16 games in his first 2 years.
Correct. And having to justify that pick on a team that has lofty expectations, he needs to hit the ground running in week 7, as harsh as that expectation is.
On a team that just really wants him to be that guy. They're trying to do everything they can. And it's just like, I got other stuff I'm trying to do. It's like, okay, you need to let go of your side hustles and focus on your main job.
Yeah, like Baker, like this commercial. I like Baker's commercials. That one where he dropped his keys at the gate cracked me up. Yeah, if he did less commercials, maybe he would have won more.
Oh, stop. You can do commercials and be a lousy quarterback. Those the two things aren't connected.
You're exactly right.
I like Baker's personality. The problem is he's just not a very good NFL quarterback.
No, most quarterbacks aren't that great. That's what I always laugh. Like, well, everybody ain't Mahomes. There's 5, and then there's pretty much everybody else.
Rico, a ticket texture has gotten to the root of this. David, with all respect, didn't Baker beat your Steelers?
That's one game. That's
I
one game.
think we got to the bottom of this.
I thought he was going to say Baker was black.
I didn't like. I didn't like Baker before that.
I mean, come on. What white guy's named Baker?
That's a good point, actually. I've never known.
Kenny.
248.
The white Baker. Do you know one? Kenny's like, actually, my uncle, Baker.
But yeah, he did beat the Steelers.
in that playoff game.
But I didn't like him before that. So on top of that, but Baker is Baker. He's not that good. And everyone talked about him in Cleveland. He had one good year, and then what did he do after that? Right down in through the toilet. So,
not everybody
just
can be
saying.
Kenny Pickett.
Well, we don't know what Kenny Pickett is yet.
He
But
didn't
we
lead-
do know who Brock Purdy is.
Wait, Kenny Pickett didn't lead the Steelers to AFC Championship game last year?
No, but what he did is he didn't give us a losing season, which is something we haven't had under Tomlin.
Wow. That bar is high in Pittsburgh.
Oh, stop it.
We didn't. You know what? That's going to go right up there with the Lions banner. We almost made the playoffs, and the Steelers were raised, but we didn't have a losing season.
I forgot. We needed to have Brock Purdy to take us to the championship game. Oh, yeah, because he did that.
Hey, we'll get to it coming up next. Okay, it's a stupid summer tradition, but it gets people fired up. It's 97-1. You never heard that one.
I've heard that one.
97.1.
That was actually Stoney singing.
I know it was.
You people do crazy things.
What are you people?
You morning show people.
Kenny, you want to say something? Just bite your tongue. It's all right.
And now here's Heather with the news.
I want to see if we can recreate some of the animosity from before the show, because this is so stupid, but we do this every summer. These articles come out. It's a Chris Sims QB ranking, and every site's going to do their quarterback ranking between now and we get to real football. And Sims has been doing this for years. He's got his own strong opinions, but he put out the list, and recently Jared Goff got slotted in. Where he ranked, I think, is going to bother some people. Jared Goff checked in 17th in this quarterback list. Quarterbacks that will be ranked ahead of him in the coming days: Kirk Cousins, Daniel Jones, Matthew Stafford, Deshaun Watson, Dak Prescott. You got your obvious ones: Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Hurts.
But pretty much all
Herbert.
those guys made the playoffs.
Right. Jared Goff is in the tier of clocks ticking with Geno Smith, Ryan Tannehill, Derek Carr, Russell Wilson, and Kyler Murray. I think on surface, people are going to say 17 is too harsh. But does he not fit the tier of Geno Smith and Ryan Tannehill and clock is ticking? Is it really that objectionable? I would argue he's better than Daniel Jones. You may have a guy or two that you take issue with, but I don't think Sims is as crazy off as I think Lions fans are going to feel. You've observed this, Rico. Lions fans are very protective over Jared Goff. And the rest of the league says, he's all right. He's just okay.
No. You know why? Because that was Lions fans a year ago. Oh, my God, he's just okay. We need to replace him. I mean, I remember somebody gave him a burial. Said he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Did funeral
At the
music.
time he was.
Everything. No, but then all of a sudden he just grew on Detroit because he was the quarterback when they started winning. And it was like, wait. He's not utter garbage. He's pretty good. So, yeah, you're going to think that he's ranked higher. But I think everybody in that tier that you named, the
clock's ticking, yeah,
all had a great season or two or maybe three and then kind of fell off. And now you're wondering, can they rejuvenate and come back and do it again? Like Geno Smith was dead and buried, had that one good year last year, comeback player of the year. Russell Wilson, he may end up leaving because Sean Payton out in Denver could resurrect his career.
Clock's ticking. Yeah,
but that's just it. The clock is ticking. How long before he's officially done? And Jared Goff can he replicate the second half of last year and then the Lions pay him?
Yeah, Chris Sims says that basically. The clock will stop ticking if he duplicates what he did last season. He will get an extension. He would move up a tier. He would be more solidified as one of those guys in the NFL. But as we sit today, how disrespected is he when you place him 17th, when you put him in a tier with the guys we mentioned? Russell Wilson, Geno Smith, Ryan Tannehill, Derek Carr, and Kyler Murray's at 19. He's in the same tier. I've said this before. I view him as a guy who, when you set everything up for him, Jared Goff can manage the hell out of the game. But he's not great out of structure. He's not great when you ask him to improvise, when you ask him to drop the ball in a bucket 40 yards down the field. He's done it once or twice, and people are going to find the clips, but he doesn't do it consistently. He's not Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Hurts. Everybody knows that. He's not Herbert. He's not Lamar. The question is, where do you slot him in? Like Rico, Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins, NFC quarterbacks that they have ahead of him. Is that really that unfair? Dak's coming off a bad year, but Dak has been better than Jared Goff for several seasons.
Now, in all fairness, I said pretty much that Goff and Cousins were the same quarterback.
Yeah, and I think that's fine.
That if you interchange them, if they change jerseys at the locker room and put the visor on, you wouldn't know who was who out there. Both have made fantastic plays, and both have made bonehead plays when the game was on the line. But, yeah, Dak, I think if you look at it, a lot of those quarterbacks are playoff quarterbacks, guys that we'll assume will be back in the playoffs again. The guys in that tier are all guys that have the potential of leading their team to a playoff. But we got to see what happens. Like I said, for Goff, man, I would, probably the first 8 games, if this team is still in the hunt, they're going to probably re-sign him in the middle of the year, try to extend him. I
don't think it's happening mid-season. I think it's going to be at the end of the season because, Rico, you want to see what he looks like in a playoff game, right? Isn't that what all this is about? Lions fans feel like they're going to be in a playoff game this year. Jared Goff has 0 signature playoff performances. The idea that you would say, we're 6-2 and he's looking okay, you can't extend on that.
You can when
you shouldn't.
But it's a gamble because if you wait till the end of the year, that asking price is going to go up. If you could work out an extension in the middle, you don't know what you're going to get, but he's going to be a lot cheaper for you.
No, you wait till the end of the season.
You wouldn't do it I would do it in the middle.
You know how I feel about Jared Goff, but I want to know where people are at.
Because David would probably sign him right now.
The perception I feel, and then maybe this is just me because I'm the Goff hater, but whenever I talk about him, I get a strong pushback from Lion fans who are very confident in their quarterback. And I would imagine the idea of him being ranked 17th in the sport would be seen as disrespect. So I want to know your reaction, like where you would have him slotted, because this is going to happen all summer. CBS is going to put out a list, and the Ringer is going to put out a list, and ESPN is going to put out a list.
Who are the guys ahead of him?
The guys that aren't yet ranked that will be ahead of him?
Oh, they're ranking it as the days goes along?
Yeah, so Sims does this in chunks. So he put out, he goes 40-1, and he's gone all the way up to 14 right now. Goff is in the most recent tier as the 17th rated quarterback. We can deduce who the next 13 are going to be.
Who's 16, 15,
16
14.
is Tannehill. I think Goff's better than Tannehill.
Wow.
But they're similar. Geno's 15. Flip a coin. We like our guy. Say he's better. You could move him up to 15.
You look at Geno's mobility.
Sure. Okay, so keep Geno ahead of him. Russell Wilson. That's such a tough one because a couple years ago,
he's got a
top
ring.
10 quarterback. He doesn't look like that guy anymore and didn't his last year in Seattle or his first year with Hackett. It's not just Hackett. It's a couple seasons now.
That's the thing. He's had winning seasons, didn't have a losing season until the last year or two, but he isn't the same.
I could argue Goff maybe as high as 10 to 12, 11 to 12. I question to put him in the top 10. So if you want to sit there and fight and say he could be up to 12, fine, but I just wanted to get that out there for Lions fans because it's going to be a summer of this with Jared Goff and where he ranks and where he stacks up.
But it's interesting because going back to what you said, you would wait until the end of the season.
No questions.
You realize what a gamble that is.
Sure.
Because if the Lions do what everybody says they're going to do and they win a division and they're in the playoffs, that asking price just went up.
Yeah, but I'm paying what is then a certainty tax. I would gladly pay a certainty tax knowing that kind of financial commitment I make with certainty. Because if I'm doing it now, laughable. If I'm doing it after a couple nice games early in the season, that's not what any of this is about. It's not about September football or October football for this Lions team.
No.
They've graduated to where it is about getting in the playoffs, winning the playoff game and games. And Jared Goff has been on winners, but he has never been a decisive quarterback with big-time performances in those games.
If you wait to the end of the year, you're going to look at probably a couple million more than what Daniel Jones got. Because I think that's what happened with the Giants. They kind of took that chance, hoping deep down, well, if he doesn't make the playoffs, we don't have to pay. Oh, yeah, he made the playoffs. Okay. We're going to have to shell out some money. And they did, and I look for the Lions to extend them the same and see what happens. I guess the wild card in this is still don't know. What do you do with Hendon Hooker?
Right.
I didn't understand that at all.
Well, I get it. I think Holmes has given himself options where I would take this. You got 2 years before Goff is a free agent. You can run, unless Goff does something and bumps himself into that top 10 tier of quarterbacks, You let him run next year, and you bring him back without an extension the following year, and you let Hendon Hooker heal, and you let him play in real preseason games, and you give him a chance. And if he develops, now you got leverage. You're not pressed. You don't have to do anything. And if he struggles, if he never heals, if he never develops, you go to Goff, you can tag him, you can extend him, you have your certainty. To me, it made sense. It was kind of hedging your bets. If you know Goff isn't one of these top 10 quarterbacks, you take a guy who has the upside to be an NFL starter. Okay. To me, it made sense.
And where was Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy on the list, and this is what you guys were fighting about. Brock Purdy checked in at 26.
That's a little disrespectful. But okay.
Why is it disrespectful?
All he did was win.
Okay, so where should he be then?
Higher than
Not
26. Who's ahead of him?
You have Kenny Pickett.
Oh, my God. Are you serious?
Kenny Pickett's better than Brock Purdy.
He's really not, but okay. What else?
Okay, Baker Mayfield.
He's better than we. Now, I think you can agree he's better than Baker
See, this
Mayfield.
is the absurdity of this time of year.
Justin Fields. He's not better than Justin Fields.
On the field, he actually was.
He's not better than Justin Fields.
No. Years from now, maybe Justin takes over. But right here, right now.
He's not better than Justin Fields right now. Jimmy G.
He took Jimmy G's job.
Tua.
No, he's not better than Tua.
Mac Jones.
I don't know what Mac Jones is. I'll be honest with you. I thought I knew what Mac Jones was.
He had no offensive coordinator last year, so we still really don't know, right?
The Patriots have given up on Mac Jones. I don't know, but
we also don't know who Brock Purdy is.
Right. Why don't you know who Brock Purdy is?
Because what
did Brock Purdy do? That what questions do you need answered, David?
I need to know if he can continue this. Can he continue this?
Well, he's not going to go undefeated, but yeah, he just walked in and won 9 straight games, took them to the playoffs, won games in the playoffs, got to the NFC Championship game.
It's just so easy to come in there
got his
insulated
arm
with the
ripped off
defense.
And beaten with it.
So easy to come in insulated with the defense and you just win 9 games. He didn't win the 9 games. The defense did.
Okay.
The defense did.
He had
nothing
to do with the offense.
He may have made 1 or 2 throws in a game. That's it.
David, he had a game where he ran one, caught one, and passed one.
Okay, that's 1 game.
Okay.
Brock Purdy has a playoff game where he scored 4 touchdowns. Jared Goff has never had a playoff game where he has scored more than 1 touchdown.
So then he's better than Jared Goff all of a sudden for 9 games.
David,
but you know what? But the defense set them up on the 1 yard line, right? That's what happened.
This is my point. You have your tier 1 quarterbacks, and everybody has a different number in mind. Maybe it's 3 guys, maybe it's 5 guys. I think there's a pretty clear drop-off in the league outside of the top 2 or 3 and then the next 4 or 5. If you don't have one of the top 8 guys, you have Brock Purdy, you have Kirk Cousins, you have Jared Goff, you have Jimmy G, you have Tua, you have guys who are just
Brock Purdy
okay.
is Joe Montana. What are you talking about?
Right. Well, apparently he's no Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett's better than him. He can throw it down the field. I haven't seen Brock Purdy do that.
I did not bring this up to rank Kenny Pickett against Brock Purdy. Please, someone save me. Tell me what you think of Goff.
Did Kenny Pickett throw it down the field?
Consistently.
Consistently.
Did they win?
Consistently.
Did he win games?
Yes, he did win games. They had a winning record. Yes, he won games.
Okay.
That's a winning record.
Purdy
he didn't start the year, so which means he had a winning record.
Purdy didn't lose the game. I mean, he didn't start the year either. Came in, went undefeated.
And my quarterback came in there and had a winning record as well. We lost games with Trubisky.
Did you lose games with Kenny Pickett?
So you want to live on that 9-0?
No, I'm just asking. Did you lose?
You want to
games with Kenny
live
Pickett?
on a 9-0 because a guy came in insulated and won 9 games.
Man, somebody
defense won those games.
Go run a Gatorade up to him because he's on this hill. He's willing to die on this hill.
We brought it up because Jared Goff is 17th on Chris Sims' list. The question is that disrespect? Do you feel like he's not getting enough love for what he did last year and what you think he's going to do this season? Or is he just a guy who is about middle of the pack? It's 97-1. Yeah, please save me from Pickett v. Purdy radio.
Here, by the way, I don't even like my own quarterback. So for me to defend him and say he's better than Purdy, come on. Yes, he's better than Purdy.
David, because he threw a deep pass?
More than what Purdy did.
As a texter says, it's like debating between what's better, puking or having diarrhea.
Right.
Let's move on.
I thought the goal of the NFL was to win games.
He won 7 games, 7-5 as a rookie.
7-5, 9-0 as a rookie.
To the people out there, I apologize.
Dealing with Kenny Pickett, who lost his best defensive player, you had an insulation. Your quarterback was insulated. Mine wasn't.
So is Jared Goff, which is what we're talking about in Detroit on a Friday, getting us into the weekend, okay? We'll do a little college football fun later in the hour. I brought this up knowing it's a list and it's June, but this is one of those traditions in the NFL. We get to the dog days, and we rank quarterbacks. And I was caught off guard at Jared Goff being ranked 17th. The people who I talk to here view him much better than that. So I wanted to know what the reaction was for you listening that Jared Goff is in the tier of clock ticking, middle of the pack, 17th overall in the league.
I think it's fair. Because if he were in that top 10, you would have already re-signed him. He would already have a contract extension because you would be thinking to yourself, oh my God, we cannot lose this guy. He is the leader of the team. But instead, what are we talking about? How long do you play the waiting game to see? At what point do you say, okay, he is that good? Or, told you, we're not going to pay him.
Well, the idea of a Goff extension is a big topic of conversation. It's been discussed a time or two. And yeah, I do think this next season matters a whole hell of a lot as to what they do, which would put him in the clock's ticking category.
But think about it. Last year, they could have extended him, and he literally went out and was 2 Jared Goffs. He was first half of the season Jared Goff, and then he was on fire in the second half, which led to, let's see what he does this year. If he were a top 10 quarterback, this conversation is over.
You're right.
Because think all the quarterbacks in the top 10, if their contract was up, no, we got to lock this guy up right here, right now. Probably Lamar Jackson is the only one, but Lamar went out there asking for the moon. That was the only reason why. Baltimore wanted to re-sign him and ended up re-signing him for pretty much the price that they said we re-signed him for.
These are the quarterbacks who will be ahead of him. Just give me a quick yes or no. Are they better than Jared Goff? Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Burrow.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Hurts.
Yes.
Lawrence.
Yes.
Herbert.
Yes.
Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. Reluctantly, yeah.
Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson. First one, they got to pause.
Yeah, because I don't know what Deshaun, he's been gone. See, Deshaun may be somebody that I would put in that group. I knew what you used to be able to do, but last year?
I think that's fair to say Watson is...
Like Wilson, right? That's what we just talked about with Wilson.
Yeah, okay.
Used to be.
Okay. Kirk Cousins.
I think tomato.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's Spider-Man meme with the two of them. Matthew Stafford. I'll recuse myself.
Yeah, Stafford's better.
Stafford's better.
Stafford's better.
Reluctant.
And Daniel Jones, who I think Goff is better than. But for the most part, this is not like some egregious ranking of Jared Goff. This is like putting him in his proper context.
Yeah, but can I say this?
Daniel Jones got it because they made the playoffs, and I think Goff did.
And
I'm glad you said
he's
that,
Vanilla Vic.
because that's why I would put Cousins ahead of Goff, because he made the playoffs last year. So if it's based off of last year, while Goff was really good, those two quarterbacks are, all those three are the same.
This is a look ahead. This is for the upcoming season, factoring in who they are, what they've done, and who they're going to play for this season. He has Jared Goff 17.
He just keeps setting me up, but I'm not even going to take the bait.
Let me go to the phones.
Say it. What do you got? Say it.
Because
hey,
they
Jack,
made the
what do you
playoffs.
think of Kenny Pickett?
Insulated quarterback made the playoffs. Wonderful.
Jack, please don't talk about Pickett or Purdy. What's going on, buddy?
Guys, Jared Goff is never going to win a quarterback championship. Let's be honest. He's not going to win a Super Bowl. He's an average quarterback. Everything has to be perfect around him for him to be successful. Okay? Don't give this guy an extension. You wait a year, see what happens. I think the Lions are going to go 7-10. That's my prediction. I think there's no way you're going to get Jared Goff to not throw a turnover like he did in 8 straight games.
So, Jack, just hypothetically speaking, Lions Goff start off 6-2. You have an opportunity to extend them. You would just punt it and say, nope, I'm going to wait till the end of the year?
Yeah, I would. I think they would do the ultimate John Kitna collapse. Remember when they started 6-2 and they didn't win a game? I think the rest of the year.
Jack, you may be the call of the day. Wow, good memory.
Well, if you're a Lions fan, you've seen some stuff.
Wow. But I mean, it will make it very interesting if his agent shows up and they're 6-2 and says, "We're willing to take this deal." Do you lock him up now, or do you take that chance?
I'll take the chance. I want the certainty. I'll pay a certainty tax. Butch, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
What's up, bro? And I am agreeing with you. I don't know what criteria you guys are going off of, or who is the better quarterback. According to the data, which is what I go by, the numbers, he was a top 10 quarterback. And I go by, is your offense top 10 in the league? He checks that box. Do he turn the ball over the last 8 games of the year? He checks that box. So, no, unless you got another quarterback that hasn't had a turnover for 8 straight games, I'm not putting too many people above Goff.
But Butch,
I'm going to tell you why I say that. Because in the NFL, you keep saying, I heard people say, well, you got to have it all set up for you. No, I see quarterbacks with it all set up for them, and they still fail. So, nope, I'm going by the data. According to the data, the Lions' offense is one of the top in the country. So if you're one of the top offenses in the country, then the guy driving the car has got to get some of the credit.
I'll give some of the credit. No, I'll give you that. But the whole 8-game, this ain't the USFL. It's not an 8-game schedule. It's a 17-game schedule.
Right. Who is the other all-star on that Lions offense? I'm not talking about the trenches. I'm talking about outside of Arnold Ross St. Brown. I could say last year, if Jamal Williams is your best running back, you got a bad offense. So I think for him to overcome that and still have a humming offense that was moving the ball, no Jameson Williams, not to make a case the wide receiver group was average at best, yeah, you got to give him credit. I've never been a Goff fan. I was a Stafford fan. But the same people who said Stafford couldn't win a Super Bowl, like that caller Jack that you just was praising, is the same people who don't know a good quarterback when they see one. Because Goff has never won in the playoffs or never did well in the playoffs, don't mean he won't. Because that's what we said about Stafford. Oh, he's never won. Meant nothing. He got in the playoffs.
Hold on. There's two different things going on here, Butch. Winning and playing well usually go together, but they don't always go together. Stafford scored more touchdowns than Drew Brees in a playoff game and lost the game, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying, like, you can play well and not win. You could also play
He
poorly
threw like 400
and win.
yards and Brees threw for 5 or
Yeah,
something.
it was a duel, right? Yeah,
Right.
it was a back and forth. It was young gunslinging Matthew Stafford. No defense. You can play well and lose. You can also play mediocre and win, which is how Jared Goff got to his first Super Bowl. So, again, putting it all on whether you win or not isn't judging the quarterback on how they play quarterback.
I'll give him the top 10.
Say that again, Jim?
You have to judge the quarterback on how they play the position, the throws they make, the plays they make.
Oh.
Don't
So
do
Kenny
this.
Pickett over Purdy.
We're not doing this. Tim.
Go ahead and clip that, Kenny.
Tim, what's up?
Hey, I seem to remember that when Stafford was here his entire career, he never, ever broke top 10. But the second he goes to L.A., he's a top 10 quarterback. So I don't buy it. I think he's a top 10 quarterback, and I don't think people give enough credit. And we're discounting everything else around him, too. There are a lot of quarterbacks that are really good, and they lose all the time. So, he was one of the leaders in not throwing interceptions last year. And I think coaching is everything. And they persevered at the end, and I think that's going to continue. I don't care who is in the backfield. They're going to have a top 10 offense, and I feel like they're going to have a top 10 defense. And I think they're going to go to the playoffs at least this year and win one.
The question then becomes, Tim, when they get into that playoff game and they got to go shot for shot, score for score with a more gifted quarterback, does Goff step up and outduel that guy?
I think he does. I think he does because he's done it before. I mean, he
When?
did go to a Super Bowl. He
Well,
did
no,
go
no.
to a Super Bowl.
Tim, I know, but Tim, I hate to give you homework on a Friday, but please find me the game.
Well, you know what?
That he balled out in the playoffs.
But Tim, here's the thing: it's not the playoffs, but he's got every opportunity on Week 1 in Kansas City, going up against arguably the best quarterback in the NFL. Let's see what he can do, and can he outduel him? Because that's what it's going to take. You're going to have to score points against Kansas City to beat them.
I agree with that statement. I think that Week 1 is the test. If you can't, I think they're going to go in and win that game. But that's high hoping. But still, I still think they're going to win that game, and I think because they have something to prove from last year. They screwed the pooch early in the year, and then it came on strong. I think that momentum carries, and I think the message in year 3 is even more centered now with the coaching staff and the front office. I think it's pounded in there. I think people know what to expect when they come here, and I think that, in my opinion, they prepared every player they had last year to the best of their ability to go out there and compete. And obviously the defense was not clicking at the beginning of the year, but all those players that came on at the end of the year, that's all from coaching. All the players that were nobody, and they were like, oh, we take him off the practice squad, and now he's doing great. That's coaching. And you know what? Honestly, Goff didn't have any support really in L.A., and he was still winning. And then I believe that his coach gave up on him, right? This is the second chance for him. I don't think he's going to blow it. I think he's better than everybody thinks he is.
Well, that's going to be the deal here then, right? You got a guy who has a second chance.
Well, Jared Goff just threw an interception in OTAs in the red zone to Alex Anzalone. He will now drop in the rankings.
Oh, stop. This is stupid.
Wait, are you being serious?
He did just throw an interception, yes. I thought you loved that, Rico.
Brock Purdy wouldn't have. 97-1.
So I'm excited about college football. I know you guys are, but we just don't want the summer to end. So we'll give you a preview, a look ahead without the weather changing.
Nah, just get us to Labor
into
Day.
the great games in September, the start the season, most intriguing September games. Let's start with LSU versus Florida State. That is a 7:30 kickoff on September 3rd on ESPN.
It's a great matchup.
Is that the Labor Day game?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta?
They played each other last year, too.
Yeah, they should be in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just...
Couple teams coming off double-digit win seasons. Their quarterbacks are back. That's a great game.
I'm sorry, this is not in Atlanta. This is in Orlando.
Oh.
Okay. Again, I wish it was on a college campus, but whatever.
Honestly, LSU is my sleeper team.
Okay.
To win it all. Sorry, Kenny.
I don't hate that.
Winning 3 in a row, I think it's going to be very difficult for Georgia to do. They can restock, they can reload, but I look at the fact that LSU will have a quarterback who has experience. Georgia and Alabama do not. So, Florida State, I never know what Florida State is.
I know, and they've been such a disappointment in the post-Jimbo years, but it feels like last year Norvell broke through. They bring back a lot in the trenches. They've got their quarterback. They're among the leaders in returning production.
And Keon Coleman will be there for the next 8-9 months.
All right, there you go. But I'm with you on LSU. It's not just their quarterback and coach.
You see the look Kenny giving me?
Why? Kenny, you're not. The Georgia Bulldogs aren't the only good team in the South.
I know. That's what I was trying to tell you guys, but apparently the SEC is overrated. Rico's got LSU doing something. Interesting. Real interesting, Rico.
Wow. You know what? You just can't give people their flowers. Everybody's offended.
I know. LSU on defense. Harold Perkins, big-time player last year. Mason Smith on the defensive line.
I didn't think, Brian Kelly could pull it off. But he is. Jaden Daniels, quarterback. Like he wasn't that great at Arizona State, but he started to come along.
He brought the family all together.
I mean, kind of like Joe Milton appears to be that guy at Tennessee. We all wrote him off here in the state of Michigan.
Yep.
So, yeah, LSU, I think, is that team.
It's a good matchup. What else, David? Right. Thank you.
Let's go to week 2 of the college football season. Texas at Alabama. 7 p.m. kickoff on ESPN.
Clearly, the storyline here is last year, Texas nearly pulled off the upset, but now they got to go to the belly of the beast in Tuscaloosa. This is fun because it's on the college campuses as opposed to some of these other early season neutral sites.
Yeah. And
Quinn Ewers
should have won the game. He doesn't get knocked out. They win that game. Bryce Young literally put the team on his back at the end.
He covered up for a lot of mistakes on the Bama team. They lost 2 games, could have easily lost a couple more. The question is, they don't have Bryce Young. I know Saban reloads, but are they vulnerable to a Longhorn upset? I think so.
And I don't know. Longhorns don't have a lot of their players either. So
they got former Michigan receiver Xavier Worthy.
But Bijan's gone, right? Have you seen him run?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, walking into Bryant Dennett Stadium, yeah, I don't see that happening. But I'm looking forward to it.
I'll take the points.
Week 4 matchup: Ohio State at Notre Dame. That is a 7:30 kickoff on NBC.
Where's the game at?
At Notre Dame.
Okay. Touchdown Jesus.
Wow, maybe we should go to that game.
Sam Hartman getting himself a shot against Ohio State.
See, Ohio State's kind of like that Georgia, Alabama. There's so many question marks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who your quarterback is. I don't know a lot. I would say right now, Notre Dame probably would have the advantage in that game.
I think they have the better O-line. Ohio State's replacing a couple NFL tackles, but there's also something about Ohio State. There's maybe a handful of schools in this category. Doesn't matter. Rinse, repeat, reload. Georgia's one of those teams. Rinse, repeat, reload.
See, I used to think that about Ohio State until their defense fell off. Because it used to be, they're going to have another top 5 pick on the defensive line. This Bosa kid went down. Who's this Chase Young? This guy. But all of a sudden, their defense has not been the same.
I'll tell you
they haven't been able to. The corners, they were putting
right.
corners in the league.
They were corner you. It was like a couple corners every year, and I think it ended right when the Lions took Jeff Okudah. That's neither here nor there. What makes it interesting is the game is not at the Horseshoe. They got to go on the road against a capable Notre Dame team. It's a good matchup.
Week 3 matchup, Tennessee at Florida, 7 o'clock kickoff on ESPN.
I know this is a rivalry. I don't put it on the category of these other games we've talked about. Do you? I think every game we've talked about is a better matchup.
That game used to mean something. Yeah. Back when Steve Spurrier said you can't spell citrus without UT.
So good.
Wow, that's such a long time ago.
David, because it was the funniest thing ever. Like, wow. Normally, coaches give you coach speak. We're going to take it one game at a time. That's a great team over there. He basically was like, yeah, we don't worry about them. They'll be in the Citrus Bowl. Can't spell citrus out UT.
Both teams are placing quarterbacks. Tennessee's got Joe Milton sliding in for Hendon Hooker. I don't even know who Florida's quarterback is. Didn't they get an Ohio State transfer? Something like that.
Yeah, I'm not really.
It's not Anthony Richardson is who their quarterback is.
Yeah, this is a game where you'll watch, but it's not as intriguing as the other games you gave us, David.
Yeah, and I'll give you a final one, which you're probably going to say the same thing about. It is USC at Colorado on September 30th. There's no time or network yet.
You kind of saw a little bit of that in a different sport if you watched the Nuggets take on the Heat, or if you watch the Heat in Game 7 against the Celtics. That game is going to get ugly. It's going to get ugly fast. That's just for everybody who's a Deion hater. They're going to love this game because, my goodness, they're going to get trashed.
I think Deion can do it, but it's not going to look pretty year one. And there's going to be some ugly games on the schedule.
And don't get me wrong, he has players. They have no depth.
Correct.
You had over 60 people leave your program.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody rolls an ankle, man, you better hurry up and tape them back up and get them out there.
So let's finish this off here with a Phil Steele early top 10. So I don't need you to guess the place. Give me 2 teams, 2 colleges that you think would be.
See if we can get all these. 10. So, the obvious one, Georgia, Michigan.
Okay.
Not Georgia, Alabama, Georgia, Michigan. That's that Chippewa over there that swears up and down he loves him. Okay,
I think they're going to end up being 1 and 2 preseason.
I'll take Alabama, Ohio State.
All right, you all just got the top 4. Georgia's 1, Bama 2, OSU 3, Michigan 4.
2 more.
This is projected, of course.
LSU, USC.
LSU 6, USC 9.
Okay.
Washington, Notre Dame.
And on Washington, Notre Dame is number 10.
Washington's not in there?
Remember, this is just a projection. So Washington may end up being there.
Okay, so you know what? I should just stick with the hits. Notre Dame. You know what? Texas.
They should
Texas is not in his projected top 10.
Okay.
He's going to make us work.
Florida State.
Florida State, number 7. You got 2 more.
Penn State.
Penn State's number 5.
That's a good one.
Good answer.
Last one. You want a hint?
Just tell us.
It is Clemson.
Oh yeah. I told you, they fell off last year. Didn't I tell you they was going to fall off?
You did. I mean,
just like Georgia this year.
Critical of a white coach. How dare you be critical of a white coach?
You know what? Dabo.
David, should we collect some ticket text before we get to the guys here? Wojo and
Yeah.
Rieger coming up next.
David's versus Rico's should give Roberto plenty of work. Ryan.
Yeah, that's why I said, Kenny, hopefully you clip David's stuff. Okay.
I already clipped it. I'm not against clipping my own audio.
Whoops, that was the wrong one.
Someone says, so I assume he ranked Allen lower than 17th since Goff was top 5 and higher than Allen.
We need to just pause. The list is about next season. Everybody is obsessed with how Goff played last year. This is about looking ahead. If you think Josh Allen should be behind Jared Goff moving forward, get your skull examined.
Well, I'm sorry, I missed that explanation, David. Why was Josh Allen?
Goff had some numbers last year that were better than Josh Allen, according to the ticket text.
They had a top 5 offense, so someone saying that he should be.
It's just nonsense. Nonsense.
Someone please tell Hatcher to put the crack pipe down. He's delusional.
By the way, Wojo is coming to the studio.
I can't wait for week 1.
Oh, I know.
That can't get here soon
with the Chiefs.
enough. No, I'm talking about.
Your quarterback could be hurt.
Yeah,
right.
But yours will be too.
Wojo slamming into stuff. Are you okay?
Chair was in the way.
It was aggressive. You slammed your water bottle on the table. Everything going okay?
There we go. You guys were very mean as I was driving in. Very mean. Teasing people going through the big college football games that are still months away. Actually, weeks away.
How was that mean?
Because you're titillating people with nothing to consummate it. You know what I mean?
Wojo hates foreplay. 248.
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, you know.
Kind of. Not 2 months of it.
We
got some tantric action going on the show today.
We just kind of broke down some of the games in September.
I was listening to those games. Oh, that's going to be good. Oh, I didn't realize Ohio State was at Notre Dame this year. Oh, that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, the USC Colorado.
No, that's going to be 56-3.
Right.
But they'll show Coach Prime. Oh, shut up.
No.
They'll show Coach Prime running up and down the sidelines, but that'll be a slaughter.
But you heard what Costa did. Costa did something that you disagree with. And now after yesterday, I think I disagree with too.
What?
Costa said he would take football right now. Like he'd wish away the summer.
No.
He'd be fine with not going to the lake or playing golf. He did
so
do that.
you want to get to death
Yeah,
sooner,
listen
right?
to Wojo's theory here.
No, I had a high
agree
school
with you
teacher who
until-
told me
about this, yeah.
Yeah, like one of the students said, Mr. Smith, I can't wait till summer vacation. I just can't wait till it gets here. He goes, oh, so you're wishing for death.
Right.
Because
You are wishing
the
away your
more
life.
days you want to move ahead, the closer you're going to get to death.
But Jim's
so
young.
stop
He's got
it.
a lot of days left.
Just stop it. No, well, you never know,
Get hit
right?
by a bus.
Yeah. Why is it always a bus, by the way?
It's a little more
hit by a construction.
dramatic.
Construction
It
truck.
is. Like how many times do people actually get hit by a bus though? In the movies, that happened a couple.
If you're a bus driver, 248.
Have you ever hit a person? And then did you stop? Hopefully, if you did.
Did you know?
I'm going to be opting out in 20 seconds.
But not a Friday conversation.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about
We
bus.
tried to have fun and grilling, and how do you want to die? 248.
Well, it sounds like he wants to die quicker. Can't wait.
Is this your topic for later today?
No. We got Tiger baseball, so I'm not on till late. But that's a good 9 o'clock hour topic. If you could choose the way your demise, what's it going to be?
For a whole show, he's not here. But for a quick
Yes,
show,
I am. An
he's
hour and
here.
45-minute show.
Yeah, no. You know the thing that irritates me
my
about Wojo?
God.
Let me tell you, Rico.
Unbelievable.
This is not going to make you want to leave. So
Costa, let's
Wojo
just
leaves
chat
at
over
8
here.
o'clock.
How you doing?
Every
Tiger-
show.
it'll
But
be
yesterday he
interesting
didn't
to
get
see
in
the
until
youngster.
6:15.
Olsen today on the bump?
So don't you think you should have stayed late? Oh, this is awful. I'm stopping.
Division game. Anyway.
Yeah. Big debate. Oh, I'm sorry. Was something going on
That
over
was
there?
really difficult. That's like in a song where they start singing over each other. It sounds better, though.
I think it rendered both conversations illegible or unhearable.
Rico was looking at me like he was interested in what I was
But
saying.
he wasn't.
I know. He just wants to get out
I
of
do
here.
the same thing for 2 hours every night. My God.
Are you kidding? You're not here for 2 hours.
Coming up next, two human beings who will talk to one another.
Yeah.
It's 97.1.
Woo! What?